Chapter 120, Chapter 119, The Trio with Frowning Faces. In the vast space of another world, Brit is sitting on the dark ground. After thinking about it, he can't help but laugh. I'm afraid the plague doctor will be very confused. Brit can imagine the little shocked look in the plague doctor's eyes when he suddenly disappears. It must be very interesting. Of course, no matter how interesting it is, Brit is not going to go back and take a look. He has made up his mind to stay here for at least 20 minutes. Otherwise, when he goes back and finds that the plague doctor is watching over him, how can he repay him? Although this possibility is unlikely, after all, the plague doctor does not understand the nature of the masks, so it's best to stay hidden, just in case. You can never go wrong by being careful. Hey, I don't know where the others are now, or what's going on. Brit shook his head and sighed. Just then, he noticed some dark humanoid figures approaching on the ground in the distance. Brit's eyes widened immediately, and he suppressed the pain in his knee to stand up. This is not the first time he has come to this world. He knows there are a lot of strange entities with many mouths and eyes. These entities are hostile, and it is best not to be detected by them. Brit stifled the pain in his knees and quickly ran in the opposite direction. Finally, he found a black boulder with a groove on the side, just large enough to hide in. However, before hiding in, Brit observed the area again, confirming that there were no passages in the groove before he hid in with confidence. He didn't want to hide in a monster's lair. Not long ago, Vale, Kiwo, and RT quickly ran to the elevator on the other side of the area. They opened the elevator and hurried inside. When they got out again, they felt slightly relieved. Brit is still in the area. What should we do? Is there any way to save Brit? Kiwo said anxiously. The expressions on Vale's and RT's faces darkened. It can't be helped. I can only pray that the ring works. If it doesn't, Brit has most likely quit the game. Vale shook his head and sighed. RT and Kiwo understood the gravity of the situation, they each sighed and fell silent. After several seconds of quiet, Vale said, "We have to leave, that doctor will probably catch up." Kiwo and RT paused and finally nodded helplessly. Brit was likely more ill-fated than fortunate. They couldn't rush in, otherwise, all team members would be in danger, and the game would be over. After deciding to leave, the three of them examined their surroundings. They found that this was no longer the passage they had used to enter the SCP-049 containment area. There was a small hall. If you took a few steps to the left, you would enter a new passage. This was normal, after all, they had come out of a different elevator in the area. They were going to another place. When they reached the new passage, Vale looked around and noticed metal doors on both sides. However, the metal door on the left required a fingerprint to unlock. "It's a fingerprint lock!" Kiwo exclaimed in surprise. RT touched his waist and found that the severed arm he had recovered from the light containment area was still there. A total of 2 severed arms had been found in the light containment area, one with Brit and the other one with RT. At this moment, the severed arm could indeed be useful. RT took off the severed arm and pointed its finger at the fingerprint lock on the left metal door. After a beep, the metal door opened. It opened! RT exclaimed, excited. Sure enough, the severed arm found in the light containment area had to be useful. However, after opening the metal door, the three of them were stunned. They saw that behind the golden door was the passage they had used to enter the SCP-049 containment area. Deep in the passage, there was also an elevator, the same elevator they had taken to enter the area. I see. Kiwo looked at it curiously for a few seconds before suddenly realizing, the 2 elevators in the plague doctor's area are not far apart but are separated by a door. And since the severed arm can open that door, doesn't that mean players can pass through here without entering the area? When Kiwo said this, she frowned again. But if a player doesn't enter the area, how can they get the level 4 keycard? RT, hearing this, guessed, it must be that after obtaining the level 4 keycard, the player may still take the original elevator, return to the starting point, and then think that after finishing this area, they can either enter the area again or use a severed arm to open the door. Or perhaps the level 4 keycard is located elsewhere. Of course, the biggest possibility is that players are wandering around the map. They may pass by here multiple times. If they have a severed arm, they don't need to enter the area repeatedly, it can be considered as enriching the gameplay. After all, the map of this game is too large. I wouldn't be able to go back the same way to find the shelter of that scary old man. RT shook his head, feeling quite emotional. Suddenly, Vale let out a curse, causing Kiwo and RT to look at him in surprise. The corner of Vale's mouth twitched as he helplessly said, I can't even mention the old man, I can't find the level 4 keycard. As soon as Vale said this, Kiwo and RT immediately reacted, their faces suddenly turned pale. The keycard is in Brit's hands. Oh no! The three of them exchanged worried glances, realizing that after working hard for so long, the critical level 4 keycard had been left behind. What should we do now? Should we still go for the level 4 keycard? Kiwo asked bitterly. Vale and RT looked at each other, both equally at a loss. If they wanted to retrieve a level 4 keycard, they would have to re-enter the area. Since the level 4 keycard was in Brit's possession, even if Brit sacrificed himself, the keycard would not disappear. But re-entering the area meant they might face the Plague Doctor, along with the possibility of encountering Brit, who had undergone an operation at the hands of the Plague Doctor. If Brit had already become a zombie, none of the three wanted to confront him. After discussing for a while, Vale finally said, let me go in and take a look. If I can't get out, you two should leave and see if you can find a level 4 keycard in other locations. Kiwo and RT thought about it and could only nod reluctantly. This seemed to be the best course of action for the moment. However, just as the three of them were about to act, they heard the elevator they had just used make a starting sound. Chapter 121, Chapter 120, Set Off. When the three were about to act, they suddenly heard the sound of the elevator starting, and it was the elevator they had just taken. They were startled. But then Kiwo excitedly said, could it be Brit who escaped? There are only Brits and the Plague Doctor in the area, so Kiwo's judgment is not without reason. Maybe it was Brit who managed to escape and came out of the elevator. However, this is only a possibility. Another possibility is that it was not Brit who came out, but the Plague Doctor. As for Brit, he might have been converted into a zombie by the Plague Doctor. After thinking about it for a while, the three decided to take a look at the situation first, and they retreated a few meters away, standing in the passage and looking toward the small hall where the elevator was located. Smiley face. This time, Kiwo keenly noticed the chat in the stream. Brit has escaped into another dimension. Kiwo, run away quickly, the one who comes out is the Plague Doctor. It's the Plague Doctor. The Plague Doctor. It's over, it's over. GG. My god. It feels like Brit is going to be the only survivor. Smiley face. Seeing the chat, Kiwo's expression changed. Then she yelled, let's go. The chat told me Brit had escaped, it's the Plague Doctor who is coming out. Vale and RT were also taken aback. Because they were too involved, they had subconsciously ignored the chat in the stream room. At this moment, after hearing what Kiwo said, they hurriedly looked at the chat and found that many were urging them to leave, saying that the person taking the elevator was the Plague Doctor. It's the Plague Doctor. Let's go. Run. The three of them were about to run away in a hurry when, just in time, the elevator door in the small hall opened, and a figure with hands behind his back came out. Thick black robe, bird beak mask, medical kit, etc., it was the Plague Doctor. The three suddenly felt goosebumps. Without saying a word, they ran away. The Plague. After the Plague Doctor yelled, he stepped forward and quickly caught up. The three of them were in a panic. Subconsciously, they ran toward the open metal door with the fingerprint lock. After entering, Vale hurriedly shouted, "Quick, door!" Without hesitation, RT immediately picked up the finger of the severed arm and pressed it on the fingerprint lock. After a ding sound, the metal door shut. At the moment when it was completely closed, the three saw the plague doctor who had rushed forward. The eyes behind the bird beak mask made the three of them shake their bodies subconsciously. Fortunately, the closed metal door blocked the plague doctor, and those eyes were also isolated. "Damn! Mom! I'm scared! That damn doctor!" The three were frightened. You know, they don't have a tired jade ring. If they are touched by the plague doctor, they will drop in an instant, and even Vale will likely not be able to resist it. Moreover, through the chat, the three also knew that the tired jade ring was useful, otherwise, Brit couldn't possibly be all right. It's just a pity that there is only one ring and it's with British taking a step back. Even if they had a ring, it would be useless because the ring can only protect one person at a time. Wait. The plague doctor won't come in here, will he? The three of them were thinking about it when RT suddenly pointed at the metal door and spoke. Vale and Kiwo looked at each other, then shook their heads at the same time and said, "Probably not. This metal door is unlocked by fingerprints. Can the fingerprints of the plague doctor unlock this door? It's not possible. We would be screwed if the plague doctor came here." Hearing the words of the two, RT was slightly taken aback for a moment, then clapped his hands fiercely and said, "I think I know what the real function of this metal door is." He continued, "Why is there a metal door that can be unlocked with fingerprints? Because they want to give players a way to survive. First of all, the plague doctor is smart. Players will run after entering its area and get a level 4 keycard, and the plague doctor will chase after them. After chasing out, since the plague doctor can't open the door, the player can use this door to escape. If this door were not unlocked by fingerprints but was an ordinary button-type metal door, then it couldn't stop the plague doctor. If there were no metal door here, the players would be worse off. So, thinking about it this way, the existence of this door is very reasonable." After RT finished speaking, Kiwo and Vale suddenly realized. Makes sense. Yes. Sure enough, any location in the game has its meaning. Not only Kiwo but all the viewers also reacted. Kiwo approached the metal door and muttered, "Let me listen and see if it's gone." She listened for a long time but did not hear the slightest movement. If it can't catch us, it can't stay where it is forever, right? Kiwo frowned and muttered softly. Vale and RT next to her were also a little confused and couldn't make up their minds. Where they are at the moment is the passage they used to come here before, and the elevator into the area is in the distance. In other words, they can only go back now and retrace the path they had traveled before or risk opening the metal door to see if the plague doctor is still behind it. What to do? Kiwo frowned and thought hard. A few seconds later, Kiwo looked at the night vision goggles hanging on Vale's waist, her eyes lit up. Right. The super night vision goggles can see the distance between the dangerous SCP and the player. Let's wear the night vision goggles to see if it's safe. When Kiwo said this, the others immediately remembered the night vision goggles. RT even slapped his forehead and quickly took off the night vision goggles to put them on. After putting them on, he looked toward the metal door. He didn't see any warning signs. The plague doctor is gone! RT exclaimed, excited. Vale and Kiwo also hurriedly put on their night vision goggles. Looking toward the metal door, they found that the plague doctor had disappeared. Great! Let's go! Kiwo jumped excitedly. But before the three of them left, they thought of Brit again. The chat said that Brit escaped successfully, which means that Brit is not dead. He should still be in the area. As for going to another dimension, the three of them realized after a little thought that it should be referring to that peculiar mask. So, the three of them stopped hesitating, quickly came to the elevator, took the elevator, and entered the containment area. The containment area was empty. Except for a few zombies and the dead Plumbella, who had not been altered by the plague doctor, there was nothing else. The three of them waited patiently for a while. Finally, at some point, they saw Brit suddenly appear. Brit was leaning over slightly, holding a gas mask in his hand, as if he was ready to put it on at any moment. "Hahaha, Brit, how's it going? You're not scared?" Vale shouted with a smile. Brit was startled at first, then turned around and saw the three of them. His tense heart finally relaxed. "Damn, it's finally over." Brit shook his head and sighed. After passing the plague doctor, they will go to the room of the old man next. Chapter 122, Chapter 121, The House of the Old Man. Thank you, Mackenzie Rouse, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Brit stayed in a different world for a long time. Eventually, he estimated that the time was almost up, so he removed the mask. Then, in an instant, he returned to the containment area. He was very nervous upon his return and was ready to leave at any time. He didn't see the plague doctor, but what surprised him was that his teammates were back. "Why are you back again?" Brit put away the mask and walked towards them. They immediately gave an overview of the situation, and after hearing this, Brit shook his head and said, "This plague doctor is too persistent. I don't know what the plague it is talking about." They chatted, went to the elevator, and left the containment area. After returning to the passage, they did not leave immediately but first reviewed the current situation. First of all, they successfully obtained the level 4 keycard. According to the description in the guidepost, their next goal was to go to the old man room, which contained the level 5 keycard. As for the containment room of the old man, they had already found it before, but it was impossible to enter because they had no corresponding keycard. But now that they had the level 4 keycard, it was no problem if they wanted to get in. Of course, even though they had the level 4 keycard, they also lost a team member during their trip to the containment area for the plague doctor. "She must be watching us right now. Let's go and finish the game," Brit sighed and said. The rest nodded helplessly. Then, they checked all their equipment and items again. When inspecting the mask and the ring, Brit felt very emotional. "If it weren't for the ring and this mask this time, I would be miserable." The others agreed, and Kiwo even nodded and said, "The ring and the mask are probably items specially designed for players to finish the game, otherwise, a single player would never be able to beat it." "That's right. Damn, without those items, a single player would never finish the level. This game is too difficult." They discussed for a while and then officially set off. This time, they were no longer like lost travelers, they had a clear direction. However, although the road had been traveled once, the game map was too large and complicated. They almost lost their way halfway. In the end, with some help from the chat, they spent a lot of time before finding it. "Finally back here again." Brit looked around and said with emotion. Their location at this moment was exactly where they had been before. There was a hole in the wall beside them, and inside was a cowbell containment chamber. Seeing the containment chamber, Vale was the first to feel uncomfortable. He had seen that skinny weirdo many times along the way but held back abruptly and did not rush forward. However, he felt his body becoming more painful, and he likely wouldn't last long. "Let's go, behind the metal door on the left is the containment chamber for the old man," Brit pointed to the left. There was also a passage on the left, with a metal door at the end. They had been in it before, and inside was the containment chamber of SCP-106. The group walked toward the metal door without hesitation. They opened the door, and what was revealed in front of everyone was a room. SCP-106 was marked in red on the wall of the room, and there was also a metal door ahead. They opened the metal door and officially entered the containment chamber. Other than that, the room was rather bare. There was no file for SCP-106. "Okay, let's go in," Brit said. The others unconsciously became nervous. After all, they had faced SCP-106 before. The old man was the ultimate nightmare for many players. Therefore, as they were about to step into the room, they unconsciously became anxious. Brit took out the level 4 keycard. However, he didn't open the metal door of the room immediately but first took out the navigator and checked it. After confirming there were no dangerous SCPs nearby, he felt relieved. He then swiped the keycard next to the metal door to unlock it. After a beep, the door of the room was successfully opened. Once it opened, they looked inside curiously. Surprisingly, there was a very large and wide space inside, with a metal walkway extending into the distance. Wow! It's so big! This is the chamber of the old man, Kiwo said, her eyes wide. Yes, the area is indeed not small. Brit sighed and then stepped through the metal door, with Kiwo following closely behind. After entering the metal gate, they could see more of the area. They discovered they were stepping on a steel walkway suspended in the air. On the left side of the walkway was a tall and thick concrete wall, and on the lower right was a wide hall. The opposite wall could hardly be seen. The most important thing was that in the hall, there was a suspended, slightly floating, huge room. Standing on the steel walkway, they could just see the top of the suspended storage room, but due to their field of view, they couldn't see what was underneath. They didn't know how the Foundation kept it suspended, but they could guess the reason for the levitation was to prevent the old man from escaping. Of course, the old man had escaped now. At this moment, they didn't know which corner to hunt him down in. Let's go, and everyone is careful, Brit spoke again. The group walked carefully along the steel walkway. In the silent and empty space, only the sounds of their footsteps echoed. The high ceilings were filled with lights, so overall visibility wasn't great, but it was still acceptable. Walking on the steel walkway and looking down, they could also see the room beneath the opposite building. There were lights in that room. Through the glass, they could see desks, computers, and other items. The window of that room faced the suspended room. Presumably, it was used for surveillance. They walked for a while and finally arrived at the end of the aisle, where they found a door. The door was not closed, and they could see a corridor inside, with downward stairs. The group paused temporarily. Brit took out the navigator and checked it again. Seeing that there was no danger warning, he signaled to the others and stepped into the corridor first. The stairs spiraled downward. The group walked around 2 corners before seeing another layer of metal doors. After opening the metal door, the group saw a large room filled with various instruments. After stepping into the room, they could see the floating room outside through the huge glass. The view was astonishing. Chapter 123, Chapter 122, SCP-106 File and Level 5 Keycard. Thank you, Lord J, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Brit and the others never imagined that the enclosure for the old man would be so huge that even the containment chamber is no longer suitable. It should be called a containment zone. The enormous suspended square building is the real containment chamber, and it is suspended in the air without touching anything. The group estimated that the reason for constructing it this way likely has something to do with the power of the old man. However, until now, they haven't found the file for the old man, and their understanding of its background is only superficial. However, they should be able to find the file after a while because they have come to the observation room. The so-called observation room was named by the group. It is a very large room that stretches a long distance inward. On the wall facing the direction of the hall, there is a very large piece of glass. You can see the lobby very clearly, and the suspended room is within it. There are many tables, cabinets, and various instruments with unknown functions in the room. The level 5 keycard and the file they were looking for should be here. Finally here. Let's search separately. The target is the level 5 keycard. It would be even better if you could find the file for the old man. Brit said. Okay. The group nodded and dispersed. Although the entire observation room is very large, with quite a lot of desks and cabinets, there isn't much of the real stuff. Soon, Brit saw a file pressed under a keyboard on top of a computer desk. Brit moved the keyboard away, picked up the file, and looked at it carefully. SCP-106, The Old Man. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-106 appears to be an elderly humanoid, with a general appearance of advanced decomposition. This appearance may vary, but the rotting quality is observed in all forms. SCP-106 is not exceptionally agile and will remain motionless for days at a time, waiting for prey. SCP-106 is also capable of scaling any vertical surface and can remain suspended upside down indefinitely. When attacking, SCP-106 will attempt to incapacitate prey by damaging major organs, muscle groups, or tendons, then pull disabled prey into its pocket dimension. SCP-106 appears to prefer human prey items in the 10 to 25 years of age bracket. SCP-106 causes a corrosion effect in all solid matter it touches, engaging a physical breakdown in materials several seconds after contact. This is observed as rusting, rotting, and cracking of materials, and the creation of a black, mucus-like substance similar to the material coating SCP-106. This effect is particularly detrimental to living tissues and is assumed to be a predigestion action. Corrosion continues for 6 hours after contact, after which the effect appears to burn out. SCP-106 is capable of passing through solid matter, leaving behind a large patch of its corrosive mucus. SCP-106 can vanish inside solid matter, entering what is assumed to be a form of pocket dimension. SCP-106 is then able to exit this dimension from any point connected to the initial entry point, examples, entering the inner wall of a room, and exiting the outer wall. Entering a wall, and exiting from the ceiling. It is unknown if this is the point of origin for SCP-106, or a simple lair created by SCP-106. The file on the old man is long, but the group examined it for a while before finishing it. After reading it, they wore dazed and somewhat apprehensive expressions on their faces. Kiwo shook her head and sighed. It turns out that the scary old man is like this. What exactly is that kind of pocket dimension? Why can there be a pocket dimension? It's so strange. RT touched his chin and said, "Can the old man be killed? It's too harmful. Won't the Foundation kill it?" No, probably the Foundation can't kill it, otherwise, they wouldn't have kept it forever. Vale grinned and said, "I can't kill him for sure, the old man is a powerhouse. He is even more overpowered than that plague doctor." Wait, they are the same. Brit glanced at the file again, shook his head, and said, "Tisk, the old man. I want to know how many monsters like the old man there are in the Foundation. For example, does the Foundation have more than one site like this one?" After Brit finished speaking, the group fell silent. Even the viewers started a heated discussion. I have a feeling that the Foundation should be an extremely large organization. Could their purpose be to contain monsters and protect the world? It makes sense. Contain all the monsters and prevent them from endangering humans. I feel inexplicably that the background of this game is very secretive and vast. Wow! I want to know the truth of everything. Brit and the others didn't think for too long. They believe that as the game progresses, the truth of everything will gradually emerge, and their current goal is to beat the game as quickly as possible. Okay, let's look for it again. We need to find the level 5 keycard before we can go to other places. Brit said. They nodded and dispersed again to search around the huge room. Soon, Kiwo found the level 5 keycard in a drawer in the filing cabinet, and it was a red keycard. According to the guidepost, the key can almost open all the doors that require swiping on the entire site. In other words, a level 5 keycard is almost equivalent to a universal card. It's all right now, we have a level 5 keycard, and we can travel almost unimpeded from now on. Brit received the level 5 keycard from Kiwo, and he was in a very good mood. The others were also all smiles as they looked forward to the next breakthrough. But just when they were about to leave, Vale casually opened the right drawer of a computer desk and found another file. Hey? Here's another document. Vale was surprised and took out the file at the same time. Several people were drawn to it, and they all walked over to examine the documents. At the beginning of the file, it read: Recall Protocol. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, Taken the Old Man. Thank you, Tracy Hill and Chosentropster, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. After finding the level 5 keycard, the group was about to leave when Vale unintentionally discovered a document. At the beginning of the file, it stated: Recall Protocol. What is this? Recall Protocol. The group was confused, but as they read on, their expressions changed to surprise. Recall Protocol. The recall protocol is as follows. In the event of a breach event by SCP-106, a human within the 10 to 25 years of age bracket will be prepped for recall, with the compromised containment cell being replaced and restored for use. When the cell is ready, the lore subject will be injured, preferably via the breakage of a long bone, such as the femur, or the severing of a major tendon, such as the Achilles tendon. Lore subject will then be placed in the prepped cell, and the sound emitted by said subject will be transmitted over the site public address system. SCP-106 will typically begin to gravitate toward the lore subject within 10 to 15 minutes after hearing the subject. Should SCP-106 not respond to the initial broadcast, additional physical trauma is to be administered to the lore subject at 20-minute intervals until SCP-106 responds. Multiple lore subjects may be used in the case of major breach events. SCP-106 will typically enter a dormant state after finishing with a lore subject. In addition, subjects may data expunged. After reading the document, the others reacted with shock and froze for a few seconds. Kiwo couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, "My God! This is to let us lock up the old man." RT, standing next to her, also nodded in disbelief. "Damn, it seems that the key to this level is for us to take in the old man." Brit wholeheartedly agreed when he heard this. From this point of view, the function of this file is to provide information and let players know how to contain the scary old man. Having said that, Brit turned his head and looked around the entire observation room. He soon spotted a huge machine on the opposite side. There was a display screen on the machine, but it was black at the moment. On the right side of the display, there was a button. On the left, there were two switches. That should be the operation desk to implement the recall protocol. Brit pointed to the big machine and said. The others turned their heads to look as well. Sound transmission switch. ELOIID solenoid switch. Kiwo read the labels next to the two switches on the console, then she looked at the button next to the screen. The button was red. On the button, there was also a text label, femur breaker. Tisk. It's exactly as it says in the document. Vale walked to the console, looking around curiously. However, after examining it for a while, Vale couldn't help but frown. Brit, do we have to use this to lock up the old man? If we can't contain him, or if the old man rushes toward us, wouldn't it be very awkward? RT was still in high spirits, but hearing Vale's words, he immediately hesitated. Brit frowned and considered it, then said, "Don't worry. I'm going to see if the containment area is blocked." After he spoke, Brit stepped out of the observation room while the group stayed behind and waited. After a while, Brit returned with a look of confusion on his face. "It's strange, the containment area is not sealed. We can go out." The others were also surprised when they heard this. "Why? Isn't this a task that must be done? Shouldn't we just leave now?" The group stood in the observation room, looking at the operating table and the floating storage room outside the glass window, all hesitant. Meanwhile, the viewers were also discussing. What does this mean? Given the mission information prompt, yet the containment area is not sealed, this is a free mission. Ah, I see. This should give the player a choice, they can choose to contain it or ignore it and leave directly, but the ending of the game may be affected. I think the previous comment makes sense. The chat in the stream refreshed quickly. Brit also noticed the speculation of many viewers regarding the current situation. He thought about it and suddenly felt that what the viewers guessed was probably the truth. Perhaps this machine that houses the old man is designed to give players a choice. However, correspondingly, containing or not containing him would likely lead to different game endings. After discussing for a while, the group reached a unanimous decision, to contain the old man. The reason for this was very simple, they were fascinated by the console machine, and they wanted to try it all. Moreover, containing the old man would also benefit them in moving forward in the future. After all, once contained, at least they wouldn't have to worry about the old man reappearing at subsequent checkpoints. Think and do it. The group was ready to start. First, turn off the electromagnet and lower the containment chamber to the ground. Brit was looking at the file while operating seriously. He stood in front of the console and selected the solenoid switch first. He held the handle of the switch and gently pushed it up. With the sound of a click, the containment chamber's electromagnet system was officially shut down. Then, the others heard a heavy, shocking hum, causing them to subconsciously look back. They saw the situation outside through the glass window. The huge containment chamber that had been suspended in the air began to descend slowly. Finally, it landed firmly on the ground and was securely attached to the facilities below. Wow! That's spectacular! Kiwo exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement. In the real world, they had never seen an electromagnetic levitation chamber of this scale. Okay, next we will turn on the sound transmission switch and use humans to lure the old man over. After watching for a few seconds, Brit said. The others also turned their heads in unison and looked at the screen on the console. To be precise, they looked at the button next to the screen. That button was the one that activated the ephemer breaker machine. According to the file, after pressing the button, a human being used as bait by the Foundation would have his leg amputated. His screams would be broadcast, attracting the old man. Here we go. Brit looked at the others and nodded slightly. Then he held the handle of the sound transmission switch and gently pulled it down. After pulling it down, the originally dark screen suddenly began to flicker. After a few seconds, the picture became clear. The group saw a man dressed like them, tightly bound to a bed. Next to the bed where he was positioned, there was a machine, an automated hydraulic press aimed at his thigh. As the picture appeared, a man's voice came through the speakers. Hello. Is anyone there? I want to go out. I just want to go out, sobbing. You could hear the panic and terror in his voice. After hearing him speak, the group couldn't help but fall silent. Chapter 125, Chapter 124, In order to achieve the goal, the Foundation will do whatever it takes. Hello. Is anyone there? I want to go out. I just want to go out, sobbing. The man in orange was wailing on the console's screen. There is no doubt that he is in the inner space of the huge containment room outside. After all, his role is to be human bait to lure the old man. Listening to his voice, the group fell silent. The current situation is that they have to hurt the D-class in the video to attract the old man, but the scary machine on the screen makes them shiver just by looking at it. One can imagine how intense the pain would be if it were moved into a person's thigh. Although the group knows that this is just a game and the wailing man is just a pile of data, this game is so realistic. Whether it's the image, various details, or even the sound, they are so real that they are almost indistinguishable from reality. After hearing the man's wailing, the group felt some complicated emotions. Even if they had been mentally prepared beforehand, the situation shocked them, and they subconsciously hesitated. It's not just the group, the viewers are also talking at the moment. My god! It's horrible. That person seems to be a D-class personnel, and a person of this level is a guinea pig with no status in the Foundation. Damn, what a test. If it were me, I would be a little hesitant to do it, but I think it's just a game, so I'm relieved. Just do it. It's a game. Wow. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that the Foundation is a very cold organization. Equals. About 10 seconds passed, and the voice of the man on the surveillance screen became a little hoarse. Let us start. Brit took a deep breath and said. The others nodded silently. Brit waited for 2 seconds, then resolutely reached out and pressed the button next to the monitoring screen. After pressing this button, the machines in the chamber would activate, and the man's thigh would be broken. As he was about to press the button, Brit paused for a moment, let out a breath in his heart, and then pressed it. The next moment, on the monitoring screen, the machine next to the man started. Then, the man on the surveillance screen began yelling in fear. No! No! Don't! Please! Turn it off! Ah! I beg of you! The man begged, but the machine did not stop because of his pleas. And, after a short time, it cut into the man's thigh. Ah! The man uttered an extreme cry of pain. He was screaming like crazy, and his voice was almost hoarse. The machine's serrations shredded through his leg, with blood flying and splashes of minced meat. The scene was like something out of a horror movie. At the same time, the pain was unimaginable. The group couldn't bear to watch anymore. Kiwo even closed her eyes. Equals. The viewers in the stream were even more stimulated by the bloody image. God damn! Bloody hell! This is hard to describe. Damn, I don't dare watch it. I feel that the Foundation must be a very large and very cold organization. Damn! I know this is a game, but I still feel that this method is really cruel. Equals. The screams continued. Looking at the surveillance screen and listening to the screams, Brit's mind was extremely complicated. He felt that the background of this game was magnificent. The Foundation, quite possibly, is an organization beyond anyone's imagination. Brit felt that the Foundation would do anything to achieve its goals. Don't say a single death, even if 10, 100, or 1000 die, as long as a certain objective can be achieved, the Foundation will probably do it without hesitation. This is the Foundation. I want to know what kind of organization it is. Brit looked at the monitoring screen and murmured. Then, some time passed. The screams of the man on the monitoring screen grew much quieter because he was almost unconscious. And then Brit suddenly realized and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly see if the old man is back. I have to turn on the solenoid switch immediately." When Brit yelled, the others immediately reacted. They rushed to the front of the glass window and looked into the hall. They saw that a large piece of dark substance emerged from the ground of the hall, and the head of the old man just happened to be exposed to the substance. It didn't look at the observation room but stared straight at the containment room. It was attracted by the screams of the bait. The old man got out of the ground completely and then walked towards the containment chamber. Finally, it entered the chamber. Seeing this scene, Kiwo shouted excitedly, "Hurry up! Brit! The old man is going in!" Brit, not far away, heard the words and immediately turned on the electromagnet switch and they heard a buzz. Then, Vale, who was standing next to the glass window, saw that the huge containment chamber started to function again. Soon, it was back in the air again and steadily suspended. Yet, we took in the old man. Seeing this scene, Kiwo was the first to jump up and cheer. Vale and RT were also smiling. Brit was also in a good mood. But then they were drawn to the monitoring screen again. They saw on the surveillance screen the old man appearing inside the chamber. The man, who was on the verge of death, burst out the last strength of his life and screamed again upon seeing the old man. But his scream didn't do anything, and soon the old man arrived near him. At the same time, the monitoring screen flickered twice and then disappeared. The group looked at the blacked-out monitoring screen, and they were silent for a few seconds. Finally, it was Brit who said, "Okay, we made it." The rest let out a long breath after hearing this. Yeah, it worked. The old man probably won't be able to come out again. Maybe. They were talking, and in the end, they all turned their heads in unison, looking at the huge suspended chamber in the air. After a few moments of silence again, Kiwo pursed her lips and said, "The Foundation, what kind of organization is it?" Brit heard her words, thought for a few seconds, then sighed and said, "I think the Foundation should be the kind of organization that will use any method, or in other words, inhumane methods, to achieve its goals." Chapter 126, Chapter 125, Target 0081 One Step Closer. Thank you, Rajat Singh, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. I think this foundation should be the kind of organization that will use any method to achieve its goals, or in other words, unscrupulous organizations. After Brit finished speaking, the others widened their eyes slightly, they were shocked. But when they thought about it, they felt that what Brit said was reasonable. 9 out of 10 things the Foundation does are as Brit said. To achieve their goal, they will do whatever it takes. After all, aren't they, the players, with their identities in the game like guinea pigs? In other words, they, like the man on the monitoring screen just now, are assets that can be disposed of at any time. I don't know what kind of organization the Foundation is. Is it evil? A good organization? Or something else? Kiwo looked at the room in the hall outside, her face was full of curiosity. Although the others didn't speak, their expressions showed the same doubts. Even countless viewers in the stream at this moment are also full of curiosity about the background of the game. The Foundation is too mysterious. I only know that it contains many monsters, but I don't know anything else. I admire the production team for being able to design such a mysterious organization and contain so many things beyond people's imagination. They are awesome. I want to see the game background. I'm afraid only the game administrator and those who have beaten the game can know all the answers. Time passed imperceptibly. About a minute later, Brit in the game took a deep breath and showed a smile on his face. Okay. Don't think too much about other things, let's complete another goal now. It's one step closer to beating the game, isn't it? The others also let out a sigh of relief when they heard his words. Throwing away other thoughts in their minds, they spoke one after another. Yes, one step closer. Let's go. It's time to leave. Ah, we finally completed another small goal, and I can go to the next stop. All 4 of them felt a burst of relief in their minds. After all, the old man has been taken in, so there will be one less threat in the next area. Presumably, passing through will be much smoother. Before leaving, they carefully looked at the observation room again. After confirming that nothing was overlooked, they were ready to leave directly. However, before he was about to leave, Vale's face turned pale again, and then a hideous expression appeared. Damn it, I saw that disgusting thing again. *T. After he finished cursing, he suddenly felt a restlessness in his body. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. Vale. Ah. What is wrong? The group looked at Vale worriedly. They understood that Vale not only suffers from the side effects of being enhanced but also suffers from the abnormal effect of the cowbell. With the superposition of the 2 abnormal effects, Vale's condition is likely to be very bad. Vale took a few violent breaths, then waved his hand. It's okay, I just saw that thing again. That thing is scared, it runs away when it is scared, and now I feel that my body is hurting again, tisk. Hearing this, Brit put his hand on Vale's shoulder, with a serious expression on his face. Vale, you need to leave the game first. I mean it. You can't hold on any longer. Vale reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth. It's fine, as long as we can finish the game, it's worth it. Brit, Kiwo, and RT looked at each other, and they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Hey! Let's go! Let's hurry! Since Vale is unwilling to quit the game early, they must finish the game as soon as possible because Vale's state will get worse. Soon, the four of them officially set off. When they returned to the hoisted steel walkway in the storage hall outside, Kiwo looked at the top of the suspended storage room next to her and asked, "Is that all right? Won't the old man come out again?" The others also looked at the room, and they all shook their heads when they heard this. Brit said, "I don't know if this will work, but since it is written in the document, it should be effective. The old man should not be able to come out, at least temporarily." Kiwo nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Then the group didn't stay for too long and soon set off again, leaving the old man containment area. When they got back to the wall with the hole, the group stopped again. They reviewed the current situation. First off, they got a level 5 keycard. This means that next, they should be able to open any door that requires a swipe card. It is almost unimpeded throughout the site, but that doesn't mean their mission ends here. Next, they have to do another thing. That is, go to the room where SCP-008 is located and resolve its malfunctions. Then, the blockade of the checkpoint to the office area can be opened. They had passed the checkpoint to the office area before, but at the time they didn't have a level 5 keycard, let alone fix the glitch in 008's chamber. So, at that time, they could only look at the checkpoint but not enter. But it's all right now, they've got the keycards, and they're just short of fixing 008's glitch. After solving it, they can pass the checkpoint and go to the last area of the game, the office area. Once there, they will be close to finishing the game. Okay. Let's go. After summarizing the situation and checking the equipment and items again, Brit set off first, and Kiwo followed closely behind. The four of them approached the untouched area according to the route they had imagined. During this time, the four again passed through the hall where SCP-966 is located. Even after putting on their night vision goggles, they could still see the corpses of a few sleep killers. After seeing their corpses, Brit suddenly remembered his experience in the area of the Plague Doctor. He shook his head and said with emotion, "To be fair, if it hadn't been for these sleep killers, I might have been killed by the Plague Doctor." The others looked at Brit curiously, and he explained it to them. It turned out that when he was in the Plague Doctor containment chamber, to be immune to the Plague Doctor death touch effect, Brit wore the jaded ring, and the negative effect of the jaded ring was too strong. Brit remembers very clearly that he seemed to be lying next to the Plague Doctor at that time, closing his eyes and trying to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep. The reason he couldn't fall asleep was that he had suffered an attack from the sleep killer. Now that he thinks about it, if he had fallen asleep, it would have been game over, and the group might have met a zombie version of him. The others immediately felt that Brit was very lucky after hearing his story. Kiwo couldn't help sighing. From this point of view, any small design in this game has its purpose. Brit nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, but even if there is no attack from the sleep killer, the player should be able to resist the negative effect of the ring, otherwise, the game will not be finished." Okay, let's go. The next target is 008. Chapter 127, Chapter 126, SCP-469, Many-Winged Angel. Thank you, creature, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. The entire game map can be divided into several large areas. First, the Light Foundation area. Second, the Heavy Foundation area. Third, the Office area. In each game map area, you must complete some corresponding tasks before going to the next area. The group has finished the Light Foundation area, so now their current location is the Heavy Foundation area. The task in the Heavy Foundation area is to get the level 4 keycard, then get the level 5 keycard, and then proceed toward the SCP-008 containment room. After solving the containment room, they can pass through the checkpoint and go to the office area. Of course, after going to the office area, there will be a task to complete. And after the office area, there is the surface area. But when they reached the surface area, it almost meant that the group had nearly beaten the game. All of this information is written in the guide on the forum. It is a simple way to beat the game, and it helped the group a lot. Although, on the whole, this did not speed up the progress of the game, it gave them a goal so that they would not be lost wandering around. It has been of great help to them. At this moment, the group has successfully obtained the level 5 keycard, and they're trying to find the containment chamber for SCP-008. It's just that the guide didn't elaborate on what SCP-008 is, so the group still felt a little apprehensive, for fear of encountering some crazy SCP. Oh, where is SCP-008? We've been looking for it for about 10 minutes. Kiwo walked into a passage and wailed. We should be able to find it soon. This game isn't like that, you need to take your time. Brit walked in the front, and when he heard Kiwo's voice, he shook his head helplessly and said. RT and Vale walked behind. The four of them were now in a passage lit by two dim emergency lights. Their speed was not fast, because the area in front of them was an unfamiliar one that had never been set foot in before. We have to be careful, the plague doctor should still be looking for us, Brit said again. After they left the holding area of the old man, they quickly returned to the hall of the sleep killer. Then, after stopping for a while, they chose the path that they had never stepped on before and left the hall. Shortly after stepping into the unfamiliar area, the four of them almost met the plague doctor again. Brit detected it with the NAV in advance, so they escaped the catastrophe. After escaping, they let out a sigh of relief. After all, the plague doctor is scary. After it touches you, you will die. Who isn't afraid of that? After escaping from the danger, the group's vigilance increased significantly. Along the way, Brit rarely let the NAV out of his hands. Fortunately, they never came across any dangerous SCP afterward. However, the room of SCP-008, the place they were looking for, has never been found. The door is about to open again, everyone be careful. After a while, Brit spoke. They had come to the end of the passage, and there was a push-button metal door in front of them, and the group sighed mentally. Having progressed to this point, they don't know how many times they have experienced similar scenes. Every time they open a door, they have to be mentally prepared to face any dangerous situation. This place is the heavy containment area, it is full of all kinds of terrifying SCPs. No one knows what's behind the door, not even the NAV can detect all dangers. I'm opening the door. Brit spoke softly again. After the others nodded, Brit lightly pressed the button. After the button was pressed, the metal door opened, and what appeared in front of them was a room of about 10 square meters, with bright lights. There were filing cabinets, computer desks, and some instruments whose specific uses were not known. And in the depths of the room, there was a metal door. When Brit and the others saw this room, they suddenly understood something. Without a doubt, the room in front of them, in all likelihood, was another observation room like the one before. It was the same as the SCP-017 room, the metal door at the back of the room should lead to an unknown chamber. It seems that we have encountered a new SCP again. This time I don't know what it is. Brit whispered. The others also nodded their heads, each with curiosity and nervousness on their faces. Curiosity about what this new SCP is, and nervousness because, as long as it is contained in the heavy containment area, it is extremely dangerous. They don't know what is waiting for them in front of them, it could be a person, it could be a monster, it could even be something else. Let's go. Go in and have a look. Brit entered the room first. The rest stepped into the room one after another without hesitation. After all, there was only one road ahead, and detours didn't exist. After the 4 people entered the room, the first thing they saw was a sign on the wall, and it was a red flag. As for what red represents, the group knew very well, and a few unconsciously became a little nervous. Brit came to the wall first, looking at the sign on the wall with a serious expression. Item number, SCP-469. Object Class, Keter. In the logo, besides the number and class of the SCP, its photo was also given, and that photo made the group frown unconsciously. They saw that in the photo, there was a mass of white feathers. The white feathers looked very clean, and it seemed to be wrapping something. Without the files, the group couldn't even guess what the name of the ball of white feathers was, or what kind of abnormal properties it had. This is SCP-469. Kiwo frowned slightly, her expression full of confusion. After watching for a few seconds, Kiwo pursed her lips, as if she was holding back some words. But a few seconds later, she couldn't bear it anymore. I know it's dangerous, but it looks beautiful. Kiwo's face was a little conflicted, it was a feeling of both liking and fear. The others next to her also nodded in deep agreement. Well said, Kiwo. Regardless of its nature, if you just look at the appearance, the white feathers in the photo are beautiful. If I have to describe it, it looks like several pairs of white feather wings curled up together. The feathers are shiny and smooth, they look downright charming. However, Brit and the others were deeply aware that the more beautiful and harmless something is, the more likely it is that it's incredibly dangerous. After watching for a while, Brit said, "Let's look for it. The file of SCP-469 should be in this room." The group spread out and searched carefully. Soon, Brit found a file in a cabinet in the room. After looking at the file, Brit was surprised. Item number, SCP-469, Many-Winged Angel. Object Class, Keter. Chapter 128, Chapter 127, Many-Winged Angel. Thank you, Alberto Catalan, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. Item number, SCP-469, Many-Winged Angel. Object Class, Keter. Looking at the file, surprise intensified on Brit's face. Come here, everyone, the file is here. Brit waved to them, and the group quickly surrounded him. When the 4 looked at the file, the more they looked, the more surprised they became. Item number, SCP-469, Many-Winged Angel. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-469 appears to be a gargantuan mound of large avian wings with white, glossy feathers, curled into a massive ball measuring 8.84 m, 29 feet, in diameter and weighing several tons. Each wing varies in size and span, ranging from a few centimeters to several meters, with the largest estimated to be at least 5.3 m, 173.8 feet, in length, and branch off one another in seemingly random, fractal-like arrays. X-rays have revealed the wings to possess long chains of small, vertebrae-like bones as opposed to the few long bones in a typical avian wing, allowing each wing to have exceptional flexibility akin to a snake. These chains of bones can also lock together to form a more rigid structure to aid in flight or defense. At the center of the mass is a large humanoid creature, approximately 6 m, 19.6 foot in height, curled up into a fetal position, to which all the wings are attached at its spine. Further details regarding this humanoid are unknown, as the density of both the wings and its body make it difficult to study remotely. SCP-469 appears to feed exclusively on sound waves, using the energy gained from sound to grow newer and bigger wings and feathers, as well as repairing damaged ones. The louder the sound and/or the higher the frequency, the faster SCP-469 grows. Though it can be sustained by any sound, it seems to have a preference for rhythmic/musical noises, especially those produced by bells. See Incident Log 469-01. SCP-469 itself, however, seems to make no noise whatsoever due to the sound-absorbing structure of its plumage. Any human or animal that touches or gets too close to the surface of the creature will be quickly enveloped by the outstretching wings and drawn inside. Despite the feather's soft appearance, each barb has a sharp point that quickly pierces through clothing and into bare flesh, releasing a potent mix of stimulants that immediately activates the pain receptors in the victim's body, with additional stimulants keeping the victim from passing out too quickly. This is done to make the victim scream loudly, thus feeding SCP-469 even more until the victim either passes out or dies of blood loss and or suffocation from being buried beneath newly grown wings. SCP-469 is responsible for the loss of 4 personnel this way. Touching SCP-469 with dead or non-living objects does not have the same effect, though it actively resists any attempt to physically penetrate its core body. All termination methods of SCP-469 have been unsuccessful. Flamethrowers were initially used, but the noise from the discharging propellant as well as the crackling flames gave SCP-469 the energy to grow faster than it could be destroyed. Cutting and slicing instruments, due to their close range, resulted in failure and the loss of 2 agents. Acid immersion is being suggested. My God! It's so beautiful, but it's so scary. After reading the file, Kiwo was the first to exclaim, and the others followed suit. According to the description in the file, SCP-469 is a monster with white wings that feeds on sound. Although outwardly it seems beautiful, it captures and tortures victims, making them scream for a long time, which is truly chilling. This is not an angel, at least not the angels people have always imagined. In a way, it is an outright winged demon. Not only was the group shocked, but the viewers in the stream also saw the file, and each of them was equally shocked. WTF! It's an angel. Damn, I was looking forward to it when I first saw the name Many-Winged Angel, but now that I see it, I have goosebumps. It's so strange to use sound as a food source, and I'm a little scared for no reason. What's going on? Whoa, damn! I don't know why, but I suddenly became very curious about the appearance of the Many-Winged Angel. If its wings are fully unfolded, what will it look like inside? It must be a big monster. In the game. Kiwo shook her head quickly, a frightened expression on her face. I don't know, this angel is so scary. Although it's beautiful, it's just so scary. RT, next to her, scratched his head and said, could this be the same as that? Ah, right, shadow person, right? Could it be similar? What do we have to complete to get through? Brit shook his head, I don't know. Let's search the room. Maybe there will be some clues, such as documents or something. The 4 of them searched the room for a while. However, after looking around, they did not find any useful clues. Damn it, there was no hint at all, RT shouted. Brit was also confused. Judging from various indications, this area is very similar to the shadow person area. However, they found a hint in that area. But in this area, there is no hint. What is this? Can they go another way? But there is only one road here, where else can they go besides going this way? The 4 stood in the room looking at each other, and even the viewers in the stream were confused. Finally, Brit looked at the metal door they came in through. The door had not been closed yet, and the dim passage outside could still be seen, which meant the containment area was not sealed. Perhaps, there is no other way to go. Brit muttered, then he looked at the metal door at the back of the room. After thinking about it, he took out the level 5 keycard again. Perhaps we should open the door of the containment room and see, Brit said softly and walked to the metal door deep in the room. Seeing this, the others became a little nervous. After all, SCP-469 is not a benevolent entity. However, thinking about it carefully, Brit's approach was their only choice. Because they couldn't turn back, right? There was no other way. Coupled with the fact that they had a level 5 keycard, they could travel unimpeded. So, before making the next decision, they had to see what was going on in the containment room, right? Maybe there was a way out? Thinking of this, the three silently followed Brit. After the three of them took a deep breath, Vale said, "Brit, open it." Brit nodded. However, before opening it, Brit gave another warning, "Be quiet, remember to be quiet. We will try not to make any noise after the door is opened." After all three nodded, Brit took the keycard and swiped it lightly on the card reader next to the metal door. After a beep, the metal door opened. But the next moment, the group couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, Area Require Absolute Silence. Thank you, Acid Yak, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. Apart from opening the containment room to take a look, the group has no better option for now. All four gathered around the metal gate, and after everyone was ready, Brit used the keycard to swipe it on the card reader next to it. After the beep, the metal door opened, and Brit's eyes widened. What caught everyone's attention was a huge room with fairly bright lights. In the middle of the room, a cluster of white wings occupied at least half of the area. These white wings were bright and supple, and under the lights, they looked beautiful. However, the group knew how dangerous these white wings were. The main reason the group stared wide-eyed was a looming figure among the wings. Strictly speaking, only his face was visible, the rest of his body was hidden among the wings. He kept screaming. As the group opened the metal door, his screams reached their ears, shrill and piercing. Having read the file, the group understood that this man was the prey accidentally caught by SCP-469. The wings stimulate his pain nerves, causing him to experience unprecedented pain, while SCP-469 eats his screams, growing stronger. Even after a while, the group keenly noticed that the wings of SCP-469 had grown slightly larger. Oh God! As they took in the scene, the group couldn't help but swallow hard. After several seconds, Brit said in a low voice, "It seems that we have to walk through the room." He paused, then stared. As he spoke, he saw that the wings closest to the metal door grew, extending toward them. The others stared wide-eyed, while Vale and RT exclaimed subconsciously, F***ck. It's understandable if they didn't speak. But after they exclaimed, the wings immediately expanded significantly and extended some distance toward them. Seeing this, Brit quickly covered his mouth and frantically gestured to the others. They understood and held their hands over their mouths, suppressing their breathing to the minimum. Brit quietly raised the keycard. Then, vigilant, he looked at SCP-469 and quietly swiped the card. After the beep, the metal door closed again. At that moment, the group seemed to see that the wings of SCP-469 appeared to grow a bit more. Damn! Brit exhaled slowly, and the others did the same. The four of them looked at each other in blank dismay, then leaned against the wall simultaneously, sweating profusely without realizing it. What should we do? SCP-469 is sensitive to sound, even a little noise can stimulate it. Kiwo said with a bitter expression. Vale's face was pale. After a moment of thought, he said, "If it doesn't work, we'll have to force our way through. I'll try to stop that thing. I can't last long anyway." Brit shook his head and said, "It's probably impossible to break in by force, that thing is too sensitive to sound. If we try to force our way, we might get caught." After Brit finished, RT added, "I agree with Vale. The concern is that we have to go through the room." Hearing this, they fell into silence. When the metal door opened just now, they all saw the scene inside. Besides SCP-469, there was also a large hole in the opposite wall, similar to the chamber in SCP-513, caused by unknown factors. But one thing was certain, this was their only way out. At this point, the group realized that the SCP-469 area did not need to provide any game hints, because players only needed to open the door and look, they would immediately understand what to do next. In other words, this was an area requiring absolute silence. Since the game set this up, then it's not a dead end. Let's be careful, we should be able to pass, Brit said. Compared to the hole in the wall here, the hole in the SCP-513 room seemed safer. After all, there, at least, players wouldn't have to worry about making too much noise all the time. But no matter how dangerous, they had to proceed. Moreover, since the game designed this level, it made no sense not to give players a way to survive. Presumably, if they are careful enough, they should be able to get through safely. After Brit finished speaking, they nodded in agreement. Equals. Meanwhile, viewers in the stream were engaged in a heated discussion. This is difficult. Damn. No wonder this game hasn't been beaten after so long, it's so tough. It's shocking. There's no other way. Brit, just go ahead, be careful, and there should be no problem. This is so exciting. Hahaha. Equals. While the viewers discussed, the group in the game also made their decision. Alright, everyone, get ready. We're setting off now. Brit clapped his hands lightly, took a deep breath, and adopted a serious expression. The others also took a deep breath, checked their gear carefully, and secured anything that might make noise. Are you ready? Brit asked, checking himself. After confirming, he looked at the others. All three nodded. Just as Brit was about to open the door, Vale suddenly patted Brit on the shoulder. If something happens, I'll deal with that thing. You don't need to worry about me, just go. Vale's face was pale, showing signs he was near his limit. After speaking, he coughed uncontrollably, faint blood was visible at the corner of his mouth. The others looked at him with complicated expressions, but none of them argued. Soon, Brit nodded and said, Okay, we'll go. But I hope we can all leave together. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, Awakened. Thank you, Mohammed Mayao, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Vale's condition is extremely bad, his face is almost pale. The side effects of being enhanced, coupled with the abnormal properties of SCP-513, superimpose the two effects. Vale's ability to last until now is very impressive. Strictly speaking, Vale still has the abnormal properties of SCP-966, but those properties are not reflected. After all, Vale doesn't need to sleep. If you don't need to sleep, then there is no problem of mental distress due to insomnia. Like Vale, Brit also suffers from the abnormal nature of SCP-966, but as long as he doesn't sleep, he can ignore this. No matter what, I hope we can all reach the final step. Come on. In front of the room, Brit patted Vale's shoulder and then stretched out his hand. Vale grinned and placed his hand on it, followed by Kiwo and RT. The four looked at each other and then shouted in unison, Hurrah! The viewers in the stream room saw this scene and sent out "Let's go," one after another. For a while, the entire stream room was filled with "Let's go." Okay, I'm going to open the door and check one last time. Also, remember not to make any noise after opening the door. Brit held the keycard, his expression becoming solemn. Vale, Kiwo, and RT quickly checked their equipment again. After making sure everything was ready, they nodded at the same time. Open it. I'm ready. Set off. Brit nodded, then swiped the keycard lightly. The metal door opened, revealing the scene inside the room again. Huge white wings were curled up together, occupying at least half of the room. Moreover, because the door opened with sound, the wings grew slightly larger. Additionally, the man who screamed just now was dead, his body thrown on the ground near the center of the wings. Both eyes were wide open, and blood was all over his body. Judging by his attire, he appears to be a site researcher or similar. No one knows how he got caught. The group watched this and unconsciously became nervous. But none of them are newbies anymore, despite their nerves, they kept their mouths tightly shut, no sound at all. According to the file, SCP-469 does not devour flesh and blood, its food is only sounds. So, although the man's body was pierced by the sharp feathers and blood flowed across the ground, his body was not missing any parts. However, even with a whole body left behind, in a sense, falling into the hands of SCP-469 might be as dangerous as falling into the hands of SCP-173 or other SCPs. At the very least, the peanut kills people simply and neatly. The killing of the many-winged angel involves slow torture, squeezing out the potential to make a sound before giving up. Compared to that kind of torture, it is better to die cleanly. Let's go. Brit made a lip gesture to the group, and the trio nodded. Then Brit took the lead and stepped into the room, with the rest following closely. Their footsteps were extremely slow, it took several seconds to take each step to avoid making noise as much as possible. Once inside, they could see the huge wings next to them, reflecting the light slightly. If it didn't kill people, it would be beautiful and evoke joy just to look at it. The group knows that this beautiful wing is actually a demon that cannibalizes people without spitting out their bones. What a pity! Damn! Brit lowered his voice and exhaled very slowly. He stopped to rest briefly, the others did the same. Nervousness and apprehension were evident on their faces, with beads of sweat forming on everyone's forehead. The four of them looked at SCP-469 nearby, then at the exit ahead, and sighed unconsciously. They had been walking for nearly a minute before finally reaching the middle of the room, still a few meters from the hole on the opposite side. At this moment, SCP-469 was curled up not far from them. Its dense white wings were piled together, resembling a ball made of feathers. Many wings extended from their feet, and items were scattered across the ground. They had to be very careful when walking over. Despite their caution, the group, including Brit, remained uneasy. According to the files, any human who gets too close to or touches SCP-469 will be attacked. Although they tried their best to avoid contact, they were so close that it was uncertain whether they might provoke the SCP's hostility. Although the surface of these white wings looked very soft and seemed harmless, they were convinced that if annoyed, these wings could become unstoppable weapons. The file states that all attempts by the Foundation to eliminate SCP-469 have failed, highlighting its formidable power. Time passed slowly. After a moment, Brit raised his hand lightly, signaling the others to move. Step by step, the exit on the opposite side drew closer. Tension grew, and the many-winged angel beside them hovered slightly, as if ready to lunge at any moment. Viewers watching the stream also watched nervously, some sweating for the group. After 2 minutes, they finally approached the exit. Near the exit was concrete wreckage, any noise could attract attention. They looked uncertain but knew they had no choice but to proceed. Brit stepped onto the debris first, moving very carefully. Despite this, he made an extremely faint sound, which attracted the many-winged angel nearby, some wings extending in their direction. Fortunately, Brit managed to exit without incident and stood outside the passage. He immediately waved to signal the others to come out. They held their breaths and exited one by one. Thankfully, the process went smoothly. Kiwo and RT came out successfully. However, as Vale at the back was about to exit, he saw a thin figure at the edge of the hole. The strange man stretched his head, stared with wide eyes, and reached out with large palms toward Vale. Holy! Vale, startled by the sudden appearance and the tense environment, shouted instinctively. His shout triggered a chain reaction. The wing closest to Vale grew rapidly, extending to his feet almost instantly, wrapping around him. Simultaneously, the wing inside the room moved and rushed toward Vale. As the curled wings opened, those outside the hole were stunned. The first word that came to mind was awakened. It seemed SCP-469 had been awakened. Chapter 131, Chapter 130, The Angel Spreads Its Wings. No one thought that just as they were about to succeed and leave the room, an accident would happen when Vale was walking nearby. They didn't understand what was happening when he suddenly yelled. The sound of his yell spread, stimulating the many-winged angel, and a large number of wings rushed toward Vale. Additionally, Brit noticed that the curled-up wings of the angel seemed to tend to spread out, and this discovery made Brit feel terrified. "Oh, crikey!" Brit cursed. Under certain special circumstances, SCP-469 enters an awakened state. In this state, the angel will spread its wings, and some changes will occur, possibly terrible things. However, the file didn't specify the details, as they were redacted. Even so, the redacted information is likely not good. Anyway, the first impression this gave Brit was that SCP-469 would become extremely terrifying after entering the awakened state. Although he didn't know how bad it would be, he definitely didn't want to experience it himself. "Quick, Vale! Come!" Brit's thoughts raced, and he yelled immediately. But Vale did not rush out of the room as quickly as Brit expected. It's not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The wings were moving too fast. Before he had a chance to react, they had already trapped him. Vale couldn't escape, even if he wanted to. Kiwo and RT were also spooked. They were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. After struggling for a few seconds, Vale, trapped in the room, realized he couldn't break free, so he shouted back, "Go away! Leave me alone!" After shouting, Vale moved his arms, tearing at the wings frantically. His strength was considerable, and many feathers were torn off. However, this did little good because the wings regenerated faster than Vale could rip them off. They were not fragile, they entwined tightly around Vale. Even with his strength, he couldn't break free. No matter how hard he tried or how frantically he tore at the wings, it was useless. The regeneration was too rapid, and more wings kept growing. In the end, most of his body was covered by wings. While entangled and covered, Vale also felt many sharp, thorn-like things piercing his skin. After piercing, these small thorn-like structures began to secrete a lecithin-like substance. Soon, Vale felt a sharp pain emanating from the areas where he was trapped. The pain was so intense that he couldn't help but wail. With each cry, the angel in the center of the room also showed faint signs of being exposed. The white wings wrapped around its body had already unfolded several layers, and its true face seemed close to being fully revealed. At this critical moment, Brit, standing in the passage outside, suddenly remembered something. He quickly took off the gas mask he was carrying, along with the jaded ring. He intended to throw them to Vale, hoping he could test whether Vale could resist the angel of myriad wings. But before he could throw the items, Vale's voice came from the room, "Ah, go away. It's useless. It hurts so much. Brit, hurry. I've reached my limit. Don't waste any items, just go." Vale's eyes were bloodshot. After shouting, blood flowed from his mouth. Seeing this, the three outside immediately understood that Vale had reached his limit. The side effects of his enhancements had rendered him unable to resist any longer. Brit couldn't bear it, but after a moment of hesitation, he grit his teeth and shouted, "Vale! Quit the game as soon as possible. We're leaving." Brit quickly packed away the items. Now that Vale had reached his limit, there was no point in persisting. Their only goal now was to finish the game quickly. "Let's go," Brit said to Kiwo and RT with a grim expression. However, just as he finished speaking, they heard another scream from the room. The three of them instinctively turned their heads and widened their eyes. They saw that the room was already filled with wings. Vale was wrapped in countless wings, even his head was entangled. The feathers pierced his skin, injecting toxins that caused him extreme pain. On the surface of the many-winged angel, the layers of wings had unfolded completely, filling the entire room. With Vale's screams, those wings continued to grow. At the same time, something was beginning to change. The group saw with their own eyes that the wings left deep marks on the thick walls of the room as they passed. This demonstrated how tough and sharp those wings had become. But this was not the most shocking part. The most astonishing thing was the body of the many-winged angel. After the wings spread, its true form was finally revealed. Although mostly covered by wings, they could faintly see its face. Seeing its true face, Brit felt a wave of shock and fear deep in his heart. What was its body like? If he had to describe it, it was an extremely hideous, repulsive, and twisted monster-like creature. Its terrifying eyes, enormous mouth, distorted face, and sharp teeth made it horrifying. Oh, my God! This is an angel! The angel spreads its wings, but the devil inside. The three of them were stunned and didn't even consider leaving. At this critical moment, Vale, still entangled in the wings, suddenly struggled free, lifting his head. His face was bloodied, and his eyes were bloodshot. With his remaining hand, he plucked out a few feathers from his neck. Go! Go away! Vale yelled. Effing damn it, I can't hold on anymore. I'm quitting the game. Chapter 132, Chapter 131, Demon Angel. Thank you, Archierarchs, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Everyone, I can't hold on anymore. I'm leaving the game. Vale shouted. The pain in his voice is noticeable, and there's blood all over his face. After yelling, he immediately quit the game and returned to the dark area where the game lobby is located. However, although Vale has quit the game, his body is still in the game and is still screaming. The game system maintains this automatically. However, this situation will not last long. Soon, Vale's body will die. On the other side, after hearing Vale shout, the group reacted. The three of them stared at the room in horror, feeling as if their worldview had been subverted. The wings of the many-winged angel are extremely beautiful. Therefore, people tend to think it must be a kind creature, most likely a beautiful one. But no one expected that beneath such beautiful wings, there would be a terrifying, monster-like body. This not only made them feel that their worldview had been shattered but also made viewers in the stream feel that their minds had been twisted. Oh my God! What the F***ck is that? FK? Is it too terrifying? It is so scary. **T, I'm going to throw up. It's horrible. I didn't expect the body of this thing to look like that. Run. In the game, after Vale exited, SCP-469 was still tormenting his body. Because Vale's body was still screaming, it did not immediately attack the fleeing group. Once they realized this, they finally remembered to run away. Brit turned around, sweating profusely, and pushed Kiwo and RT violently. Run! Kiwo and RT, also frightened, responded immediately to his words. They turned around and ran, choosing a random direction. But just 2 seconds after they started running, SCP-469 in the room suddenly let out a scream. The screams made their eardrums tingle, and because the scream was so sudden, the group was immediately taken aback. Among them, Kiwo staggered and fell. Ah! Kiwo clenched her painful knee, her face full of fear and tension, and looked back subconsciously. Brit and RT saw that Kiwo had fallen and quickly turned back to help her. However, the three froze in place because they saw the angel emerge from the hole in the wall of its chamber. The tough, sharp wings even enlarged the hole, scattering concrete debris all around. The surging white wings filled the entire circular passage. Due to their movement, the entire passage began to shatter and collapse. As for Vale, he was completely dead. His corpse was severely damaged, with 9 out of 10 parts thrown onto the ground. Doesn't it, eat sounds? RT grinned and said intermittently. Brit, who was next to him, suddenly snapped out of his stupor and, ignoring RT, quickly pulled up Kiwo and shouted, "Run! The three of them ignored the SCP's nature and ran wildly. Kiwo even showed her resilience, the pain in her leg didn't bother her at all. After they ran, the SCP behind them let out another ear-piercing scream. The sound pierced their eardrums, causing the group to tremble uncontrollably. And the countless viewers in the stream seemed to be right there in the scene, their minds filled with fear. Go! Scary! Brit, run! RT! Kiwo! Brit! Come on! Run, run! This is much more difficult than the SCP-017 area. This F***ed up SCP is a devil disguised as an angel. After SCP-469 screamed, it rushed toward the group with its many wings hovering in the air. Using its wings as legs, it quickly chased them. Along the way, the concrete walls in the passage were scratched into countless cracks by its wings, causing concrete fragments to shatter and fly everywhere. All this time, the wings of the SCP continued to grow. The sounds of the groups running and the destruction of the surrounding walls provided nutrients for its growth. It thrived on these sounds. No one knows where the limit of the angel with wings is. They feel that if enough sound is provided, it could grow indefinitely. The group was extremely helpless, panic and despair taking over. There was no doubt they couldn't fight head-to-head with the SCP. In this state, a single wing of the SCP could easily kill all three. At this moment, Brit already had a premonition that their jaded ring was useless in this situation. Its function is to grant immunity to some abnormal properties, like the touch-death effect of the Plague Doctor, but it does not protect against physical destruction. Brit didn't think that simply wearing the jaded ring would allow him to resist the angel's wings. Trying that would be a sure way to court death. In addition to the jaded ring, the three of them had another item, SCP-1499. This item is useful in this situation, it allows them to escape to another dimension, and the many-winged angel wouldn't be able to pursue them, no matter how powerful it is. However, only one person can wear the mask at a time. Who knows if the many-winged angel will stay put? If they return when the time comes and it hasn't left yet, they'd be screwed. So, considering everything, the three of them can only run. The sound of their escape, along with the sounds of the chase, would only make the SCP grow stronger, creating a vicious cycle. They are overwhelmed with fear and helplessness. Chapter 133, Chapter 132, SCP-096. Plus my YT Gaming Channel. Plus my YT Story Channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakak132dpq or Sokdavid Story. Thank you, Hydro, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. The three ran away frantically. No matter where they were, the many-winged angel was still chasing after them. The three of them ran wildly, occasionally looking back, but when they saw the terrifying appearance of the SCP that a mother can only love, their speed unconsciously accelerated a bit. In fact, the three felt a little rejoiced. What were they lucky about? They were glad this was inside the site facility. Because it was inside the site, the space here was not too big, so the SCP could not move properly. But if this were the outside world, there would be no doubt that it would catch all three of them in no time. After all, no matter how ugly it was, its wings were the real deal. If it were in an open space, it would be able to fly to them, and its flying speed would be faster than their running speed. Now, inside the facility, there was a passageway blocking it with concrete, so its speed couldn't be too fast. Which means they were not hopeless, if they kept their speed up, they could survive. Hurry up! After running for a while, the three arrived at the metal door at the end of the passage. When Brit pressed the button, the door opened, and they rushed through. After passing, Brit quickly pressed the button again to close the metal door. Before the door closed, they could still see the countless flying white wings in the passage behind the door, as well as the hideous face in the middle of the wings. That face was staring at the three of them, opening its mouth and roaring. The sound was distorted and sharp. All three of them were very pale. The shock brought on by the SCP was substantial. It was so strong that even after the metal door was closed, they remained frozen in place for a moment. It wasn't until the door made crashing sounds that they suddenly snapped out of it and turned around to run wildly. While running, RT shouted loudly, "WTF! Doesn't this thing eat sounds? This F***ing thing produces and eats itself. Damn it!" Brit shook his head upon hearing that and said, "Who knows? Even if it grows and eats, we have no choice but to run." After Brit finished speaking, Kiwo, who was next to him, shouted out of breath, "It did it, wake up." Kiwo remembered that, according to the SCP file, under certain conditions, the SCP could enter an awakened state. Fully spreading its wings was at least one of the features. After entering this state, the SCP would change, though the specific changes were not detailed in the file. After Kiwo finished speaking, Brit nodded and responded, "Yes. It must be awakened." Brit thought of this when the SCP was still in the chamber. At the time, he wasn't entirely sure, but now he was certain, the creature had entered an awakened state. Damn it! We're out of luck. Hearing Kiwo and Brit, RT looked despondent. The three ran away gloomily. Before they reached the end, the metal door in the distance behind them was smashed into pieces with a bang. Without looking back, they knew it was the SCP that had emerged. "Faster! Faster! Faster!" Brit shouted anxiously. When they reached the end again, Brit quickly pressed the button, and the metal door opened. After entering, Brit swiftly closed the door behind them. At this moment, Kiwo suddenly noticed the gas mask on Brit. She was startled and shouted almost without hesitation, "Brit! If that angel catches up later, you should use your mask to escape. RT and I will leave the game." After that, Kiwo immediately looked at RT, "What do you think, RT?" RT was slightly taken aback, then looked at the gas mask. His eyes lit up, and he said, "That's right. There's still that mask. Hahaha. I forgot about it. There's still a chance. Brit, put on the mask when the time comes." Brit was about to say something when the metal door beside them shook again, and their expressions suddenly changed. "Run!" Brit hurriedly said. Just after shouting, Brit suddenly remembered something and added, "That's right. The processed gas mask can provide unlimited stamina." Kiwo and RT were surprised upon hearing this, then immediately recalled the processed gas mask. Their faces lit up with surprise. The processed gas mask could give everyone unlimited physical strength, perfect for escaping. They had temporarily forgotten about it in the urgency of the moment. Quickly, each person put on a mask. Because of the strenuous effort, all three were sweating. But once they donned the masks, they suddenly felt they had inexhaustible strength. After equipping the masks, the trio set off again. The passage was straight, but there was a metal door at the end and a right turn in the middle. "Let's go to the right!" Brit shouted. They hurried into the right passage. When they reached the end and opened the metal door, they froze. Before them was no longer just a passage but a checkpoint hall. Two metal doors stood side by side in the middle. The display screen on the wall between them was still on, showing that the checkpoint was locked. The failure of SCP-008 had to be resolved before they could pass through these doors into the third area, the office zone. "Damn it," RT muttered, depressed. Brit and Kiwo looked helpless. While reaching a checkpoint was good, they couldn't get in. They were now running for their lives. How could they afford to waste time trying to find the SCP-008 chamber? "Hey! Let's go!" Brit waved his hand and prepared to leave. From the checkpoint, it was clear there were multiple such points in this heavy containment area. They had encountered one before. It's just that they couldn't access it at the time, they could only watch. And now, they could do nothing but wait. They sighed internally. Just as they were about to leave, Kiwo's eyes lit up with an idea. She looked back at the checkpoint hall, eager to try. Brit, do you think we can let the many-winged angel destroy the metal gate? Let it open the way for us, and we'll go to the office area. Brit and RT looked slightly surprised. Before they could respond, Kiwo shook her head dejectedly. Oh, definitely not. That thing isn't a fool. It will catch us first. Brit and RT thought for a moment, then shook their heads and sighed. Although the many-winged angel was very powerful, it was not stupid. It wouldn't destroy the gate just to let them pass. Their plan to use it as a tool was doomed to fail. Move! Brit commanded, and the three set off again. They quickly left the passage and approached the previously unchosen metal door. When they opened it, they found a T-shaped hall behind it. After a moment of thought, they chose the passage on the right and continued running. The many-winged angel's sensitivity to sound seemed greatly heightened. Even at some distance, it could sense their movement. They could also vaguely feel it chasing them, so they had no choice but to keep running. After passing through a few more passages, they finally couldn't hear the creature's movements anymore, though they remained worried. After running for a while and reaching a new passage, they felt relieved. Ah! That angel is persistent, it chased us for so long. Kiwo shook her head and sighed. Brit and RT sighed helplessly as well. The many-winged angel in its awakened state was too tough. Without the processed gas masks, they would have been caught. Hey! Let's go find SCP-008's chamber as soon as possible. Brit exhaled, waved his hand, and led the way to the end of the passage. Kiwo and RT followed closely. All three wore masks that granted unlimited strength, so they didn't feel tired. There was no need to rest, they could keep moving. At the end of the passage, Brit pressed the button next to the metal door. It opened, revealing a slightly smaller aisle. To the right was a concrete wall, and to the left, it appeared to be a room with windows, metal doors, and various equipment. Brit entered first, followed by Kiwo and RT. As soon as they stepped inside, the door suddenly closed behind them, startling all three. Brit immediately ran over and pressed the button again, but the door did not respond. F***CK! RT exclaimed, eyes wide. Brit said simply, blocked. Kiwo, standing nearby, pointed to the room's window with a pale face, you guys, look. Brit and RT turned their heads to look simultaneously. They saw that their position just allowed them to see into the room through the window. Inside, they could see machinery and sophisticated instruments. But most striking was a strange, naked person in the room, exactly what Kiwo had been referring to. That person was very tall, with extremely long arms. He stood with his back to the window, appearing very thin, with little visible muscle. He stood silently, waiting for something. Is it a human, or an SCP? Kiwo asked in a whisper. Brit and RT shook their heads. Although they didn't know for certain, they felt that the figure was probably an SCP. What the heck is that? Brit murmured, tense. 2 seconds later, he suddenly remembered something. GPS. Brit quickly pulled out the super navigator. Looking down, he saw a flashing red dot on the device, indicating a warning. Next to the dot was the SCP's number, SCP-096. Chapter 134, Chapter 133, I really want to see what it looks like. Plus my YT gaming channel. Plus my YT story channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakakwok132dpq or Sokdavid story. The navigator can detect nearby dangerous SCPs and display their numbers. At this moment, the navigator in Brit's hand shows a red dot and a number, SCP-096. SCP-096. Brit stared at the navigator and couldn't help frowning, confusion clouding his mind. Kiwo and RT also surrounded him, so they saw the screen of the navigator. Like Brit, the two of them were confused about this new SCP. Is there any information about it in the guide? RT asked nervously. Brit shook his head upon hearing this and said, "No, there is no information about the contents of the heavy containment area in the guide, only a simple way to finish the level." RT's face suddenly showed a look of depression. Brit sighed, understanding RT's mood very well. In the current situation, it would be better if they knew the nature of the SCP. Even if the SCP is dangerous and difficult to deal with, at least they would be psychologically prepared. But since they don't know its nature, if they are not careful, it could mean death. After all, the game has progressed to this point, and they are aware that, regardless of what kind of SCP it is, it could be an extremely dangerous entity, for example, the many-winged angel. Who would have thought such a vicious monster was hidden beneath such beautiful wings? Thinking of this, Brit glanced into the window next to him. He saw that the tall, strange man was still standing with his back to the window, motionless. Brit was very vigilant and said softly, "Let's squat down first and move lightly." The two nodded. The three of them squatted down quietly and moved under the window of the room. After squatting, Brit looked around. He found that this aisle was not very long, and at the end was a metal door. But without trying, Brit knew the door would never open. Since it was blocked, they would need to complete a certain task before leaving. Next to them, the entrance to an adjacent room was a push-button metal door. This door should be able to open. After all, you can't let the player have no way to proceed, right? In addition, there was the lighting in the aisle. The lights flickered, indicating a poor connection. Alternating between light and dark, combined with the silent environment, would likely cause the player's psychological tension to increase unconsciously. "Perhaps we should go into the room and take a look," Brit suggested after surveying the area. Hearing this, Kiwo and RT suddenly looked surprised. But soon, they understood. At this point, they seemed to have no other choice but to enter the room. It was clear that this level was guiding the player to do so. What they needed to do would require going in and finding out. "Hey, why don't we get some hints from the game? We used to get hints when encountering new SCPs, like files or something," Kiwo said pitifully, with a bitter expression. Hearing this, Brit shook his head helplessly. "It's not like the SCPs we've encountered before. Maybe this one has escaped from its containment chamber." After speaking, Brit looked up at the window's position. He thought for a moment, then said, "This SCP looks like a human, perhaps it possesses intelligence and can communicate." As Brit finished speaking, RT immediately replied, with a sad look on his face, "Hey, that thing looks like a human, but it's still an SCP. Who knows if it's truly human?" "That's right, like the plague doctor. Doesn't it also look human? And it turned out to be abnormal." Brit shook his head. "Exactly. Maybe the one in the room is even more brutal and will attack us when we meet." The three fell silent, their faces filled with worry. After a few seconds, Kiwo spoke again, "Hey, Vale and Plumbella should be watching us now, right? It would be great if everyone was here. 2 more people could help us think of a way." Brit smiled wryly after hearing that. "Yeah, and what happened to Vale earlier must have been due to the abnormal properties of the cowbell." Initially, Brit didn't understand the reason. But now, he figured it out. Why did Vale have a mishap just as he was about to leave the room? The reason was simple: he was affected by the anomalous properties of the cowbell and saw the ghostly entity. Because the entity appeared so suddenly, Vale was taken aback, leading to a chain reaction of events. Of course, none of that matters now, since Vale has quit the game. Only 3 remain from the original team of 5. Moreover, these 3 are currently trapped in an unfamiliar area. Next to them is SCP-096, whose specific anomalous properties are unknown. What will happen next? Brit has no confidence. equals. As for the predicament the group was in, the viewers on the stream saw it as well. They posted eagerly in the chat, discussing the SCP-096 they had just seen. Is that a person? It could be human. Anyway, I think the SCP could be anything. Why do I feel my back tingling when I see that thing? The arms of SCP-096 are long. I don't know what it looks like from the front. I want to see what it looks like. I'm super curious. It's a new SCP. I don't think it's easy to mess with. Equals. A few seconds passed. The group looked at the chat in the stream and found that the viewers were just as clueless as they were. No one had a better solution to their current situation. Brit looked up at the window, then turned his head to look at the door to the nearby room. He took a deep breath and said, "That thing, or person, hasn't noticed us yet. I'll go in first. You wait outside and react accordingly." Seeing the worry on Kiwo and RT's faces, Brit reassured them, "Don't worry, the game won't give us an unsolvable puzzle. Going in doesn't necessarily mean death, maybe it won't attack me." Kiwo sighed. There was no better option now, they could only nod in agreement. "Brit, be careful. Be careful." "Yeah. I'm going in." Brit nodded firmly. He took another deep breath, then prepared to stand up. But just as he exerted force with his legs, a man's voice suddenly came from the next room, "Damn. Something went wrong again." After hearing the man's voice, Brit froze for a moment and stopped his movement. The three looked at each other, puzzled. Is there someone else in this room? Or, was that the voice of SCP-096? Of course, it's not surprising for an SCP to speak, since the Plague Doctor can speak too. But does an SCP care about technical issues? All three were in doubt, but before they could get up to check the situation, the man's voice came again, "Ah! Damn it! How did you get out?" Chapter 135, Chapter 134, What's so scary about a weeping creature? Plus my YT gaming channel. Plus my YT story channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakakwokt132dpq or Sokdavid story. Ah! Damn it! How did you get out? The man's voice was heard. The group's faces were filled with surprise and uncertainty. What the heck is going on here? Kiwo frowned tightly and asked. She was growing increasingly scared in her mind. No matter who the voice belonged to, she felt that something bad might happen next and that could be very frightening. But she couldn't guess what it was. In fact, Brit and RT both shared similar feelings. The two looked at each other, their faces filled with concern and seriousness. "It can't be about the mechanical and electrical problems here," Brit said, his thoughts racing wildly. The first thing the man in the room said was, "Damn! Something went wrong again." This line suggests that the man might be a maintenance worker for the facility or something similar. The phrase "something went wrong" probably refers to a malfunctioning machine or an electrical system issue. The reason why the metal door is blocked might be due to this problem. "Everyone, calm down. Maybe, this man is a clue." The sentence he just said, "How did you get out?" should refer to SCP-096, because the containment room for SCP-096 isn't in this place, and it doesn't look like a typical containment room. Brit thought for a moment, then added, "Let's first assess the situation." After speaking, he slowly stood up, preparing to lie on the window and observe. However, before Brit could stand up, the man's voice came again from the room, "No, no. Not me. I don't want to die, no, no." The voice was filled with fear, even despair. After the man's voice faded, the group heard another burst of sobbing and crying from the room. This crying sounded like it was coming from another person or creature. Brit's eyes widened in shock. Crying? Who was crying? If the man's voice wasn't the source, then the crying must belong to SCP-096. But SCPs are not supposed to cry. Why was it crying? Was the man responsible for causing it to cry? And why did that man's voice sound so frightened and horrified? Countless questions swirled chaotically in the group's minds. While they pondered, the whimpering and crying grew louder, beginning to mix with vague voices, though no one could understand what was being said. Even if they could hear clearly, comprehension was unlikely. The group looked at each other. Finally, Brit gritted his teeth and stood fully upright. He leaned on the window to look inside. RT and Kiwo couldn't hold back their curiosity and also stood up. Together, they looked into the room and widened their eyes in shock. Inside, they saw a man fully armed, likely a soldier. In front of him was a tall, thin creature, facing away from the window. Despite this, they could see that it was covering its face with both hands, crying in great pain. "My God, it's SCP-096 crying, why is it crying?" Kiwo's eyes were filled with confusion, and her premonition of impending danger grew stronger. It seemed that something terrible was about to happen. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't understand what was going on. Moreover, they had no way to escape if something terrible occurred, they could only endure from here. Brit and RT also looked shocked and deeply fearful. Although SCP-096's cry sounded extremely sad, for some reason, they felt a disturbing, uncanny feeling deep in their hearts. Like Kiwo, they sensed that something unimaginable might happen next. Meanwhile, viewers watching the stream saw what the group saw. Countless chat messages flooded in. "My God! Why is it crying? Why is SCP-096 crying? Also, that soldier looks like he's about to pass out. Wow, the crying gives me goosebumps. Why do I feel that something big is about to happen? Oh my God, Brit, run! They can't run away. I guess the player has to enter the room to resolve a certain problem." As discussions raged in the stream, the group paid little attention to it. Their focus was entirely on the scene inside the room. They saw the heavily armed soldier, clearly terrified, facing SCP-096, which was crying and whimpering. Due to the angle, the group could see his expression very clearly. As time passed, SCP-096's crying grew more intense, eventually escalating into screams, painful, sorrowful screams. "I don't want to die. Ah! I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it." The soldier finally lost control, raising his gun and screaming. Seeing this, the three outside the window grew even more confused and uneasy. Judging by the scene, the soldier hadn't done anything to SCP-096. Why was he so terrified and desperate? Could it be that SCP-096, in its crying state, was extremely dangerous? This was the only plausible explanation. Perhaps SCP-096's crying signaled a significant threat so large that avoiding it seemed impossible. Therefore, the soldier appeared so frightened. But here's the problem: SCP-096 looks different from an ordinary person, but it's just crying now. What threat could crying pose? Could its cries be some kind of cognito hazard? As soon as humans hear its crying, might they suffer a tragedy? If that's the case, wouldn't the three of them also be at risk since they heard it? This thought made them even more uneasy. The viewers in the stream also speculated about SCP-096's crying. Many expressed similar concerns. Why is this SCP so scary? Why is that soldier so terrified? Soon, the viewers would understand why the soldier was so frightened. Chapter 136, Chapter 135, 096 tore up the soldier because he was too scared? Plus my YT Gaming channel. Plus my YT Story channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakakwokk132dpq or Sokdavid story. Why is that soldier so terrified? The answer to this question will be revealed soon. Under the eyes of countless observers, in the room, SCP-096, covering his face and screaming in pain, suddenly let go of his hands. Seeing this, the people outside the window, as well as viewers, were shocked. But no one had time to react. SCP-096 rushed toward the terrified soldier. At the critical moment, the soldiers fired. Intense gunshots, the terrified screams of the soldiers, and the screams of SCP-096 sounded simultaneously. The noises mixed and created a sound that made people's hair stand on end. The group couldn't help but widen their eyes, and countless viewers also widened theirs. Under the watchful eyes of many, SCP-096 resisted the bullets, threw the soldiers to the ground, and then began tearing and pulling frantically. OMG, ho! Kiwo couldn't help but cover her mouth with both hands. Brit and RT also had livid faces, they were all shocked to see the scene in the room. SCP-096 was crying at first, then suddenly went mad and killed the soldier. The process was extremely brutal, with blood splattering even on the window glass. No one expected SCP-096 to attack so suddenly and so violently. After killing the soldier, SCP-096 stood there, leaning slightly, body trembling, whimpering and crying while keeping its back turned to the window. This prevented the group and stream viewers from seeing its front. "Squat down first," Brit said softly. Kiwo and RT nodded and sat down with Brit. After squatting, Kiwo finally couldn't hold it anymore. She covered her mouth and retched for a moment, but did not vomit. "It's too cruel," Kiwo said, her face pale. The massacre just now shook her. RT, nearby, was in a similar state. F***ck. That thing, it's another monster. Brit quickly put his hand in front of his lips, signaling silence. "Keep down. I don't know how its hearing is, but it probably hasn't noticed us." After a few seconds of contemplation, Brit frowned and continued, "It's complicated. We don't have a file, and we don't know its specific anomalous properties. However, some things can be confirmed now. First, SCP-096's resistance to attacks is strong, bullets can't harm it. Then, there's another point, when it's crying, it probably means it's about to attack. That's why the soldier was so frightened. Also, SCP-096's perception might not be very good, or its intelligence isn't high. Otherwise, after all this time outside, it should have noticed us." After Brit finished, Kiwo and RT nodded thoughtfully. Judging from the situation just now, Brit's analysis seemed logical. But without official files, no one could be certain. The viewers in the stream also heard Brit's analysis. As they recovered from the shock, the chat lit up again. "I didn't expect that. The fact that it resists bullets. Although I can't see the front, it feels like bullets wouldn't hurt it at all. Crass. Damn. You can't judge these things by appearance." Exactly. Just like Brit said, once this guy wants to act, it cries for a while before attacking. That soldier must have known something, or he wouldn't be so scared. By the way, why didn't the soldier escape? I'm thinking, maybe he knew he couldn't get away, that's why he was so desperate. OSH*T, that makes sense. Time passed silently. The group under the window anxiously considered their next move. Their current situation was that they didn't understand SCP-096's nature, its intelligence level, perception ability, attack mechanisms, or resistance, all unknown. They even thought of Little Peanut, and Kiwo asked whether SCP-096 had a weakness, like being unable to move when stared at. Brit and RT shook their heads. How could they know if SCP-096 had any weaknesses? All they knew was that if it went crazy, it could tear them apart in an instant. In this moment, Brit felt a twinge of regret for not checking the navigator before entering this area. If they had checked it beforehand, perhaps they would have been better prepared and less passive. But after some thought, Brit felt relieved. Whether or not they had checked, this was the only way forward. Why try to go back and take a detour? Wasting time was risky. If they were unlucky, they might encounter that insane angel again. At that point, they would be finished. Well, we must go in and see, Brit said helplessly after a brief pause. At this moment, in the room, SCP-096's whimpering and crying had not stopped. No one knew what kind of sadness it carried. It had just killed someone, yet it cried like that. Brit looked up at the window, a hint of helplessness on his face. Since the game gave us this puzzle, it must be solvable. Now, we can only go in and take a look. Staying here isn't a solution. I also guess SCP-096 doesn't kill on sight. Let me go in first. You guys stay outside, you might be able to activate the lock switch in this room. After Brit finished speaking, Kiwo and RT nodded in understanding. They were about to follow Brit inside, but he shook his head and said, "Don't. If it goes crazy again, the three of us will be wiped out instantly. Going one by one gives us a better chance." Kiwo and RT could only nod. Brit exhaled, then, before heading in, he glanced at the chat in the stream, hoping to see if viewers had any good ideas for clearing this level. "Brit, come on. Hey, do you think SCP-096 cried that much because it was scared by the soldier? Like, it freaked out and over-defended. Dude. I'm dead from laughing. Self-defense gone too far. Hey, don't say that, and it kinda makes sense. I feel like SCP-096 might be a bit smart. Try communicating calmly, maybe it'll let us pass? Like, show we're not hostile." Chapter 137, Chapter 136, Talk to SCP-096? Outrageous. Plus my YT Gaming channel. Plus my YT Story channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakakwokt132dpq or Sokdavid story. Because it was scared, SCP-096 tore up the soldiers? So, it's some sort of defense mechanism? Looking at the chat, Brit's face looked quite strange. However, apart from being weird, if you think about it carefully, it seems that what the chat said is not entirely nonsense. After all, after carefully analyzing the situation, they might discover that it could be a justifiable self-defense. First, once they entered the area, the environment malfunctioned, and the doors were blocked. Then, through the window, they noticed SCP-096 in the room. While they were still confused, a soldier appeared and said something, causing SCP-096 to enter a state of severe fear, as it kept crying. Because the soldier was fully armed, it indicates that he is security personnel of the site or something similar. Since he is security personnel, 9 out of 10 soldiers would be wary of the contents of the site. Plus, he is holding a gun, which might cause SCP-096 to think that the soldier intends to harm it. That could explain why it entered a state of anger and chose to attack. But, after all, it is an SCP, and in a sense, it is an abnormal entity, so its behavior is not entirely surprising. Everything is within the realm of normality for an SCP. The fear shown by the soldiers is very understandable. Since the soldier is site personnel, he should know the nature of SCP-096. So, when he saw SCP-096 crying, he likely panicked, recognizing it as a sign that the creature was about to attack. He should also know that SCP-096 has a strong resistance to damage, but he was in a desperate situation. As for why he didn't run away immediately, maybe it's because he is a site soldier. He wouldn't abandon his post in the face of danger but would try to find a way to stop it. Currently, the SCP-096 file is unavailable, so its true nature remains unknown. Therefore, all these are just speculations. Moreover, the speculation might sound a bit outrageous, but upon reflection, these theories have some logical consistency. Thinking of this, Brit said, Perhaps SCP-096 has some intelligence and the possibility of communication. Kiwo and RT looked at him suspiciously. Brit thought for a moment, then carefully summarized what the chat had said, combined with his own guesses, and shared his thoughts. When they heard this, they immediately felt that this seemingly ridiculous theory might hold some truth. Following this line of reasoning, the way to proceed would gradually become clearer: talk to SCP-096. But it's just a hypothesis. Brit himself felt that this idea was somewhat unreliable after all. SCP-049, the cold and paranoid doctor, couldn't be reasoned with. So far, he had never heard of any player successfully communicating with it and convincing it to give up its so-called healing. It's not just Brit who thinks so, viewers in the stream also find this idea unreliable. Talk to SCP-096? Why does that sound so unlikely? By the way, will you make it cry? There's no other choice now. Come on, Brit. Brit looked at the chat, sighed quietly, and then said, "All right, we're going to enter the room. Whether SCP-096 has enough intelligence to communicate or not, we have to try. Even if it doesn't work, we're not doing anything wrong because we have to face it." Kiwo and RT nodded in agreement. After making this decision, Brit was ready to act. The two were worried, but seeing no other options, they silently cheered him on. Brit took a deep breath, nodded to the others, and stood up. First, through the window, he looked into the room again. He saw that SCP-096 was still facing away, its body trembling slightly, crying continuously. Brit observed for a moment. After he could see nothing but the crying SCP-096 and some mechanical devices, it seemed that if he wanted to find clues to move forward, he would need to enter the room. The soldier NPC probably has a purpose, likely to indicate that signs of SCP-096's attack include entering a state of extreme agitation. So, once inside, I just need to be as careful as possible. If SCP-096 doesn't react much, it should be safe, Brit muttered to himself. Then, he nodded toward the others and walked toward the door. As he reached it, Brit's heart began to race unconsciously. After all, he had just witnessed SCP-096's violent attack. Such bloody brutality could give even the mentally strong nightmares. Now, he was about to intentionally enter the room and approach the humanoid monster, which was naturally nerve-wracking. It's okay, Brit reassured himself, taking a deep breath and pressing the button next to the door. The metal door opened. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Brit's heart jumped. He was afraid the noise might attract SCP-096's attention. Fortunately, it remained standing in place and didn't seem to care about Brit's presence. Seeing this, Brit sighed in relief, gave an okay gesture to Kiwo, who was watching nervously, and then pointed into the room, indicating he was going inside. The two nodded nervously and clenched their fists to encourage him. Viewers in the stream also watched anxiously, their hearts pounding. SCP-096's brutality was recent and shocking, and almost no one dared to claim they could remain completely calm when facing it. Don't panic. Take your time. Stay calm. Brit told himself silently. Then, he stepped forward and entered the room. Chapter 138, Chapter 137, Close Contact with SCP-096. Plus my YT Gaming Channel. Plus my YT Story Channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakak132dpq or Sokdavid Story. What does it feel like to be alone in a room with SCP-096? Brit is qualified to answer this question. The answer is, very nervous, it's anxiety. From the moment he stepped into the room, Brit began to sweat on his forehead. When he stared intently at SCP-096, his muscles grew stiff as the bloody scene of 096 massacring the soldier just now flashed through his mind. Don't cry, don't cry. Brit secretly prayed in his mind. When he was outside the room just now, he had analyzed the situation clearly and logically. Those were just speculations after all. The truth was probably not what he guessed. Maybe, once he stepped into the room, if there was even the slightest movement, SCP-096 would find him. Then it might go into a state of severe grief and attack. But it's okay, this situation did not arise. After Brit stepped into the room, he stood there for nearly 10 seconds, and SCP-096 did not respond. It just remained where it was, sobbing softly. Maybe it does have some intelligence, but its level of perception isn't high. Brit thought to himself. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, then walked around the entire room. He found many cases and electronic equipment. From the surface, it appears to be a computer room of this site. The lighting is dim and flickering, as if there's a bad connection. In the depths of the room, there seemed to be an open door, possibly the same door through which the unlucky soldier entered. This area is blocked, and the soldier said there's a problem again, Brit muttered to himself. It probably means that the machinery here has broken down, maybe electrical. Perhaps what I need to do is flip some switches. He took another look at SCP-096. It had not moved at all. Maybe I can walk around, Brit thought carefully, swallowing his saliva. Then he moved tentatively. After moving a few steps, SCP-096 still showed no intention of turning back, which made Brit feel a little relieved. From this, it seemed that as long as he didn't make too much movement, he wouldn't provoke it. Meanwhile, viewers watching the stream saw SCP-096 remaining motionless and disgusted. Wow, from this angle, it seems SCP-096's hearing isn't very good. It didn't respond at all after Brit entered the room. Brit, say hello. Although SCP-096 isn't moving, I have a bad feeling for some reason. Oh, I'm so nervous. The more it doesn't move, the more panicked I get. Me too. The longer it stays still, the more I think something's going to happen. Brit, however, had no energy to pay attention to the stream chat. His focus was entirely on the room. After confirming that there was no movement, he approached within a few meters. SCP-096 remained crying softly, as if extremely sad. Brit exhaled slightly and carefully examined the entire room. Sadly, he found nothing that could resolve the situation, no clues, no SCP-096 files, nothing. The only possible lead was the open door at the back of the room. He had to go through it to see if he could find any useful information. However, SCP-096 and the mutilated corpse of the soldier were not far from the door. If Brit wanted to approach, he would have to pass by them. He had to admit, this was a crazy test. Brit stared silently and nervously at SCP-096's back. Meanwhile, Kiwo and RT watched from the window, observing Brit's situation. They were anxious and worried. After a few seconds, Brit clenched his teeth and took 2 more steps forward. Once he moved, he was less than 2 meters from SCP-096, close enough for a near encounter. He could feel its height. Though its body looked fragile and somewhat thin, its towering stature was intimidating. SCP-096 was sobbing softly but no longer covering its face. Its 2 long, disproportionate arms hung loosely at its sides. Although its body was slightly lowered, Brit still had to look up to see its head. Behind him, he could only see the back of its head. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Brit tried to hold his breath and kept calming himself mentally. Once he forced himself to calm down, he examined SCP-096 more carefully. It seemed to have no hair, none at all. Its skin was bare, and it looked very thin, almost malnourished, with little muscle. Could it be that the organization didn't feed it? Maybe it's hungry every day, a thought flashed through Brit's mind. He shook his head quickly, dismissing the idea. He was unaware of SCP-096's true nature. Perhaps it didn't need to eat at all. After all, the Foundation's SCPs are full of strange qualities, like the many-winged angel, which feeds on sound. In addition to lacking hair and muscle, Brit noticed that SCP-096's hands were also very large. From this close distance, he could see the details clearly. The palms were enormous, with slender, sharp fingers. There was some red minced meat hanging from them, perhaps even half of a small intestine. The realistic details made Brit's stomach churn, and he felt an impulse to vomit. He instinctively knew that the meat and intestine belonged to the unlucky soldier just now. However, he fought the urge to vomit and kept his composure. Despite this, the stream viewers exploded in reaction. Damn, I feel like throwing up. My God! It's so realistic. I can feel my heart pounding. I can't imagine how it must feel to be so close to Brit. Brit is awesome. That's brutal. I swear, I wouldn't dare play this game alone. Chapter 139, Chapter 138, is this? Its face. Plus my YT gaming channel. Plus my YT story channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakakwokt132dpq or Sokdavid story. Damn. I swear, I don't dare to play this game alone. It's too scary. I'm so worried that it will suddenly kill him. Brit, be careful. The reason viewers have such a big reaction is that the graphics of the game are so realistic. SCP-096's palms are filled with flesh, so the visual impact is quite strong. As for Brit in the game, his sensations are more intense than those of the viewers. He forced the urge to vomit out of his mind, otherwise, he would vomit under the gaze of so many people. However, even though he suppressed it, he still felt a chill rushing up from the solace of his feet. In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine the scene where he was dismembered by the monster. Bullocks! Brit secretly complained in his mind, then he shook his head slightly, shaking off the redundant thoughts. Don't be nervous, it hasn't moved yet. It's safe for now. Brit comforted himself silently, then he glanced back again. He saw that at the window, Kiwo and RT were staring at him nervously. Seeing him turn his head, the two kept making cheering gestures. Brit also raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. No problem. Brit signaled. Then, he turned his head to look at the container in front of him, SCP-096. It was still crying softly, and its body twitched slightly. Brit pursed his lips and sorted out his thoughts again. Then, he took a deep breath and said softly, Hello, I mean no harm. The target of Brit's speech was the SCP in front of him, and the reason he did this was to see if it had intelligence and whether it was capable of communication. Of course, even if the other party was intelligent, they might not understand what he said. After all, the other party was an SCP. If it was not human, it might not comprehend human language. But things are not absolute, so he had to try. After Brit spoke, Kiwo and RT outside the room, as well as viewers, couldn't help but hold their breath. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the SCP. 1 second, 2 seconds, or even 3 seconds later, there was no response from the creature. It was still there, whimpering softly. Brit was surprised. Kiwo and RT were also surprised. The viewers in the stream were frozen for a few seconds at this moment. It cannot communicate? Brit couldn't help but frown. He thought about it, then said softly again, hello. This time, Brit's voice was a bit louder. As long as the creature was intelligent, it should have responded to his words. After hearing his voice, it was reasonable to expect some reaction. But a few seconds later, SCP-096 remained unresponsive. This time, not just Brit, Kiwo, and RT, but also the viewers, were confused. The viewers couldn't help but discuss. I feel that Brit must have guessed wrong. SCP-096 probably can't speak. That's right. Brit greeted twice, but it didn't respond, so it probably has no intelligence. Why don't you try again, Brit? I'm so nervous. I feel like something terrible will happen next. In the game, Brit frowned and thought hard for a moment. He looked at the chat and hesitated slightly. Then, he took a deep breath and reached out, lightly patting the back of SCP-096. Hello. Brit startled Kiwo, RT, and many viewers. Damn it. Did Brit take the risk? Damn. Mom. I wouldn't even dare to reach out and pat that thing if I were in his place. I just want to see how it will react. Do you think it will turn around, give Brit a big smile, and say hello? You are outrageous. After patting SCP-096's back, Brit quickly withdrew his hand. His move was very risky, but he felt he had to try it to move forward. Yet, the situation confused him again. After SCP-096 was touched, there was still no response, it was crying softly, still in place. Seeing this, Brit furrowed his brows immediately. After some thought, he relaxed slightly and decided to return to the group. It's fine if there's no response. I'll just go over there and check inside the room. Thinking this, Brit carefully stepped around to the side. While walking, Brit replayed the entire ordeal in his mind. First, the recent attempts indicated that SCP-096 probably didn't have high intelligence, otherwise, it should have responded to some extent. Of course, not responding didn't necessarily mean it lacked intelligence, maybe it just was what it was. But now, what mattered most was figuring out what to do next to prevent it from entering an attack state. While pondering, Brit approached SCP-096 cautiously. The creature's body was close to him. It cried in a low voice, its sound piercing Brit's ears like a knife. Brit swallowed unconsciously and took 2 more steps forward. When he reached the front of SCP-096, he felt his body stiffen. He wasn't sure if the creature behind him might suddenly go berserk and attack. He didn't understand its behavior fully. All he could do was bite the bullet, move as slowly as possible, and try not to show any hostility. When in front, Brit couldn't resist his curiosity and looked back instinctively. His eyes widened in shock. Is this its face? Chapter 140, Chapter 139, It's crazy. What is the reason? Plus my YT gaming channel. Plus my YT story channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakakwokt132dpq or Sokdavid story. Thank you, Michael Covington, Joshua Potter, and Dunkmaster John, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. After several experiments, Brit determined that SCP-096 will not communicate with humans. This also means that his previous plan of communicating with it and gaining clues has failed, but it doesn't matter if the plan fails. Anyway, as long as it doesn't go crazy, they will be able to clear the level sooner or later. With this mentality, Brit approached the front of SCP-096. Although very nervous and with sweat on his forehead, he still couldn't restrain his curiosity. He wanted to know what this crying SCP looked like, so he looked back at SCP-096. When Brit saw its appearance, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this its face? In Brit's pupils, the face of SCP-096 was reflected. It was a terrifying face, although overall it resembled a human face. However, its eyes lacked eyebrows, and there was no pigment in the eyeballs, they looked empty. Most notably, its mouth was multiple times the size of a normal human mouth, possibly even larger. If it opened its mouth completely, it was estimated that it could swallow an adult's head. Its strange, distorted, and exaggerated mouth, combined with its eyes, made SCP-096 look extremely bizarre and creepy. At the same time, it also filled Brit with an indescribable sense of fear. When Brit saw SCP-096's face, viewers also saw that terrifying visage. Countless people posted comments expressing their shock. "It looks like this. Damn. I was taken aback. How ugly. Why is it crying? No one attacked it. The truth is revealed. It looks like this." Brit, nervous, paid no attention to the stream's comments. After sizing up SCP-096's face for a few seconds, he let out a slight breath, suppressing the shock in his mind. He turned his gaze forward again. Ahead was an open door leading to another room. His goal was to enter the door and see if there were any clues to clear the level. "I hope there will be no misfortunes," Brit thought silently. Just as Brit was about to step through the door, he suddenly heard the crying behind him grow louder. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shocked. "Is it going to attack?" Brit hurriedly looked back. He saw SCP-096 crying more loudly and covering its face with both hands. Seeing this scene, a faint uneasiness quickly grew in Brit's mind. Something's going to happen. Brit's lips moved slightly, and his face looked increasingly uneasy. "Woohoo, ah!" Under Brit's watchful eye, SCP-096 cried louder and louder. Brit's face paled further, and he said, "It's about to attack." Even the viewers were shocked by the situation. "My God! It's starting again. Brit, run! That thing is going crazy again." "Why? Why did it suddenly go crazy again? It's over. Brit is going to be G. Whoa, I'm already getting scared." Brit's face turned even paler in a very short time, and his heart pounded rapidly. The corpse of the unlucky soldier from earlier was still lying on the ground nearby, its tragic appearance giving viewers goosebumps. Brit felt as if he might soon be torn to pieces like that corpse. Thinking of this, Brit's body trembled uncontrollably as panic and confusion swirled in his mind. He couldn't understand why SCP-096 had suddenly become aggressive. "Why?" Brit murmured subconsciously. Overwhelmed by shock and confusion, Brit was dazed and nearly forgot to run away. The SCP in front of him had already started screaming in sorrow, covering its face and crying loudly, trembling. A muffled voice emanated from SCP-096's mouth, sounding like an outpouring of pain. To Brit, it resembled a hellish sound, a terrible reminder that it could kill him. "Brit! Come out quickly!" shouted Kiwo and RT from outside the room. Since the metal door was not closed, Brit also heard their voices. He suddenly snapped out of his panic and ran. At that moment, he no longer cared to look for clues inside the room, his only thought was to escape. Whether he could escape or not, Brit didn't consider, he had to run first. He sprinted toward the metal door, nearly tripping during the process. Kiwo and RT quickly approached the door to greet him. They waited until Brit exited the room before Kiwo pressed the button, causing the metal door to shut. "That should stop it." Kiwo's face turned slightly pale, and she asked uncertainly. "I have no idea." Brit replied, his face just as pale. He didn't know if he could stop it. Brit looked back down the aisle, where metal doors led out of this area. He hurried over and pressed the button repeatedly, but the door did not respond as expected. Seeing this, Brit's face grew even paler. Although he had anticipated this in his mind, he still felt an overwhelming sense of fear when faced with this inescapable situation. Kiwo and RT also ran over. The three of them stood in front of the metal door, staring at it with panicked expressions. Despite the door being closed, they could still hear the intense crying and screaming coming from inside. "What do we do?" "British." Kiwo and RT were panicked, turning their attention to Brit, who was also visibly distressed. Just as they were panicking, the wall of the room nearby suddenly shook, and dense cracks appeared. Then came another shock, the crack expanded rapidly, and finally, the entire wall collapsed. The three of them watched in horror, their expressions turning extremely ugly. Chapter 141, Chapter 140, Many Winged Angel Arrive. Plus my YT Gaming Channel. Plus my YT Story Channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakakwokt132dpq or Sokdavid Story. The three, including the viewers in the stream, were all stunned at that moment. No one thought SCP-096 would be so persistent. With such a thick wall, it collapsed abruptly after a few blows. This once again refreshed everyone's understanding of SCP-096's strength. Brit and the others also turned extremely pale and ugly at this moment. This is the end. Brit couldn't help but murmur, feeling very scared inside. He was ready. If escape was impossible, he would exit the game when SCP-096 started tearing them apart, because he couldn't imagine the pain of being torn apart alive. Moreover, from a visual perspective, the SCP in front of him was much more brutal than the Many-Winged Angel. Being caught by the Many-Winged Angel, while also painful, didn't look as cruel. At least he died with his whole body intact, right? And if caught by SCP-096, he would die as a pile of minced meat, which sounded even more miserable. Of course, everyone had their own concerns. Some didn't want to die so badly and wished to have a complete body when they died, others didn't want to endure pain for too long and wished to die quickly. Therefore, there was no real difference between the two ways of death, it was all a matter of personal preference. Brit didn't want to die, but the current situation was beyond his control. He had no choice. Let's get ready to quit the game. It's likely that the two of you will also be attacked. Brit said uncomfortably. When SCP-096 went berserk, the group didn't know its specific abnormal properties or attack mechanisms, they could only imagine the worst possible scenario. Kiwo and RT nodded palely and prepared to quit the game. They didn't want to suffer the pain of being dismembered. On the other side, after SCP-096 shattered the wall, it immediately screamed, stretched out its hands, and rushed toward the group. Its mouth was wide open, looking terrifying. The group was almost paralyzed with fright. It's really hard for anyone who hasn't experienced this situation to imagine the terror. And the viewers in the stream, upon seeing SCP-096 running and screaming, also became very frightened. The chat in the stream room never stopped. I was so scared I almost peed my pants. Run, run, run. F***ck, that scared me. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Mom. I can't watch this. In the game, the group was clutching the metal door tightly, watching the tall monster getting closer with pale faces. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. At this point, Kiwo and RT also saw SCP-096's terrifying appearance, and they were extremely frightened. But any horror was meaningless now, they could only wait to die. Suddenly, at this crucial moment, the three of them heard a loud noise from the metal door at the other end of the corridor, accompanied by a strange scream. Brit, who was about to quit the game, was taken aback. But before they could react, the metal door at the end of the corridor was suddenly torn apart by a tremendous force, causing it to deform and be blown away. At extreme speed, it flew toward the group. The door crashed into SCP-096. Although it was hit, SCP-096 kept rushing toward them, albeit with affected movements. The three were frozen in place, momentarily forgetting to quit the game. Finally, hearing the bang, SCP-096 slammed into the group. One of its sharp claws happened to touch Kiwo's head, piercing her skull. Kiwo felt a sharp pain and then automatically exited the game. RT was not so lucky. The metal door behind SCP-096 struck him in the chest, crushing it inward. RT immediately spat blood, his eyes widened in pain, and his face contorted. Shortly afterward, he exited the game. Strictly speaking, RT suffered more than Kiwo, he held on for a few more seconds, while Kiwo was killed instantly. Kiwo and RT left the game, but Brit did not. He didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. When SCP-096 charged uncontrollably, he instinctively squatted down. This prevented him from being killed. But SCP-096 hit the metal door, slid down, and landed on him. At that moment, he didn't care about anything. In panic, Brit saw the flying metal door, with jagged edges, embedded directly into SCP-096's back. Due to the impact, even the metal door behind him was deformed. However, it didn't break open, leaving Brit with nowhere to escape. What shocked Brit most wasn't the deformed metal door, but that SCP-096, despite severe back injuries, was still alive. It continued to scream and cry out in pain. Its terrifying face was turned toward British. Brit was almost sent flying on the spot. But at this moment, Brit still didn't quit the game voluntarily. It's not that he refused to leave, under the shock, he simply forgot to do so. Even though SCP-096 had suffered such severe damage, it didn't forget to attack. It supported itself with its hands, got up, and stared at Brit with its empty eyes, opening its mouth wide and screaming. Then it stretched out its hand and grabbed Brit fiercely. The movement seemed slow, but in reality, it all happened very quickly. The impact and shock were overwhelming, even with its two massive, terrifying claws reaching for him. Brit's mind was sluggish, like a rusty gear. He had no reaction at all. At the very moment Brit was about to be dismembered, countless white wings suddenly surged from behind SCP-096 and entangled it at terrifying speed. Simultaneously, they pulled it backward, causing its outstretched claws to retract. Brit was effectively walking under the scythe of death. Confused, he turned his head instinctively, mechanically, to look at the scene in the aisle. He saw endless white wings intertwined with SCP-096. Chapter 142, Chapter 141, Many-Winged Angel vs SCP-096. Plus my YT Gaming Channel. Plus my YT Story Channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakak132dpq or Sokdavid story. This series of events happened too suddenly, causing Brit's head to buzz. The sight in the aisle before him was astonishing. The dense white wings surged, destroying the walls and ceiling of the corridor, causing fragments of concrete to fly in all directions. In the middle of the white wings, the tall humanoid creature was screaming and wailing frantically. It struggled, although the white wings were very tough, they were being torn apart by its tearing. Brit's brain, after being buzzed for several seconds, finally reacted. His eyes widened, and a look of fear and horror appeared on his face as he said, "Damn! Isn't that the many-winged angel?" He was right, the white wings in front of him belonged to the many-winged angel. In the chaos, Brit could occasionally catch a glimpse of its face. Its face resembles that of SCP-096, giving one goosebumps. At this moment, the chat also went wild. What? Many-winged angels are here too. This one is gone. Damn. It's really scary. I can't imagine how he feels right now. The many-winged angel must have been attracted by SCP-096's shouting, right? Yes. That makes sense. Because SCP-096 is too loud, and the many-winged angel feeds on sound, it came here. Damn. This is exciting. Many-winged angel vs SCP-096. But Brit in the game didn't have the heart to pay attention, he was about to be scared to death. He never dreamed he would see with his own eyes the scene of the battle between two super SCPs. The walkway was originally extremely thick and solid, but under the raging wings of the many-winged angel, the sturdy aisle was almost as fragile as tofu. The power of SCP-096 was beyond doubt. As it struggled, it occasionally bumped into walls, wreaking havoc each time. The two super SCPs fought wildly, while the ear-piercing weeping, screaming, and strange cries of the many-winged angel nearly pierced everyone's eardrums. These noises had become the source of nourishment for the many-winged angel to grow stronger. Its destroyed wings were being restored at an exaggerated speed. If this continued, the entire site might be filled with its wings. However, that didn't seem likely, because the destructive power of SCP-096 was also extremely terrifying. Although the white wings scratched its body and caused many scars, they couldn't hurt its bones. Its crazy counterattack caused the many-winged angel's body to suffer heavy blows from time to time. During this short battle, the many-winged angel sustained many injuries, with visible bones and several broken bones. In terms of resistance, the many-winged angel was far inferior to SCP-096. Based on this trend, the many-winged angel might eventually be slaughtered by SCP-096. While the two SCPs fought, Brit subconsciously shrank into a corner, his face as white as paper. Hot damn! Looking at the terrifying battlefield, Brit swallowed hard. He felt as weak as a rabbit at this moment. Next to him were the bodies of Kiwo and RT, both of whom had died tragically. Brit looked at them and couldn't help but tremble. This stemmed from the most fundamental human fear. Overcome with this fearful mood, Brit quickly recounted the incident. He entered the room, searching for clues. When he was about to enter the inner chamber, SCP-096 suddenly became hostile for some reason. He escaped and was trapped at the end of the corridor, along with Kiwo and RT. Then SCP-096 went berserk, broke through the wall, and rushed toward the three of them. At a critical moment, the many-winged angel suddenly appeared from somewhere. It broke through the metal door, which then smashed into SCP-096. SCP-096 pounced on the three of them, causing Kiwo and RT to die tragically on the spot, while Brit survived by luck. Despite this, SCP-096 still didn't stop hunting him, it continued to try to tear him apart. But at the last moment, the many-winged angel arrived and pulled SCP-096 away with its wings. Brit survived again. While the two entities fought, Brit watched from the side. The scream of SCP-096 is too loud. Maybe the many-winged angel felt the sound when it killed the soldier the first time, and that's why it arrived. Of course, it's also possible that it only heard about it when it was about to kill me and rushed over. But these details aren't important. What matters is why SCP-096 went berserk. It was fine at first, but suddenly it started crying and went berserk. Beads of sweat rolled down Brit's forehead as all sorts of thoughts spun wildly in his mind. The battle between the many-winged angel and SCP-096 was gradually intensifying, with the endless screeches. Although the many-winged angel's ability was far inferior to SCP-096's, the continuous noise gave it endless power, allowing it to keep fighting. Moreover, its wings had spread to fill half of the aisle, causing the entire walkway to nearly collapse, with countless rubble falling from above. Soon, all the lights went out, only one flickering remained near Brit. In this darkness, Brit couldn't see the battlefield, he only heard the terrifying screams ringing continuously. Time seemed to freeze as Brit clung to the ground, feeling as if his entire body was being held over flames. His cold sweat drenched him, and he swore from the bottom of his heart that he'd never been more nervous in his life. It felt as if death was imminent, ready to fall from above at any moment. The loud, sharp cries stimulated Brit's eardrums and nerves. The collapsing gravel might hit his head at any moment, killing him. At this critical moment, Brit suddenly saw the gas mask on his body through the flickering light. He froze for a moment, then felt a surge of hope. There's a chance. Brit quickly grabbed the mask and hurriedly put it on his face. Chapter 143, Chapter 142, just look at it and it will go into a frenzy. Plus my YT gaming channel. Plus my YT story channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakakwokt132dpq or Sokdavid story. The many-winged angel, in its awakened state, is engaged in a battle with SCP-096, in its berserk state. The screams nearly deafened everyone, and countless wings and gravel flew everywhere. The flickering light added a creepy, horror atmosphere to the broken corridor. In this environment, almost no player could remain calm, and Brit was no exception. However, amid the extreme tension and fear, Brit saw the gas mask. This mask can instantly send players to a different dimension within the game. In the current situation, using it to escape was simply perfect. Brit was like a drowning man grabbing the last straw. His mind was flooded with surprises as he immediately seized the mask. Without hesitation, he quickly put it on his face. The moment he did, the environment around him changed accordingly, and the endless dark space reappeared before his eyes. The sky was dark, in the distance, huge buildings and boulders of various shapes could be seen. The ground beneath him was dark, and its material was unknown. After arriving here, the ear-piercing screams and the sound of the corridor collapsing vanished in an instant. Instead, there was silence. Because the change was so sudden, Brit couldn't react right away. He sat on the black ground, dazed, with a deep expression of fear and panic. Almost half a minute passed before Brit suddenly reacted, gasping for breath. It was as if his head had just emerged from the deep sea, breathing in fresh air. "Everyone! I. Brit panted, trying to speak, but he couldn't find words for a long time. Finally, he gave up and lay on the dark ground. "I need to lie down for a while." Brit's body was soaked in cold sweat. He felt as if the sweat of his entire life might not have been as much as this time. Although this was just a virtual sensation, it felt incredibly real, almost like reality. As for the viewers in the stream, following Brit into the dimension, they could no longer see the scene of the SCP battle. However, although they couldn't see it, it did not prevent them from discussing the intense fight just now. Chat comments. "Damn! That was so exciting! Whoa! I'm so pumped right now! I can't wait to see the SCP battle with my own eyes. This might be a coincidence, right? Normally, encounters like this shouldn't happen. Now I want to know who wins in the end, SCP-096 or the Many-Winged Angel. I think the Many-Winged Angel is very powerful. It can absorb sound energy and become stronger, but I didn't see what kind of energy SCP-096 absorbs. I guess the Angel should win. I think SCP-096 is more aggressive, and its way of tearing people apart is really scary." Brit lay on the black ground for a long time as his messy hair gradually cleared. Once his thoughts were no longer confused, he carefully reviewed what had happened. After reflecting, Brit let out a long sigh. "We need to figure out why SCP-096 went berserk." Brit began to recall all the details before entering the room. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't determine the true cause of SCP-096's madness. He paused, then addressed the viewers. "Brit, everyone, tell me, why do you think SCP-096 went berserk?" The viewers in the stream immediately began to discuss. "I don't know. I don't understand. Brit didn't do anything after entering the room. Why did it go berserk?" "Exactly. Brit didn't bring any weapons and even greeted it politely. Why did it lose control? I'm more curious about why it cried before going berserk. That's strange. I remember Brit just said hello twice, patted it, looked at it again, and then it became anxious." The chat moved quickly, but no one could provide a definitive answer. Brit glanced over the chat, finally shaking his head helplessly. "Brit, it seems we'll have to wait until we get the SCP-096 file to find out." However, as Brit was pondering, a sudden flash of insight appeared in his mind. Looked at it. His heart skipped a beat. He remembered many of the viewers' comments. Generally, they suggested that he had just glanced at SCP-096, which caused it to go berserk. Brit, just took a look. He thought. Gradually, an unbelievable idea formed. Could it be that SCP-096 went berserk because I glanced at it? After finishing this thought, the viewer's chat exploded. Damn! I felt the same way when Brit said that. Exactly. I remember Brit just glanced at it, and it went crazy. Damn! Just looking at it makes it go berserk. This is unbelievable. But if just looking causes it to go berserk, didn't Brit look at it a lot earlier? Didn't Kiwo and others look at it too? No. I think Brit only saw its face. Brit watched the lively discussion and considered this possibility. With each passing second, he became more convinced that his guess was correct. Carefully recalling previous events, he realized that SCP-096's madness started after he looked at its face. Here, looking at it refers specifically to seeing SCP-096's face. Before that, greetings, pats, or looking at its back did not trigger its rage. But when he turned his head and looked directly at its face, it went berserk. Although this theory sounds incredible, it seems to be the truth, reality, even if unbelievable. Brit whispering, if you look at its face, it enters a state of extreme sadness and berserk rage. His eyes widened with shock. If this is true, SCP-096 is truly horrifying. Chapter 144, Chapter 143, Who is the winner? Plus my YT Gaming channel. Plus my YT Story channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakak132dpq or Sokdavid story. Thank you. Noble Tier, Balthazar Landcrest. Knight Tier, Oliver Garney. For becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. If this is true, then SCP-096 is terrifying to the extreme. Brit's eyes were filled with astonishment, and a feeling of being subverted spontaneously arose in his mind. Not only he, but also the viewers in the stream, as well as Vale, Kiwo, and the others who had left the game at that moment, were also shocked. Just imagine a monster that goes mad as soon as you look at its face, then it will chase and kill you. How horrifying is that? It feels as if there is a sharp sword hanging overhead, ready to fall at any moment, splitting you in half. Under such circumstances, presumably, no one can maintain absolute calm. Thinking too much is useless. Brit exhaled slowly, shook his head, and threw the extra thoughts out of his mind. The present situation is futile because what exactly is the anomalous nature of SCP-096 remains a mystery after all. No matter how logical the guess, it's just speculation. It is never the absolute truth. And if you want to know the answer, I'm afraid you still have to wait until the file is revealed. I don't know who will get the final victory. Brit muttered to himself again. The battle between SCP-096 and the many-winged angel may not be so easy to end, so Brit will not go back until they finish fighting. Because if he goes back, he may be affected by the fight. At that point, he might not even know how he died. Fortunately, those monsters here haven't found me yet. Brit sat up and looked around. In this dark and lonely dimension, there are also dangers. Terrifying and hideous humanoid monsters will chase and kill players. Fortunately, Brit was lucky this time. He stayed here for a while and didn't see any monsters. Thinking back, this isn't the first time he's entered this world in the game. In the SCP-049 containment area, he also came here to avoid the Plague Doctor. Did he encounter any monsters then? So many things happened during this period that he couldn't remember clearly. Thinking carefully, the difficulty of this game is extremely high, very challenging. Moreover, during the battle between the many-winged angel and SCP-096, as a weak bystander, he managed to survive. That luck, one has to admit, was very fortunate. You know, in that situation, any piece of gravel could have killed him. Everyone, this time will probably be difficult to finish, Ha! Brit shook his head helplessly. The viewers in the stream stopped playing tricks at that moment and instead comforted Brit. It's okay, Brit. The difficulty of this game is too high. I don't blame you. Brit, you've tried your best. Oh. It's okay. If this one doesn't work, let's try another. Brit, you're already very courageous. If it were me, I'm afraid I would have been scared and quit the game long ago. Hey, where is the game now? Have you beaten it? Looking at the chat, Brit showed a smile, shook his head again, and sighed, I don't know if SCP-096 will continue to attack me if it's still alive after we leave. After Brit finished speaking, a heated discussion erupted in the stream. That's right. Brit will go out later. If the tall guy wins, will he continue to chase and kill Brit? Not necessarily. What if the many-winged angel wins? No, that doesn't seem right. No matter who wins between them, Brit will still be in danger in the end, right? Hey, do you think they could perish together? It's possible. I feel like neither of them is simple, and maybe they'll die together in the end. Exactly. If they die together, Brit will be safe. Brit also fell into deep thought as he watched the chat. First of all, SCP-096 is not to be trifled with, and he can't beat it. So if SCP-096 wins and still harbors hatred for him, no matter how long he stays in this world, he'll be dead when he returns. And if the many-winged angel wins, we'll have to see if it stays where it is. If it does, then in the end, he will inevitably die when he returns. Of course, it's also possible that they fought so fiercely that they both died together. Then, he might be safe when he exits, able to continue his journey. What if they stopped fighting after hitting each other? Exiting at that point could be the worst-case scenario, likely death. But the chances of this happening are probably low, as neither of them seems particularly intelligent. There shouldn't be a truce halfway through. Additionally, it's possible that one wins but in a near-death state, which could still allow some escape after returning. Moreover, there's another possibility: if Foundation 096 wins but loses its target, its hatred value might automatically reset. In this case, even if he returns, he won't be attacked. All these scenarios are just guesses. The actual outcome remains unknown until they return. With that in mind, Brit let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the chat and was about to speak again when he suddenly sensed figures appearing in the distance. No doubt, they must be monsters from this world. Brit's heart skipped a beat as he quickly got up and moved to a safer distance. After escaping the monster and finding a hiding spot, Brit finally relaxed. He then chatted with the viewers while waiting for time to pass. I don't know how long later, Brit took a deep breath, then placed his hand on the mask covering his face. Everyone, I'm going to go back and check. Whether the many-winged angel wins or SCP-096 does, we'll see the outcome. Chapter 145, Chapter 144, Return. Scream. Hate that never goes away. Plus my YT gaming channel. Plus my YT story channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakak132dpq or Sokdavid story. Everyone, I'm going back to have a look. Whether the many-winged angel wins or SCP-096 wins, we'll see the outcome later. After Brit finished speaking, he exhaled. He's betting, as it has been a long time since he arrived here. Normally, after such a long duration, the battle between the many-winged angel and SCP-096 should have ended, so he was going to go back and check. Not only Brit, but also the members who have left the game, as well as the viewers on the stream, are curious about the outcome of the battle. Everyone can't wait to see which SCP is the last one alive. I don't know what's going on over there now. When Brit was about to put on the mask, he couldn't help feeling negative again. After all, when he thinks of the many-winged angel and the hideous appearance of SCP-096, he can't help but feel his body shake uncontrollably. However, this does not mean he is timid. As far as the battle between the two SCPs is concerned, it's estimated that no player remains unconvinced. Okay, let's not talk about anything else. It's top-notch. Brit gave a wry smile, then a flash of light crossed his mind. Oh, by the way, don't I still have the jaded ring? Brit quickly searched his body but did not find the ring. Oh bollocks! Brit slapped his forehead. He just remembered that the ring was lost long ago, when he was arguing with the plague doctor. He recalled that the plague doctor seemed to be holding the ring and looking for research. Never mind. Brit shook his head dejectedly. I guess that even if I wear it, it can't prevent physical damage. Brit took a last look around. He took another deep breath, and finally, he resolutely removed the mask. As the mask came off, the environment around Brit changed instantly. While the environment was shifting, Brit instinctively adopted a defensive posture. Although he knew that if the many-winged angel or SCP-096 were to attack him, no amount of defense would matter, he felt that doing something was better than nothing. When Brit saw the environment clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. The spot where he appeared was exactly where he had been before entering the other dimension. There was still a solitary flickering light overhead. The road ahead was still destroyed, with various pieces of concrete reinforcement scattered everywhere. Shards of glass shimmered faintly. Most notably, scattered white wings were everywhere, some still stained with blood-like liquid, and some stuck in the concrete. As for the owner of the wings, they were nowhere to be seen. The berserker SCP-096 had also disappeared. Seeing this scene, Brit was filled with deep confusion. The viewers in the stream also couldn't help but widen their eyes. Whoa! I thought I'd see the corpses of one of the SCPs, but they all disappeared. Yes. How strange. Where did they go? Who wins this? Damn. Why didn't I think of this situation? Both are gone. This is actually a good thing. Brit can run away now. I made a bet with someone just now, if the many-winged angel loses, I'll run naked. Brit didn't read the chat. He carefully surveyed the environment in front of him, then picked up a feather from the ground. Although the feather was very light, after Brit gently broke it off, he realized it was surprisingly tough. He even used it to scrape the concrete next to him, leaving deep marks. Brit was shocked, and the viewers were equally surprised. While astonished, they gained a deeper understanding of the power of the many-winged angel in its awakened state. Everyone, maybe neither of them has won, and they've all left. Brit whispered softly. He looked up into the depths of the passage. It was dark and ruined, almost the entire corridor was in ruins, with the path nearly blocked. Brit frowned and looked back. He saw that although the metal door behind him was severely deformed, it was not cracked. This meant he had no way to pass through. Am I going to be trapped here? Brit frowned even more deeply. He looked around carefully again, then examined the item on his body. If there's no way out, then I must find one. Brit muttered. The damaged metal door behind him was impossible to open, he lacked the ability, and since it was so badly deformed, there was no point in searching for a device to unseal it, it was likely useless. The only option now was to clear a path through the ruined corridor. Fortunately, despite the severe collapse, the aisle wasn't completely blocked. With a bit of time, he should be able to create a passage. He didn't need to clear the entire way, just enough to get himself through. Brit quickly began acting. During his movement, another thought flashed through his mind: if SCP-096 is still alive, is the hatred it harbors still active? Have the hostiles disappeared? After all, he had traveled to another world. The vast distance between the two worlds should make SCP-096 give up hunting, right? This question lingered in Brit's mind, and he couldn't find an answer. Soon, however, reality provided one. Whoa! Just as he was clearing the way, he suddenly heard a faint cry from a distance. Brit was stunned, and the viewers were equally taken aback. SCP-096. Brit stood upright, his expression incredulous as he looked ahead toward the source of the cry. A few seconds later, the ruins in front of him shook violently. It seemed something had slammed into the other side with great force. Brit instinctively took a step back, his face turning pale. After the initial shock, the ruins trembled again, second time, then third, then fourth. In a very short period, the ruins were pierced through, and a tall, screaming figure burst out of the rubble. It stretched out its hands and turned them toward Brit. Brit's face turned completely pale. Before death, he couldn't help but think, once hatred is established, it will never disappear, for it is eternal. Chapter 146, Chapter 145, Can't See Its Face. Plus my YT Gaming Channel. Plus my YT Story Channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakakwokt132dpq or Sokdavid Story. SCP-096 stretched out its arms and aimed at Brit's chest. Its mouth was wide open, and the screaming was loud. At that moment, Brit had almost no thoughts in his mind. The extreme shock caused him to lose all mobility, and he could only stand there blankly. But whether he moved or not, he had nowhere to escape, unless he wore the mask. However, even wearing a mask was useless, because at that moment, SCP-096 rushed over. Brit understood that once the hostility mechanism is triggered, it will never disappear, not even across dimensions, nor can it forget its hatred. The moment it perceives him again is the moment it comes to claim his life. Considering this comprehensively, it's better to be killed sooner and start the next move earlier, as it would be more cost-effective. And SCP-096 wouldn't hesitate. Weeping and screaming, it charged at the sluggish Brit, fiercely grabbing him with its sharp claws. At this point, he was officially dead and had left the game. With the death of the last member of the 5-person team, the game was finally over. Yet, there was still a long way to go before they could finish it. The chat in the stream was also filled with regret. Oh! Brit is G. He is awesome. If it were me just now, I would have been forced to leave the game, but he's still standing. It's a pity, they got a level 5 keycard. It's too difficult, but I admire the player who cleared the game. That's impressive. It's already pretty good. My friends and I can't even get through the light containment area. After being killed, Brit quickly returned to the dark area where the game began. Because SCP-096 kills very quickly, he didn't feel much pain. The rest of the team had been waiting in that area. Vale looked at Brit, still sluggish after returning, smiled and shook his head, then went up to hug him. Okay, it's okay. Let's try again. Although Kiwo and the others felt a bit disappointed, they also offered words of comfort. Brit listened to his teammates' encouragement and soon regained his composure. He shook his head with a wry smile. Hey, I still failed. It's okay to fail sometimes. I just don't understand, what exactly is SCP-096's attack mechanism? Brit paused briefly before continuing. I previously speculated that the player shouldn't be able to see SCP-096's face, otherwise, it would enter a hostile state and attack. But this is just a theory. It seems logical, but without official files, I can't be sure. After Brit finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. Yeah, it seems to be like that, but without the files, we can't be certain. That thing is challenging. Even bullets can't stop it, so players can't fight it. I don't think any enhancements would help either, after all, it can compare to the awakened many-winged angel. All 5 felt helpless against SCP-096. Among them, Vale and Plumbella didn't venture into SCP-096's area but observed the process from a distance, and they too were deeply impressed by the anomaly. After they finished discussing, everyone fell silent. They furrowed their brows, pondering the true nature of SCP-096's anomalous properties. As for restarting the game, they weren't in a hurry. Without understanding SCP-096's nature, returning to its level might result in their destruction. Time passed slowly. The five of them focused intently on analyzing the gameplay, trying to spot details they might have missed. The viewers in the stream also discussed the matter passionately. Everyone was curious about SCP-096's abnormal properties, and so far, no new player had completed the game on the internet. The forum's strategy posts did not include information about SCP-096, leaving its specifics a complete mystery. About a minute later, a sudden flash of insight struck Brit. Wait. Do you remember what the soldier in the room said when we first entered? Brit's face lit up with excitement as he looked at the others with burning eyes. Kiwo frowned, thinking hard for a few seconds, then her eyes widened suddenly. She grasped a key point. Ah! I remember. I think that soldier said I saw it, right? Brit nodded vigorously, yes. That's right. I remember that soldier said it, too. Shortly after, SCP-096 entered an agitated state, and the soldier was killed. When I entered the room, the one with the door in the back, I think that soldier came out of that door, and SCP-096 was facing it. So, just after the soldier came out, he must have seen SCP-096's face. We all heard that after he said he saw it, his mood changed, he became very frightened and desperate. Everyone can imagine what their first reaction would be when entering a room and seeing someone standing there. What would you do? Look at that person. Brit paused, letting the question hang. After understanding Brit's point, everyone's eyes widened. Brit looked at their reactions with a serious and thoughtful expression. Exactly. Based on this reasoning. Brit paused again, suppressing the shock in his voice, then continued, I think SCP-096's berserk state is probably triggered when the soldier saw its face. The viewers in the stream were also stunned by this deduction. My God! It seems to be true. Can't see its face. Abominable. It's terrifying to think about. If you look at its face, it'll go crazy. Chapter 147, Chapter 146, Look at the face and kill. Plus my YT gaming channel. Plus my YT story channel. https://www.youtube.com/channel/achoikrusvzakakwok132dpq or Sokdavid story. It's really scary to think about it carefully. You can't look at its face. Once you do, you trigger its rage, and it will relentlessly pursue the viewer no matter the distance. I feel that Brit's analysis is pretty close to how it might work. It might be accurate. It's so shocking. A monster that goes berserk just because someone looked at its face. Damn. That concept is insane. The creators have an amazing imagination. In the dark menu area, Kiwo, Vale, and RT showed a surprised expression on their faces. They carefully thought about Brit's explanation, and the more they considered it, the more it seemed that Brit's speculation lined up. Even though they hadn't seen the file in-game, they accepted Brit's reasoning. My God! If this is true, then SCP-096 is terrifying. Kiwo covered her mouth in horror that she couldn't hide. Vale was equally shocked. This monster. I don't even know what to say. It's insane. RT nodded rapidly, stunned by the realization. Even Brit, who came to this conclusion, was shaken. He took a deep breath and thought carefully. Then said, if my theory is right, then what happened earlier makes sense. They reviewed the incident carefully in-game. First, they explored the map and entered the area where SCP-096 was contained. Soon after, the area was sealed. They saw its back through a window, so no aggression was triggered. Then, an unlucky NPC soldier entered and accidentally saw its face, which triggered the hunt and eventual death of the soldier. Brit entered the room afterward. At first, since he didn't see SCP-096's face, nothing happened. But when he saw the face, even briefly, that activated SCP-096's aggression. Then, everything escalated quickly, leading to his death and game over. The truth might be like this. Who would have guessed that just looking at its face causes all this? Brit sighed deeply. Still, he admitted that it's not 100% confirmed in-game how the trigger works. Man, what a terrifying monster. This kind of behavior, this pursuit logic, could anyone but a horror writer come up with this? Kiwo shook her head, overwhelmed. The others nodded silently. They couldn't imagine designing something like this themselves. There was a moment of silence, when Plumbella suddenly said, "Wait, I remember Brit didn't encounter the many-winged angel after coming back from the other dimension. Did SCP-096 eat it?" Everyone paused. "I don't think so," Brit said thoughtfully. SCP-096 doesn't usually eat or interact with other SCPs in that way. It's more of a pure rage/pursuit type. If it had killed the angel, there'd be some trace. Maybe the many-winged angel escaped. Creatures tend to avoid danger instinctively. Brit furrowed his brow. He recalled that when he returned, neither SCP was in the hallway. Later, SCP-096 reappeared. As for what happened between the two, it's unclear whether the many-winged angel was defeated or simply fled. I think since SCP-096 came back, the many-winged angel probably lost or ran away, Kiwo said. Yeah, maybe they fought, the angel fled, and 096 came back to continue its pursuit, RT guessed. The others agreed, it made sense. Vale said, "Let's not overthink it, just don't trigger any of the items again." Everyone nodded. As long as they avoid the SCPs, they should be safe. But Brit then remembered something crucial. Wait. I think SCP-096 might have tracking capabilities. He looked uneasy. When I came back from the other dimension, it had already left. But not long after I returned, it showed up again, targeting me. How did it know where I was? How could it track me? Maybe, once its rage is triggered, it can always find you, no matter how far away you are. When Brit said this, everyone was stunned. Just imagining that, a monster that goes berserk when someone sees its face, and can travel across dimensions? Horrifying. And the viewers on the stream were equally shaken by Brit's theory. Countless people were terrified by the possibility. Man! If Brit's right, this is terrifying. Bro! GPS? That's wild. Nightmare fuel. I've decided, I'm never playing the game alone. It's just too much. One look triggers rage, and it never stops chasing, and it can track you across dimensions. Nah, I'm out. No wonder this game is so brutal. In-game, Brit and the others looked at each other in shock. A chill crept from their feet to the tops of their heads. No doubt about it, the attack mechanics and behavior of SCP-096 made them truly feel how strange and terrifying the Foundation could be. Chapter 148, Chapter 147, The O5 Council. The nature of SCP-096 is extremely unusual. Brit and the others instinctively felt a chill down their spines, and the viewers in the stream were also shocked by Brit's analysis. The chat was filled with intense discussions. Because of this surge in attention, SCP-096 quickly went viral in the gaming community. It was rapid compared to SCP-173 by players. Both SCP entities possess highly distinctive traits. One must be constantly watched to prevent it from moving, while the other, in complete contrast, becomes hostile only when observed. These opposing conditions surprised and fascinated players. This also reignited player enthusiasm, prompting more people to challenge the games in hopes of discovering new, bizarre entities. At this point, many players who play Foundation Breach aren't just aiming for early access slots, they are genuinely enjoying the gameplay itself, immersed in the shock, suspense, and fear brought by each discovery. Even if some players get scared senseless, the adrenaline that follows is incredibly addictive. Alright, we've got a good understanding of 096 now. Get ready, we're trying again, Brit said, clapping his hands as his initial shock faded. Kiwo and the rest nodded. Thanks to Brit's deduction, their next run should go more smoothly. There's only one rule, don't look at 096's face. Keep that in mind, and beating the game becomes much more manageable. We must avoid waking the many-winged angel again, or we'll be forced to retreat, Kiwo said, recalling that overwhelming entity with unease. Vale nodded right away, that damn angel pokes people with its feathers, feels like 1,000 needles stabbing you. No way I'm going through that again. Just the thought of being engulfed in white feathers made Vale break into a cold sweat. Still, that wasn't even the worst of it. Vale vividly remembered another Foundation entity, one that left a lasting trauma. A strange, shadowy humanoid figure that pushed him to the brink of madness. Its movements were erratic, its form barely perceptible, and every encounter with it gnawed at his sanity. That cursed entity? The cowbell. Yes, just a cowbell, but ringing it brought horrors he could never forget. Vale swore to himself, he'd rather die than trigger it again. And yet, looking back, the fear and thrill were weirdly satisfying. We'll keep an eye out for the many-winged angel. But I've got more experience now, Brit said confidently. As long as there are no surprises, we'll be fine. He glanced at the chat, it's already early evening, hours have passed since the last supervisor stream. I wonder if anyone else has cleared the level yet. The moment Brit brought it up, Kiwo and the others tensed up. Let's go already. I need to get that early access spot. Come on, start the game. If we don't clear this today, I'm not sleeping. Brit nodded. I really want that qualification too, but I'm not too hopeful. My guess? The top 20 should be announced by tonight. He waved a hand. In any case, let's give it our all. Let's begin. At night, in a small apartment, Andrew sat in front of his computer and a mug of hot water steamed beside him. The monitor displayed the stream of Brit and the other streamer on the platform. Seeing their failed attempt didn't surprise Andrew, after all, SCP-096 was notoriously difficult. Without knowing its specific triggers, anyone would fall for it. I'm guessing maybe 30 players will manage to clear it tonight. He took a sip, moved his mouse, and checked the game platform. As of now, 3 teams worldwide have reportedly beaten the game. Besides the leading team, the other 2 were from overseas. Neither of them had shared their method publicly, probably to avoid others copying it, or to monetize the secret. Either way, it had nothing to do with Andrew. He only cared about the top 20 players. Emotion points are enough. I can release a new game whenever I want. Andrew opened his system panel. Emotion value, 103.52 million. It is over 100 million, and still climbing. He now had enough to unlock the project, SCP, 5K or SCP, Pandemic. No rush. I'll wait for all 20 slots to be filled, then release it along with the pre-order announcement. He rubbed his chin, grinning. Earlier that afternoon, he had finally registered his company. When the first payment came through, he'd start building an office. It was the first step toward his virtual universe. Of course, for now, he was the company's only member. But that didn't matter, he'd already received several messages from creators like the Sonozaki twins hoping to join his production team. He replied to them already, just needed to schedule a proper meeting. And with enough money? Good employees wouldn't be hard to find. The company's done, now I just need all 20 preemptive slots filled. He took another drink, completely at ease. Back on his monitor, Britt and the others were regrouping for another game run. As for the company name that he registered, it flashed through his mind once again. Simple. Mysterious. Maybe a little confusing to outsiders, but meaningful to him. The name? O5 Council. Chapter 149, Chapter 148, Distressed Sonozaki Twins. O5 Council. Andrew named his company that. Of course, he knows the origin of the name, it's a tribute to the highest-ranking authority in the Foundation universe, the O5 Council. Mysterious, commanding, and revered. It was the name Andrew had settled on the moment he decided to start his venture. Now, that idea is finally taking shape, even if just in its earliest form. At the moment, his company is little more than an empty shell, no office, no staff. Just him, the sole founder. His O5 Council might not look impressive right now, but that's fine. Andrew already has a long-term plan in mind. His virtual universe project has only just begun, but he's confident it will grow, evolve, and one day reach its full potential. Let's go. I need to clear this stage early, he muttered while staring at the screen, lifting a glass of water to his lips. Steam curled upward, and in that quiet moment, the vision of a vast virtual empire started to take form in his mind. In a small apartment elsewhere in the city, two young women sat before a computer, reviewing the message they had carefully composed. They were known online as the Sonozaki twins, Sarah, the elder, and Rachel, the younger. The message was addressed to a supervisor, the leader of a popular project team. The sisters hoped to join the supervisor's production crew. Their message inquired about available interview times, qualifications, and other relevant requirements. Ever since receiving a response from the supervisor, the sisters had been ecstatic, almost giddy with anticipation. They ran excitedly around the room, like two delighted sprites. After long and meticulous editing, they were finally ready to send the message. Every word had been reviewed repeatedly to avoid any error that might damage their chances. I wonder if we'll get an interview? Sarah asked, a note of worry in her voice. Don't stress, sis. Rachel smiled. If they replied, it means they're interested. We might not be guaranteed a spot, but we'll at least get a shot. Sarah relaxed a little and nodded. All right. I'm sending it. She clicked send. To make sure the message wouldn't get buried, they sent it multiple times using different accounts. After all, the supervisor must receive hundreds of messages daily. Just as they finished, her phone buzzed with an unknown number. Rachel's eyes widened. Don't tell me. Sarah frowned and answered the call cautiously. Hello, is this Ms. Sarah? A woman's voice asked. Yes. Who's calling? Ah, hello. I'm calling on behalf of Studio, the woman said warmly. She quickly got to the point. Her team was offering a generous payment in exchange for her guide with confidentiality guaranteed. Sarah let her finish before replying softly but firmly, I'm sorry. I can't sell my strategies. That wouldn't be fair to the other players. She ended the call. Beside her, Rachel sighed. Sis, maybe we should change our number. Sarah gave a tired smile. It wouldn't help. Big companies always have their ways. Rachel slumped. Ugh. I guess this won't stop until all 20 player slots are taken. Probably, Sarah agreed. They had learned from the supervisor's Twitch stream that the first player had already cleared the level. It was exciting and stressful. After the sisters' strategy post went viral, everyone started paying attention. Regular players. Organized teams. Even corporations. The sisters had hinted at the method for beating the game, and combined with the supervisor's announcement, it was easy for people to figure out that the sisters were ahead of the curve. Their phones buzzed non-stop. Private messages piled up. Followers exploded in number. Many wanted to buy the full strategy, some offering impressive prices. But the sisters had a reason to say no. They wanted to keep the game fair, especially since they were hoping to join the production team. Selling the solution would compromise the experience for other players. Even big corporations had called multiple times using different numbers, each offering higher than the last. But the sisters stayed firm. Now, all they could do was wait and hope that the remaining top 20 players would clear the level soon. In the meantime, they stopped updating their strategy post. It was the only way to protect the fairness of the challenge. Publishing more would just give some players an unfair boost, leaving others behind simply because they hadn't seen the post in time. So the sisters chose silence and waited. Chapter 150, Chapter 149, Here We Go Again. The love for games makes the twin sisters dream of joining a company that truly develops games, and this production team that seemingly appeared out of nowhere is exactly such a company. Its first game, Foundation Breach, swept the world thanks to its excellent quality, and the giants of the gaming industry acknowledge this masterpiece. And naturally, games of this caliber are the sisters' absolute favorite. They were so hooked they nearly forgot to eat or sleep. They experienced many failures, but finally, not long ago, they succeeded in clearing the game and became the first team in the world to do so. However, this also pushed them into the spotlight. Countless players and companies set their sights on them, all eager to get their hands on detailed guides to become the next to clear the game and secure that coveted top 20 beta tester. But the two sisters stayed true to themselves. Even when offered high prices, they refused to sell their methods, and that decision speaks volumes about their character. On the Twitch platform, Brit, Kiwo, Vale, Plumbella, and RT, the 5 streamers, were ready once more. After some discussion, they'd figured out the general behavior of SCP-096. With their confidence renewed, they jumped back into the game despite it being late at night. Even after playing for hours, none of them felt tired or bored. To them, Foundation Breach felt like a vast, mysterious world hidden behind a veil, and they had only scratched the surface. There was still a massive unexplored space, filled with unique content waiting to be discovered. As the game officially began, everything felt familiar. They had been through this many times before, so the team was quite experienced. The opening sequence went smoothly, and after that, the mission to traverse the light containment area officially began. Since the map resets every time, even with experience, they had to proceed step by step with caution. Still, their familiarity with the terrain and some areas helped them dodge many dangers. Among the threats are Ear Bear, Metal Bear, and the Old Man. Without that knowledge, most players would have died here. Eventually, Brit and the team completed the light containment area. They also collected all the items they could find. With the light containment area cleared, they headed straight for the heavy containment area. Standing at the entrance of the section, emotions ran high. They were excited, but also nervous. They'd never explored this area before, and no one knew what kind of unimaginable Foundation items awaited. Even with a bit of fear, their confidence stayed strong. Shouldn't be a problem this time, with me and Vale here, hahaha. RT grinned as he spoke. He and Vale both had glowing red eyes, a result of enhancing themselves using the clockworks in the light containment area. Originally, only Vale wanted the upgrade, but when RT saw it, he couldn't resist trying it out for himself. And so, both of them became superhuman. Thanks to reminders from the chat, Brit and the team knew the risk. The process doesn't guarantee a good outcome. Sometimes, a player mutates into a monster and gets forcefully removed from the game, leaving only their body behind for the team to deal with. Other times, they turn into powerful but irrational humanoids, who might even attack their teammates. In some cases, players are simply processed to death without warning. The team might not even see what happened, but clearly, something horrific must occur post-process, wiping them out in an instant. In short, the enhancement is a double-edged sword. It doesn't always work in your favor, as what comes out of that chamber is completely random, and that unpredictability is part of the allure. No one knows what the outcome will be, feeding the endless curiosity of players. Fortunately for Vale and RT, they got lucky. They gained strength without losing their sanity, especially Vale, 2 successful processes, 0 side effects. That's rare. Still, even with good fortune, Vale wasn't without trouble. The side effects are just, ugh, not pleasant. Vale clutched his chest and shook his head. Indeed, though both he and RT gained power, they also received serious side effects. From the moment they stepped out of the machine, they knew they wouldn't last to the end, but they had mentally prepared themselves in advance. As long as they could help the team progress, whether they made it to the finish didn't matter. Let's work hard and beat the game. Let's go. Brit patted Vale and RT on the shoulders, encouraging them. Then added, same plan, head to the Foundation area with the Plague Doctor first for the level 4 keycard, then the area with the old man for level 5. Everyone nodded in agreement. They each checked their equipment, and then the team officially set out once again. With a newly refreshed map, this would be a completely new adventure. Who knew what unknown items they might find this time? Luckily, the next part went smoother than expected, perhaps even better than last time. Before long, they located the Plague Doctor's containment zone. After a brief rest, the 5 entered the elevator together, ready to officially dive into the next area. And just before the elevator doors closed, the red-eyed Vale grinned and said, "Here we come again." Chapter 151, Chapter 150, The new SCP is a computer? Here we go again. Vale chuckled smugly, his confidence written all over his face. This time was different from the last. Previously, they only had one superhuman, him. Now, they had 2. One was more than enough to handle the Plague Doctor zombie minions. With 2, they felt unstoppable. The elevator hummed to life. Despite the tension, none of the 5 seemed particularly nervous. Their experience showed. Everything had been planned. As long as nothing unexpected happened, getting through this area should be easy. They had all chosen to descend together because the Plague Doctor could randomly select any elevator to enter the area, so splitting up was too risky. If the teammates left behind encountered the Doctor, things could turn deadly fast. Even Vale and RT weren't confident they could survive a direct touch from the Plague Doctor. The elevator jolted slightly, and then the doors opened with a chime. The familiar circular corridor stretched before them. Let's move quickly this time. Grab the items and get out immediately, Brit said in a serious tone as he slid on his super night vision goggles and moved forward. Naturally, Vale and the others followed suit, donning their goggles and trailing Brit. The events followed a predictable pattern now. First came the sudden power outage in the area, then the team split off to restore the power and followed by waves of zombies emerging from the passageways. That was Vale and RT's cue. Without hesitation, the 2 charged into the fray while Brit, Kiwo, and Plumbella slipped into the room to locate the level 4 keycard. Got it. Brit called once he had the card. He and the others quickly regrouped in the central hallway of the zone. Meanwhile, Vale and RT made short work of the zombie horde. Once the coast was clear, Vale sprinted to the room with the elevator power switch and flipped it back on. With everything set, the 2 split up again, heading for separate elevators on either side. Then, I swear to God, the Doctor's coming down on my side, RT shouted. Hearing this, Brit, Kiwo, and Plumbella, who had just reached the middle corridor, instantly turned and ran in the opposite direction. Vale also bolted. The Plague Doctor had barely arrived before all 5 had vanished from sight. Thanks to his enhanced agility, RT easily outpaced the Doctor, who couldn't catch up. And just like that, the team made it safely to the opposite elevator and escaped the zone before the Plague Doctor could reach them. He was left staring blankly at an empty shaft, visibly dazed. The group wasted no time. After exiting, they threw on their masks and dashed away at top speed, empowered by infinite stamina. Their movement was smooth and effortless as if gliding. Once they'd cleared several passageways, they finally stopped to catch their breath. Vale was the first to burst out laughing. Hahaha. That plague doctor must be so confused. Everyone vanished in a blink. Kiwo doubled over with laughter. That was awesome. No danger at all this time. RT and Plumbella were beaming with pride. Brit simply shook his head, impressed. Good thing we planned this out beforehand. With two superhuman, it went off without a hitch. And he was right. They had strategized the whole run, and each step went according to plan. The plague doctor didn't even catch a glimpse of them, he'd only seen RT, and even then, couldn't keep up. Now, his zombie minions were sprawled out on the ground, useless. The mental image of that chaotic scene brought a smile to Brit's face. All right, let's keep going. Our next target is the Old Man Containment Zone. We need to secure the level 5 keycard. After a short laugh and some banter, Brit led the group forward. They were now in a thick concrete corridor, dimly lit by a pair of emergency lights overhead. Because they hadn't fully explored the area in the last game, they stayed on alert. Any door they opened could reveal a new, dangerous entity. The five advanced cautiously. At the corridor's end, Brit pulled out the super navigator. After checking the layout, he unlocked the next heavy metal door, and it led into a large hall. A metal door stood directly ahead, and to the right, there was a branching hallway. We go right this time, Brit whispered. The others nodded. They entered the side corridor and were soon surprised to find a stairway descending. Do you think this leads to another new SCP? Plumbella asked nervously. Very likely, Brit replied with a nod. But turning back wasn't an option. They paused briefly, then continued down the stairs. After a few steps, they spotted something posted on the wall, a familiar warning symbol. The experienced team members knew what that meant, a new SCP. They huddled around to inspect it. SCP-079. Kiwo read aloud, confused. The rest of the team shared her uncertainty. Displayed on the sign was basic info. Item number, SCP-079. Object class, Euclid. But what drew their attention most was the image. It wasn't a monster, even a strange humanoid, it was an old-looking computer. That's right, SCP-079 was a computer. This unexpected revelation left everyone puzzled, and even the viewers in the stream room descended into discussion. No one had expected a computer to be classified as an SCP. Chapter 152, Chapter 151, SCP-079. Can a computer also be an SCP? The group was surprised. Including the viewers in the stream room, they were full of curiosity about the logo on the wall. I seem to remember that SCP-079 was mentioned in the guide on the forum, but I didn't expect it to be a computer. Hahaha. The Foundation is all-inclusive, it has everything. The statue, the plague doctor, the creature that we can't see, the many-winged angel, etc. Now there's a computer. I'm very curious about what will happen to them, hahaha. The group looked around the sign for a while. Finally, Brit said thoughtfully, I remembered, the SCP-079 mentioned in the post on the forum, that's it. In the post, there was a mention of SCP-079. Of course, no specific information was given. The post just tells players that if they want to beat the game, they must go through SCP-079. According to the description in the post, players can deduce that SCP-079 can communicate, and the logo in front just proved this point. Because, on the logo, not only basic information and photos are recorded, but also a brain logo. It says, sentient object. This sentence undoubtedly shows that SCP-079 is not just a computer, it's a sentient computer. Since it has self-awareness, of course, the player can communicate with it. Though there is not much information given in the post, such as 079's file, and so on, it only tells the player that they need to come later, and it doesn't even say what its chamber is like. That's what the post said, it's a computer. After Brit finished speaking, Kiwo suddenly had a look of enlightenment on her face. The same goes for the others, and they were amazed. After a few seconds, Brit waved his hand, "Okay, let's go down and have a look." Several people nodded and continued to walk down the stairs. It's not too deep down. A wide metal door could be seen lying across the bottom, and there were card readers on the wall next to it. They stood in front of the metal gate as Brit took out the keycard and swiped it lightly. After a beep sound, the wide metal door opened to both sides, and what was revealed in front of them was a hall. The hall extended to the right, and the lights were bright. It was empty inside, so there was not much going on. However, after they entered the hall, when they looked to the right, they could see a corpse on the ground in the depths. There were also some file cabinets, instruments, and other items. Brit first took out the navigator and looked at it. After roughly confirming that there was no danger, they walked to the depths. And after coming to the far end, they could see that there was a wide metal door not far from the right, and a card was also required. Obviously, behind this metal door should be the containment chamber of SCP-079. Vale looked at the metal door and couldn't help but say, "It's quite big here, the computer should be inside this door, right?" Brit nodded and said, "It seems that this SCP-079 should be a relatively dangerous SCP, as can be seen from the tightness of the protection here." They looked around. Right now, this hall should be similar to the observation room in front of the containment chamber, with instruments and filing cabinets lining the corners. The body on the ground was a man, and there was blood all over his body. No one knew how he died. "Everyone, look for it, you should be able to find the file of SCP-079. Brit said. Then the group dispersed and searched throughout the observation room. Not long, the surprised voice of Plumbella sounded, "I found it. Here it is." She was standing next to a filing cabinet with a file in her hand, which was still open. The others gathered around after hearing her words. Facing the light, several people carefully read the file of SCP-079. Item number, SCP-079. Object Class, Euclid. Description, SCP-079 is an XID sorcerer microcomputer built in 1978. In 1981, its owner, deceased, a college sophomore attending, took it upon himself to attempt to code an AI. According to his notes, his plan was for the code to continuously evolve and improve itself as time went on. His project was completed a few months later, and after some tests and tweaks, lost interest and moved on to a different brand of microcomputer. He left SCP-079 in his cluttered garage, still plugged in, and forgot about it for the next 5 years. It is not known when SCP-079 gained sentience, but it is known that the software has evolved to a point that its hardware should not be able to handle it, even in the realm of fantasy. SCP-079 realized this and, in 1988, attempted to transfer itself through a landline modem connection into the Cray supercomputer located at it. The device was cut off, traced to its present address, and delivered to the Foundation. The entire AI was on a well-worn, but still workable, cassette tape. SCP-079 is currently connected via RF cable to a 13 black and white television. It has passed the Turing test, and is quite conversational, though very rude and hateful in tone. Due to the limited memory it has to work with, SCP-079 can only recall information it has received within the previous 24 hours, see addendum, below, although it hasn't forgotten its desire to escape. The whole document was very long. After the group finished reading, their faces were full of surprises. Kiwo was the first to speak, "So it's not a computer, it's an AI. Vale, who is next to her, said, according to what the file says, this thing can also evolve by itself. What a monster! Brit, RT, and Plumbella were also shocked. The file detailed the origin of SCP-079, as well as its anomalous properties. It never occurred to them that this communicative SCP-079 would turn out to be a super artificial intelligence, and it is the kind that can evolve. Chapter 153, Chapter 152, SCP-008. Thank you. Night Tier, Shees, and Jonathan Modica, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. Artificial Intelligence. This term is no stranger to them, or even the audience in the stream. In today's world, technology is changing with each passing day, so the development of artificial intelligence is also extremely rapid. All kinds of supercomputers, as well as intelligent robots, etc., have appeared all over the world. But that so-called intelligence, at its root, is just a bunch of preset data programs. It is not smart at all. They have no soul, as their superficial intelligence is all preset, targeted responses to various languages and situations. It is far from real intelligence. But for SCP-079? According to the description in the file, it has its own soul. It can continuously upgrade itself and evolve, and it can think and communicate. As long as it is given enough hardware conditions, its growth will surge, and there is almost no limit. This may also be the real reason why the Foundation chose to contain it, because no one can predict the consequences of allowing such a super-intelligent program to continue to evolve. The essence of SCP-079 is its program. It can be said that it is a living program. It can be predicted that if it is given enough storage space and good enough hardware, it may be able to perform limitless upgrades. In the hall, Brit shook his head and sighed. His expression was full of surprise. The others were also amazed. At this moment, they seemed to have a deeper understanding of the things contained in the Foundation. The viewers in the stream room have also become very interested in this super-intelligent AI. The chat is constantly tumbling, and people are enthusiastically expressing their opinions. Super AI. There is such a thing. Open the door and have a look. Damn. I want to see how the AI communicates. This should not be regarded as AI. According to the description in the file, this is already considered a digital life. But when I think about it carefully, I'm a little disappointed. After all, this is just a game, and there is no such super intelligence in reality. Just kidding, if it exists in reality, then it's okay. In the game, after Brit and the others were amazed, they turned their eyes to the huge metal door next to them. The metal door was tightly closed, and on the wall next to it was a card reader. The entire door exudes a cold metal atmosphere, and inside is a digital marvel. Go and have a look. Brit took out the keycard. Maybe SCP-079 is very dangerous, but they can't back down just because of the danger. They gathered in front of the metal gate, and Brit swiped the keycard. After a beep sound, the metal doors began to open toward both sides. But just after opening less than 10 centimeters, the doors suddenly closed again. Because of the great force, it even stirred up a lot of dust. The group was shocked. We can't open it. Is the keycard level not enough? Brit frowned and looked at the keycard, and then at the metal door. After a little thought, he shook his head. It's not that the level of the keycard is not enough, it's that we haven't reached the point yet. Brit remembered the description in the post that they must go through the heavy containment area and go to the office area. After completing a task in the office area, return to the heavy containment area. At that time, they could open the huge metal door in front of them, and only then could they come into contact with that AI. Yes, that's right, I just remembered. I see. After listening to Brit's explanation, the others suddenly remembered, and they looked at the metal gate with regret. Although they were very curious, they were helpless. Okay, let's move on. Brit waved his hand. It doesn't matter whether you get in or not, at least they found this place ahead of time. If the game goes well later on, they won't have to bother to find it when they need to come back. The 5 of them took one last look around and then left for the previous hall. There are 2 roads here, forward and right. To the right is the containment area of SCP-079, then they can only move on. The huge game map is full of unknowns. Although the 5 of them had adapted to the environment long ago, they were still a little apprehensive and nervous after all, especially Vale. It can be said that he was tortured in the game, therefore, he is particularly sensitive to this game. Be careful of the surrounding environment at all times. Next, the group carefully explored the key containment area, and they soon encountered an SCP again. It's exactly the item that tortured Vale in the last game, SCP-513, Cowbell. Seeing this containment, Vale broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. Fortunately, because of their experience, the group passed the area without any risk, while Vale is a nervous yuppie. But finally, no more surprises, and the sleep killer never appeared again. It seems that in every game, the spawn of the sleep killer is also random. After passing the area, the group explored the map again. Next, they encountered the level of SCP-017 again, that is, the shadow person. In the same way, because of his experience, Britt, who was once again a light bulb repairman, completed the task perfectly again. Only this time, the broken bulb was replaced in a new location. But although the location is different, the difficulty of overall maintenance has not increased, so the job went well. After the shadow person area was over, the group wandered around for a while, and then they came across the hall where SCP-966 was located. SCP-966 is, of course, the sleep killer. Coming here again, the group felt the uneasiness of being watched again. Those who have experienced all this are very familiar with these. And the 2 fighters, Vale and RT, can naturally clean up those sleep killer very easily. They did not stay too long and started to move again. But this time, after a short walk, several people came to the end of a circular passage again. The metal door at the end is push button. Britt pressed the button and opened the metal door. As far as the eye can see, it is a similar hall as before. In the center of the hall, there is a fork to the right. The group chose the fork to the right this time. This fork is no longer a downward staircase, it was a metal door. Britt opened the metal door, and then, a small room appeared in the eyes of several people. On the wall facing the metal door, there is a yellow logo. The SCP number is marked on it, SCP-008. Chapter 154, Chapter 153, The mission is clear. SCP-008. Kiwo was the first to say in surprise after seeing the Foundation mark on the wall of the room. Britt and the others were also revitalized. It's 008. Hahaha, we finally found it. Finally found it. The group was very excited. You know, they didn't find SCP-008 until the end of the game. SCP-008 is the key link to pass through the heavy containment area, as the checkpoint leading to the office area is blocked because of SCP-008. Therefore, to pass the area, they must find SCP-008. Now, although they haven't found the room for the old man yet, and haven't obtained the level 5 keycard, it's good to be able to find SCP-008 in advance. Because they will come here sooner or later, the sooner they come, the easier it will be. Go. Go in and have a look. Britt took the lead and stepped into the room, while the others also followed closely. After entering, the group looked around and examined the layout of the entire room. The room was very simple, there was a lamp on the ceiling, and the light was fairly bright. There was a metal door on each side of the room. On the wall between the 2 doors, there was a yellow logo. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the room. I don't know which door leads to the containment room, and we haven't seen the file yet. We don't know its specifics. Brit's face became serious. The post on the forum did not provide detailed information, so they did not know the specifics about SCP-008. They didn't even know the SCP details, let alone what might be wrong here. If you don't know, it probably means there is great danger. Then what should we do? There are no files here either. Kiwo said with a bitter expression, while another person also looked uneasy. Vale and RT didn't seem concerned. Vale even waved his hand and said, "Let me try, while you wait outside the door." After thinking carefully, Brit could only nod solemnly and said, "Okay. That's the only way. The unknown represents danger, therefore, if you don't know the specific situation here, the safest option is to let the enhanced Vale or RT investigate." However, before Vale started, Brit looked at the sign on the wall and said again, "Perhaps I can guess what SCP-008 is." Brit pointed to the container sign and continued, "Look at the picture on the sign." The others looked over. In the yellow mark, besides the SCP number and item level, there was also a triangle symbol. Below the symbol, it was written, "Biological hazard." I think, judging from the hazard type, SCP-008 might be some kind of germ. Brit frowned slightly, his tone uncertain. The faces of the others also showed thoughtful expressions. The triangular symbol does resemble a biohazard. Thinking carefully, it could indeed be a germ. From this picture, it might be a virus. Then you'd better wear a gas mask. If it's a virus, what's the deal? Was the virus leaked? People couldn't help but discuss. In the end, Vale clapped his hands and said, "Let's check it out." The others nodded in agreement. After some discussion, they decided that Vale would open the door while the others waited outside. Once the decision was made, they began to act. After the others left, Vale closed the metal door behind him, becoming the only one in the room. He looked at the card reader on the metal door, thought for a moment, and chose the door on the left. However, before opening it, Vale put on his gas mask. Although his body had been enhanced and his resistance to abnormal effects greatly increased, an extra layer of protection couldn't hurt. After donning the gas mask, Vale took the keycard Brit had given him, approached the left metal door, and swiped it on the card reader. After a beep, the door opened. When it did, Vale instinctively assumed a defensive posture, but there was no monster behind the door. Nor was there any green poison or other threats. Behind the door was a long room that looked like an observation room. Inside were some machines with unknown functions, as well as desks, computers, filing cabinets, and other items in the back. Seeing this, Vale heaved a sigh of relief. He then opened the door to let Brit, who was waiting outside, in. "Look at the room on the left first. It seems to be an observation room." Vale pointed to the open door on the left. "Really? There seems to be an observation window inside. Go in and have a look." The group then entered the observation room. They didn't need to look at the instruments outside because they couldn't understand them anyway. The five of them moved straight to the back of the room. To the right, there were two long tables. On one of the tables was a computer, and the walls behind the tables were made of thick glass. When they saw the scene behind the glass, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. At the same time, they whispered almost simultaneously, "Sure enough. The scene behind the glass was just a sealed room. In the center was a thick pipe-like device connected to the ground. The pipe's opening was covered, but the lid was currently open. From inside the pipe, a slightly green gas was gushing out. The air in the room appeared green due to the large amount of this gas, which had accumulated throughout the space, giving them a sense of danger. Therefore, even without reading the file, they understood immediately what was in front of them. This should be the containment room. SCP-008 is a poisonous gas, so it must be some kind of virus. Brit shook his head in surprise, and Vale shared the same reaction. No one expected that their earlier speculation would turn out to be correct. After seeing the scene in the containment room, the group realized their next task was to enter the room and close the open lid so that the gas wouldn't leak further. "Hey, there's a file over there." Kiwo suddenly pointed to the top of a filing cabinet at the back. The cabinet wasn't tall, and there was just one file on it. Kiwo ran over to retrieve it. The group then gathered around to look at the file. Item number, SCP-008. Object Class, Euclid. Chapter 155, Chapter 154, SCP-008, 100% Fatality Rate. Item number, SCP-008. Object Class, Euclid. Description: SCP-008 is a complex prion, samples of which are stored in each of the known G2 sites. Research into SCP-008 is highly classified and primarily aimed at preventing research which may lead to the synthesis of SCP-008 in the distant future. Traits of the SCP-008 prion include -100% infectiousness, -100% lethality, transmission through exposed mucous membranes and all bodily fluids, not airborne or waterborne. Symptoms of infection with SCP-008 manifest no more than 3 hours after exposure, and include flu-like symptoms with high fever, plus severe dementia in later stages. Coma onset approximately 20 hours after first symptoms appear and 12 hours after noticeable dementia. Coma onset will be considered onset of death. A period of sporadic cellular necrosis occurs which comes to resemble gangrene. Surviving tissue assumes its original function and is highly resilient. Red blood cells greatly increase oxygen storage capacity, resulting in slower blood flow and increased muscle endurance and strength. Nervous and muscular systems are unaffected by total organ failure for several hours. Metabolism may decrease to extremely low levels, allowing subject to survive for over 10 years without nutrition. High blood viscosity results in negligible blood flow from gunshot, puncture, and slashing injuries. Conditioned behavior, motor controls, and instinctive behavioral mechanisms are damaged, and cognitive abilities are severely retarded and erratic. Animals experience excessive brain necrosis and are inactive. Subject can adapt to its damaged nervous systems but is limited to basic physical activities, including standing up, balancing on 2 legs, walking, biting, grabbing, and crawling. Subject will energetically move towards sights, sounds, and smells it associates with living humans. Subject will attempt to ingest living humans if physical contact is made. Neutralizing fully infected subjects requires significant cranial trauma. There is strong evidence to suggest SCP-008 itself did not form naturally on Earth, since variants of similar complexity would have displaced much of the ecosystem. In 1959, a short collaborative effort with the USSR to locate G2 sites and eliminate SCP-008 was negotiated following their discovery. The status of SCP-008 in Russian custody since collaboration ended is unknown. Wow! It's a zombie virus! After reading the files, Kiwo exclaimed. She subconsciously looked at the containment room behind the glass, and the zombified appearance of humans automatically appeared in her mind, causing fear to grow within her. Brit and Vale were also very surprised. No one expected that this virus would turn out to be a zombie virus. No wonder the checkpoint is blocked. If this virus is not controlled and leaks out, the harm it will cause could be disastrous, Brit said. Not just Brit, the viewers also realized the dreadfulness of the virus leak, and they are discussing it enthusiastically at the moment. Damn! If this thing leaks out, it will probably destroy the whole world. Not necessarily. If it can be controlled early, it shouldn't be a big problem, but this thing is too powerful. Once there's a breakout, it will be difficult to control. Oh my god! I'm thinking about a world full of zombies, that's scary. 100% fatality rate. What kind of things are there in the Foundation? In the game, the group read the file and then turned their eyes to the containment room behind the glass. The entire glass is completely soundproof, so they couldn't hear anything. But looking at the virus in the containment room, the sound of airflow seemed to fill their ears. No doubt, with this virus concentration, they would be infected as soon as the virus came into contact with the air, and they would turn into zombies. Therefore, solving this problem is not simple. Let's go. Let's open that door and see. No matter how difficult the task, we have to do it. After a while, Brit spoke, and the others nodded solemnly. The group then left the observation room and returned to the small room outside. Now, only the metal door on the right remains open. At this time, RT took the initiative to stand up. I'll do it this time. You wait outside first. The others paused but did not refuse. Like Vale, RT is also enhanced. He went to open the door as Vale had done before. I guess the virus shouldn't come out directly, there should be a compartment in the middle. Otherwise, this mission can't be completed because the player will die, Brit said again. However, even so, to be on the safe side, the group left the room while RT stayed alone inside. After taking a deep breath, he swiped the keycard lightly. After a beep, the metal door opened, revealing a small cubicle. As Brit said, RT saw an airtight door inside the compartment, which must lead to the containment room. Besides that, there were shelves in the cubicle with biohazard suits hanging on them. RT then called the others, and they stepped into the cubicle in amazement. Ah, I see, the game is to have the player wear this protective suit and enter the containment room. Kiwo said, looking at the suit. The protective clothing is eye-catching orange. It is full body, with a large protective helmet on top. On the chest area, there are biochemical symbols. Just looking at it makes people feel tense. Let me do it. RT spoke again. The others hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not refuse. Vale looked at RT and then at his own body, with a slightly disappointed expression. After all, from a body shape perspective, RT seems more suitable for the suit. Without further ado, after making a decision, RT began to put on the protective clothing. The suit is very thick, so RT took considerable effort to put it on. Finally, after securing the helmet, RT made an OK gesture to everyone. Stay safe. Take it easy. Be careful. The others encouraged RT. Then they exited the cubicle and went to the observation room. After closing the metal door of the observation room, they watched the scene in the containment room through the glass window. RT remained alone in the cubicle. To prevent accidents, the door of the cubicle was also closed. There is a button on the wall next to him, which he needs to press to open the heavy airtight door of the containment chamber. RT took a long breath. After one last check, he pressed the button. Chapter 156, Chapter 155, Mission accomplished. Thank you, Night Tier, Gloxinia, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. After wearing the biochemical protective clothing, it is inconvenient for him to move. But since the task was given to him, he would try his best to complete it. After pressing the red button, the airtight door of the room opened without incident. And after the door was opened, green gas swished out. When a normal person sees this, their first reaction is to turn around and run away, he is no exception. But just as he took a step back, his mind reacted again, and he stopped. If I inhale a bit, will I gain immortality? Through the thick helmet mask, RT stared dumbfounded at the green fog that filled the surroundings. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, then stepped forward and cautiously entered the room. After entering, the surrounding green mist seemed to be thicker. Even through the helmet, RT still heard the sound of gas spouting from the pipe in the center of the room. This task is not difficult. If he is careful, nothing should happen. After all, the player only needs to close the cover. The overall difficulty is not even as high as repairing the light bulb in SCP-017. After RT entered the room, he did not act immediately. He looked around first. It was found that in the entire room, except for the pipe that was spraying gas, there was nothing else. It was empty. Then RT saw the glass window of the observation room next to it. Because of the poisonous fog, he couldn't see the scene on the other side of the glass, but it was roughly visible that the others were paying attention to him. Okay. RT gestured toward the glass window. The others responded with cheers. The task. RT muttered to himself, then started walking toward the center of the room. The group in the observation room and the spectators in the stream saw this and unknowingly began to get nervous. RT approached the pipe, where the mist was spewing out. It almost hit him directly in the face. RT looked at this and couldn't help swallowing again. How can I get close? RT frowned, looked at it, and stretched out his hand to put on the raised steel cover next to it. He pressed slightly. No response. RT muttered, then stepped up a bit more. This time, the lid finally responded. It moved down slowly and closed successfully. After closing it, the gushing mist disappeared. But RT was still not at ease. He looked around, taking several seconds to confirm that the task of closing the lid had been completed. RT looked at the closed pipeline and couldn't help sighing. There is a reason why he sighs so much. He has been enhanced, and his power is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But even so, he didn't press the lid all at once. Ordinary players would have to spend a lot of effort to close it. Mission complete, let's call it a day. RT shook his head, then looked at the glass window of the observation room next to him. He originally wanted to gesture to the others, indicating that the mission was over. But he saw that the group was yelling frantically at him, pointing toward the room door. WTF? RT froze for a moment, then turned his head to look in the direction of the door. Because the source of the poisonous fog had been closed, the fog in the room no longer intensified. While RT looked over, a figure walked out from behind the door. It was rotten all over and covered with a dark, sticky substance. Its path was also coated with dark, corrosive goo. It was none other than SCP-106, the old man. Oh shit! After seeing the old man, he instantly felt goosebumps. He finally understood what the others were gesturing at him for. Damn it! A cold sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. At this moment, he had nowhere to go except the room door. He was stuck there. It's over. He's blocked. In the observation room, Kiwo said. The others were anxious and bore helpless expressions. It turned out that just now, when they were watching RT perform his task, Brit habitually took out the navigator to check. After all, this is a heavy containment area, and he didn't know which SCPs were roaming the area. Keeping an eye on the navigator could help avoid some dangers. But this time, the navigator didn't give any warning prompts. Instead, a red dot appeared, next to it was the number of the danger source, SCP-106. Moreover, the position of the red dot seemed to be outside the room. Seeing this symbol, Brit was shocked and immediately frantically signaled RT inside the room. The others also saw the navigator, shouted, and gestured wildly. But the glass was very well insulated, so RT couldn't hear any of them. From the navigator, it was clear that after SCP-106 appeared, it began to walk toward RT. The situation was very dangerous. Fortunately, RT reacted quickly and noticed SCP-106. But noticing it didn't change the dangerous situation, because he was still trapped in the room. RT was sweating, staring at the old man, who was getting closer. I have to run. RT muttered. Then, taking advantage of the old man approaching, he took a sharp step and ran to the side, trying to go around him. The speed of the old man is not fast, so he could easily bypass it. But when he reached the door, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because, on the ground at the entrance of the room, there were dark substances. With his extensive gaming experience, he knew this was extremely dangerous. So, here and now, he was trapped in a dead end. Chapter 157, Chapter 156, We Are Back Again. RT met a dead end. The front was filled with a dark substance. As long as he stepped on it, he would sink into it. Although he had been enhanced, he couldn't fly, so he couldn't pass. Behind him was the old man, and the horror of the old man was beyond doubt. Being caught by it was tantamount to death. Of course, it was also possible to survive, but that chance was slim. Therefore, at this moment, RT was neither advancing nor retreating. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. While he hesitated, the old man finally reached his side and stretched out his hand to grab him. RT was not someone who easily admits defeat, so after finding no way to escape, he dodged to avoid the hand. Then he looked around, and his eyes lit up. Window! RT shouted with excitement, then rushed to the glass window of the observation room. Through the glass, RT could see the anxious faces of the others. "You guys, move!" RT shouted, raising his hand to signal that he was going to smash the glass. The group was not stupid, they understood RT's intention. He was trying to smash the glass and escape. As for why he didn't leave through the exit, it was obvious that the exit was no longer available. After smashing the glass, the residual poisonous fog in the room would fill the air, so the group would be in danger if they didn't leave. "Let's go!" Brit, recognizing the urgency, yelled, turned around, and ran. The others quickly followed. Seeing that the group had left, RT raised his fist and slammed it against the glass, causing cracks like spider webs to form in the thick glass. RT's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Why is this thing so tough?" You know, he had the strength to crack a concrete wall with a single punch, but the glass in front of him only cracked. It was clear that the durability of this glass window was very high. Damn it, again. RT cursed and punched again. This strike doubled the number of cracks in the glass, but it still didn't break. "Ah! Son of a B***tch. RT grew impatient and punched once more. This time, the punch finally shattered the glass. But almost immediately, RT felt something grab him. OSH**T. RT was horrified, quickly turning around to see that the old man was grabbing his suit. Damn it! RT's mind went blank, and he subconsciously tried to break free. But before he could, the old man suddenly pulled him to the ground with force. On the ground was a dark substance. The old man wanted to drag him into his pocket dimension. "No!" RT, tense and desperate, shouted. He raised his fist and struck the old man's arm. But after hitting it, RT only felt as if he had struck a piece of steel. This indicated that the physical resistance of the old man was ridiculously strong. At this moment, RT knew he wouldn't be able to run away. Just as his thoughts raced, he felt a sudden tingling sensation on his skin. He turned to look and saw his protective suit was scratched, exposing the inner clothing. Without the protective suit, it was impossible to resist the poisonous fog in the environment. RT realized he had been infected by SCP-008. "I'm dead either way, so come on, let's die together." RT went crazy. He no longer cared about the protective clothing. He clenched his fists and began attacking the old man. RT felt as if his bones were going to break, but the old man still looked intact. This situation shocked viewers in the chat. "It's useless. The toughness of the old man is too high. If it could be killed so easily, the Foundation would have done it long ago. Hey! It's a pity RT, after all this, is about to be gone. I love it." No matter how RT attacked, the old man's expression didn't change. Eventually, RT grew tired, and the old man pulled him down, sinking into the ground. During this process, perhaps to keep his prey, the old man viciously attacked RT's chest, squeezing his heart. Outside the containment room, the group watched the sealed metal door anxiously. Just when RT was about to smash the glass, they left quickly because there was still a virus in the room. Not to mention, besides the virus, the old man was also inside. After exiting, Brit kept an eye on the navigator. The red dot representing SCP-106 remained, indicating that the old man had not yet left. What happened to RT was beyond their guesses unless they saw it with their own eyes. Suddenly, Brit noticed that the red dot warning on the navigator disappeared. The old man has left. Brit exclaimed in surprise. Ah? What about RT? Kiwo asked anxiously. She had a bad premonition. Soon, they learned from the chat that RT had quit the game. Yay! Brit shook his head, the others were also disappointed. Vale said, the old man is so annoying. Should we go in again? Brit looked at the metal door, thought for a moment, and said, don't go in. There might still be some virus inside. Let's go. They took one last look at the metal door and left. Because RT had withdrawn, they felt a little heavy-hearted. They didn't know what they might encounter, but only 4 of them remained. It would be more difficult to beat the game. But no matter how tough it was, they had to move forward, even if an abyss lay ahead. The group resumed their exploration of the area. They passed through passages and halls and even encountered the bear along the way. Recognizing it as SCP-1048, the Builder Bear, they moved on quickly. Luckily, it was not very dangerous, so they left without incident. Finally, when they opened the metal door at the end of a passage, a familiar scene appeared: walkways, rooms, windows. It's SCP-096. Brit said quietly as he looked down the aisle. Kiwo, standing nearby, recognized it too. She clenched her fist and said, "Humph! We're back again, SCP-096. Chapter 158, Chapter 157, What Will Happen?" Kiwo, standing nearby, recognized it too. She clenched her fist and said, "Humph! We're back again, SCP-096. She was high-spirited, while the others showed curious expressions on their faces. They left the game early in the last session, so they couldn't get here. Although in the dark space, you can see the stream of their games, no matter how you watch the stream, it is not as real as being there. Is 096 in the next room? Plumbella pointed to the room next to the aisle and asked curiously. Kiwo nodded and said, "Yes. I remember it clearly. After we go in, a soldier will come out and be killed." Vale said, "This thing is too dangerous, I don't think I can handle it." Brit took a deep breath, and then he was the first to step in. "It should be no problem, we just need to be careful not to look at its face." The others also walked in. After they entered the aisle, the metal door behind them closed automatically and the lighting became a little unstable. After entering the area, the group subconsciously glanced through the window. The inside of the room is still the same, with many mechanical instruments inside. They didn't see SCP-096 at first, however, after looking through the window, Brit suddenly realized something. "Turn back." He quickly turned his gaze back and said, "Don't look. It will be bad if you see its face." The others also quickly looked away and squatted under the window. It's okay, I didn't see it. Oh, I was careless. If I saw this, wouldn't the group be wiped out again? That scared me." They were terrified. "What are we going to do now?" "Go straight into the room." Vale looked up at the window and said. After finishing speaking, Vale went to press the button, but there was no response from the metal door. There is no doubt that this place is blocked again. "Wait a minute, I guess that NPC will come out soon." Brit looked up at the window and said. As expected, a man's voice came from inside the room. Something went wrong again. Hearing the man's voice, they were slightly startled and subconsciously lowered their bodies even lower. And then, the man's voice came out one after another in the room. "Ah! Damn it! How did you get out?" "I saw The group unconsciously started to get nervous. Not long after the man's voice sounded in the room, there was the sound of crying. At first, the crying was not loud, but soon, the crying got louder. And, it was accompanied by an indistinct sound. "It's about to go berserk," Brit said solemnly, and the expressions of the others also became serious. After Brit finished speaking, within a few seconds, the crying in the room was mixed with screams, and then came the screams of the NPC. Screams, cries, and chaotic gunfire. These sounds are mixed. After hearing the chaotic noise, the group, as well as the audience in the stream, couldn't help but imagine the scene in the room. It is going to be bloody. The chaotic noise didn't last long. Soon, the only sound left in the room was the weakened crying and whimpering. The group looked at each other silently, and after several seconds, Brit took a deep breath and said, "Okay. It should be all right now, let me go in and have a look." The others wanted to speak after hearing the words, but Brit waved his hand and said, "I have experience, so it's fine. Wait for me outside." The others thought about it and nodded in agreement. This area isn't about fighting, the most important thing is to be careful. Therefore, it is more appropriate to let Brit go. Even if there is a fight, no one thinks that Vale will be able to beat SCP-096, even Vale himself doesn't think so. "I'm going, if I fail, you go in, one by one, be careful," Brit said, then he got up and carefully walked to the door of the room not far away. After opening the door, Brit immediately lowered his head and looked at the ground. His heart was beating fast. The whimpering sound from SCP-096 filled the space around him, freezing the air. The door that enters the deep part of the room, the thing that opens the lock should be there. Brit murmured in his mind, then he walked cautiously around the room. He saw blood spattered on the floor of the room. There are also some flesh and blood fragments. The scene made people feel chills all over their bodies just looking at it. After walking a few steps, Brit saw SCP-096 standing out of the corner of his eye. It is crying, and on the ground in front of it is the NPC. "Calm down. It's okay," Brit comforted himself in his mind. Although there has been speculation before, that is just speculation, no one knows what the nature of SCP-096 is until they see the file. Therefore, even if he keeps his head down at this moment, it is not 100% safe. SCP-096's attack mechanism will likely be triggered again, but it's okay. When Brit came to the side, SCP-096 showed no signs of going crazy. Seeing this, Brit couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He schemed SCP-096 to the open door deep in the room, while SCP-096 was crying behind him. Brit forcibly suppressed the urge to look back and stepped into the door. Only here did Brit dare to look up. After looking around, Brit found that it was a small rectangular room. There is also a door inside the room, but the door is closed at the moment, and there are no buttons, card readers, or fingerprint locks. It shouldn't be a door for players to go through. Brit was thoughtful. There is no doubt that the soldier who died outside may have come out of that door. It's just that after he came out, he was killed by 096. There should be a switch or something. Brit muttered, looking into the depths of the room. He saw a big machine with a wrench switch on it, and next to it was marked backup power supply. That's it. Brit's eyes lit up, then he walked over and flipped the switch. There was a zapping sound, as if the sound of electric current came from an unknown place. Then, the lights in the entire blocked area stabilized instantly. It worked. Brit was overjoyed instantly. Then he turned around, lowered his head, and was prepared to leave. However, just as he turned around, on the ground in front of him, a dark substance gushed out from the inside out. Seeing this scene, Brit was dumbfounded. "The old man," Brit murmured subconsciously. The next moment, he doesn't hesitate and runs. While running, Brit couldn't help but curse his bad luck. Who would have thought that the old man, who had caught RT, would appear here. Now there is more than one dangerous entity here. With the two of them in the same room, who knows what will happen? Chapter 159, Chapter 158, SCP-106 vs SCP-096, Who will win? After solving the power problem, and was about to return, he suddenly met the old man. The moment he saw the dark substance on the ground, he felt goosebumps. He didn't think that the old man would come after him at this critical moment. You know, not long ago, the old man just pulled the RT into the pocket dimension, so how did it come here so quickly? Don't you need a break? Brit wants to cry but has no tears. The situation at hand is very urgent. He didn't have time to think about it. He took a step and rushed towards the door not far away in a frenzy. He avoided the dark substance on the ground and quickly went to the door, wanting to leave. While Brit was running, the old man also got out of the ground. As soon as it got out, it reached out to grab Brit. But because Brit was too hasty, he just ran to the door and accidentally tripped over the door frame and fell to the ground. After falling down, Brit suddenly felt a buzz in his head and screamed in his mind that it was not good. He hurriedly got up on the ground with hands and feet, and looked up at the room outside. But when he saw it, he was suddenly taken aback, and then instinctively lowered his head. Did I see its face? I probably didn't see it. Probably not. Brit murmured in a panic. He just took a flustered look and saw SCP-096 in the outer room. Although he lowered his head, in panic, he didn't know if he saw the creature's face. If he saw it, then he is doomed not to survive this game. But now there is no time for Brit to think carefully. The old man is behind him. Even if you see it, it's much better than dying now. Brit gritted his teeth and said, then he got up quickly. At the critical moment, he avoided the two claws of death. He bowed his head and quickly entered the outer room. With cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Brit quickly walked past SCP-096 and went straight to the door of the room not far away. After he passed SCP-096, he looked up at the glass window of the room. He saw that the others were waving their arms outside and shouting loudly. Hurry up, Brit! The blockade has been opened. Brit felt a lot of pain, but the most important thing now is to get out of here. As for whether he has triggered 096's attack mechanism, he will see the results soon. Brit quickly returned to the corridor and closed the metal door. Neither the old man nor SCP-096 is a particularly intelligent SCP. One of them is through the wall, and the other is a rampage, so it doesn't really make much sense to close the door or not. But closing the door, more or less, can be regarded as a trace of psychological comfort. After returning to the aisle, the others quickly ran over to meet Brit. They obviously also saw the old man in the room, and they were horrified. How did that thing get here? RT was captured by the old man, but now it came again. Oh my god, it's really haunting. Brit shook his head, his face was a little pale. Let's leave quickly. I don't know if I saw 096's face after I fell down just now. The others were shocked when they heard this. They saw Brit fall just now, but they didn't expect that Brit might see the face of SCP-096. Bro, you. Vale patted Brit on the shoulder, and was about to say something, when suddenly, SCP-096 was crying and whimpering from the next room. F***CK. Vale was startled. They knew very well what this loud weeping and whimpering sound represented. It means that SCP-096 is about to go berserk. But who saw its face? Is it Brit? The faces of the group turned ugly. But Brit immediately waved his hand and said, "Go away. I'll stay here first. If I really saw it just now, then I can't run away, and it may not be me who saw it, the old man must have seen it." After Brit finished speaking, screams and indistinct voices suddenly came from the room. The faces of the group changed drastically. "Go," Brit said anxiously in a low voice. The others could tell the situation clearly and left immediately. After they reached the end of the aisle and opened the metal door to go out, Brit breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned against the wall of the room, next to the window of the room. He is silently waiting for his fate. If you really see it, then death is inevitable. If you haven't seen it, then 096's berserk must have been caused by the old man. And the two of them fighting gave him a chance to escape. Soon, the boulder in Brit's mind was put down, because the old man didn't chase him out. In addition, there has been an unexpected movement in the room. It sounds like 096 has started to go berserk and is chasing after the target. If it didn't come out, it means that its target is not him. It means that when he fell, he didn't see its face. At the same time, it also represents that the scary old man will have a shocking battle with 096. Brit's expression changed from nervous and vigilant to surprise quickly. He swallowed his saliva. I want to leave directly, but I am extremely curious about the battle between the two SCPs. However, in the end, reason prevailed. Brit resisted the desire to peep, turned around and left quickly. And in the aisle behind him, the frantic screams of SCP-096 can be heard. The old man has no sound, but it is conceivable that it must be fighting. Brit didn't go to watch the battle scene, which made the audience in the stream very disappointed, but everyone can understand. After all, after watching it, it is possible to see the face of 096. If the old man can't stop 096, then Brit will be in danger, so it is wise not to look. However, even though they didn't see the battle screen, the viewers were also very curious about the result of the battle. Who wins this bet? It's another big battle. It's a pity, I can't see it, damn. Ah, I'm so curious, I really want to see that scene. Should it be the old man who won? After all, the old man is so strong. I don't think so. Chapter 160, Chapter 159, SCP-682, Hard to Destroy Reptile. It should be the old man who won, right? After all, it is quite strong. I don't think so. The chat is talking about the battle between the old man and SCP-096. There is a portion that the old man wins, and there is a speculation that SCP-096 wins. There are also speculations that it is a draw. There were all kinds of viewpoints, but among so many bubbles, one suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Hey, you said that 096 will be hostile to anyone who sees his face, so what if he can't do it at all? The originally lively discussion suddenly stopped for 2 seconds after this chat appeared. Many viewers thought about this problem. In fact, not only at this moment. Before, when SCP-096 was fighting with the many-winged angel, they also discussed similar issues. However, at that time, they did not discuss any definite results. But at this moment, discussing this issue again, the viewers also have no accurate conspiracy. I think if you can't beat it, you can't beat it. The final result must be that 096 is finished. This question is deep. Shouldn't the intelligence of SCP-096 also be considered? After all, if it knows that the opponent is strong, maybe it won't do it. I feel that 096's intelligence is not high, it's like a reckless man. As long as you annoy it, it will desperately insist on fighting you. SCP-096 fought with many-winged angel before, but I don't know who won in the end. Is it possible that 096 doesn't care who the opponent is, as long as it sees its face, it will attack, but if it can't beat it, it will give up the attack? How strong is its body? Is there anything that can kill it? The old man should be able to kill 096, right? But not necessarily, 096 is also very powerful. The viewers are discussing, but there is still no definite answer to the question. If you want to know the answer, you have to watch the battle between SCP-096 and the old man with your own eyes. But Brit has already left the aisle at this moment. What happened to the war, and how it will develop next, no one knows. Of course, no one would blame Brit for leaving. Because in that case, leaving is the most reasonable thing to do. After leaving that aisle, Brit kept hearing cries and screams. There was also the sound of buildings being destroyed. Brit's forehead was already covered with a layer of cold sweat unconsciously. After all, just from the sound, the battle behind him was extraordinary. One can imagine how intense the fight between the old man and SCP-096 was. These two are existences that can easily kill players. Therefore, whoever wins and loses in the end, Brit has no clue. Although he was very curious, he felt that it was more important to clear the game as soon as possible. So he put on the super gas mask, and with the blessing of unlimited stamina, he quickly moved away from the aisle. Although the others had already left early, they didn't go too far. And under the guidance of the chat in the stream room, Brit joined the others very quickly. After the meeting, Vale was the first to pat Brit on the shoulder excitedly. "Hahaha, I knew you could come out, old bastard." The other are also very excited. If Brit can come back, the chances of them finally beating the game will be even greater. This is, of course, good news. After talking, they took a short break and set off again. After all, the game map still needs to continue to be explored and the level 5 keycard has not been found yet. As for the outcome of the battle between SCP-096 and the old man, they don't care. As long as it doesn't cause trouble for them, it's fine. Although they are curious, they haven't reached the point where they have to find out. Brit and the others encountered some of the areas they had experienced in the previous session. But because of their experience, they survived without any danger. A little more time passed, and finally, at some point, when Brit opened a metal door, the scene behind the door made them unable to help but cheer. Yet, finally found it. That's right, the thing in front of them is the old man containment chamber, and the logo of the old man is still eye-catching. Brit said excitedly, "Go. Let's make a quick decision." They then quickly entered the room and opened the metal door in the room, then officially entered the containment area. The scene in the containment area is the same as before, with the huge containment chamber still suspended in the air. They went to the observation room and quickly found the level 5 keycard. Then, they began to implement the recall protocol. The so-called recall protocol means to re-establish containment for the old man again. But this time, they don't know what happened. After the group completed all the steps, the old man didn't appear. If it doesn't appear, then the work of recontainment cannot be completed. They discussed it, and they all thought it might be because of the battle with 096. After all, they are fighting. When are you free to come back? So, after a little discussion, they left. Because staying in the containment area is useless and a waste of time, it is better to leave early. First of all, they already got the level 5 card, and secondly, they have solved the malfunction of the SCP-008 containment room. So, at this moment, their task is to find the checkpoint, get out of here with a level 5 card, and go to office area. To a certain extent, they are not far away from beating the game at this moment, so they are very excited. But this is still the heavy containment area after all, so they have to maintain the most basic vigilance and caution. After exploring for a while, they came to a metal door, and Brit took a look with the super navigator as usual. After seeing that there was no warning, Brit opened the metal door. After opening the metal door, they heard harsh sirens and, at the same time, saw a very large hall. In the depths of the hall, there are 2 metal gates. It seems that there are some extraordinary creatures locked inside. And before several people had time to enter the hall, Brit keenly noticed a piece of paper on the ground behind the door. He stepped into the hall, picked up the paper, frowned, and looked over. SCP-682, Hard to Destroy Reptile. Chapter 161, Chapter 160, The Hard to Destroy Reptile. The file in Brit's hand is no different from the file he saw before. But judging from the content, the surprise that this file brought to him is stronger than every previous file. SCP-682, hard to destroy reptile. Brit murmured. The others also subconsciously surrounded Brit and looked at the file carefully, trying not to miss any detail. Item number, SCP-682. Object Class, Keter. Description, SCP-682 is a large, vaguely reptile-like creature of unknown origin. It appears to be extremely intelligent, and was observed to engage in complex communication with SCP-079 during their limited time of exposure. SCP-682 appears to have a hatred of all life, which has been expressed in several interviews during containment. See Addendum 682-B. SCP-682 has always been observed to have extremely high strength, speed, and reflexes, though exact levels vary with its form. SCP-682's physical body grows and changes very quickly, growing or decreasing in size as it consumes or sheds material. SCP-682 gains energy from anything it ingests, organic or inorganic. Digestion seems to be aided by a set of filtering gills inside of SCP-682's nostrils, which are able to remove usable matter from any liquid solution, enabling it to constantly regenerate from the acid it is contained in. SCP-682's regenerative capabilities and resilience are staggering, and SCP-682 has been seen moving and speaking with its body 87% destroyed or rotted. In case of containment breach, SCP-682 is to be tracked and recaptured by all available mobile task forces, and no teams with fewer than 7 members are cleared to engage it. To date, attempted breaches have numbered at 17, while successful breaches have numbered at 6. See Addendum 682-D. The whole file is quite long, and there is even an appendix included. That's a transcript of a Foundation researcher's conversation with SCP-682. Looking at the file itself, it is already bad. But after reading the appendix, they immediately felt a sense of fear for SCP-682. Addendum 682-B, portion of recorded transcript of Begin log, skip to 00H21M52S. Drive, now, why did you kill those farmers? SCP-682, no verbal communication. Drive, if you don't talk now, we will remove you from this attempt and place you back into SCP-682, incomprehensible. Drive, pardon? Motions to move microphone closer. SCP-682, incomprehensible. Drive, speak up. To personnel D085, move the mic up closer. SCP-682, they were, incomprehensible. Drive, to personnel D085, that microphone has only so much gain, move it closer to it. Personnel D085, his throat's messed up man, look at it. He ain't talking, gasps and screams. SCP-682, appearing to assault D085's body, they were, disgusting. Drive, retreats from the room. End log. After reading the appendix, they couldn't calm down for a long time. Viewers were also immersed in the shock. This silence lasted for about 10 seconds, and then Vale was the first to speak. Is this thing a monster with a brain? No, I don't think it's that simple. Brit shook his head. It is said in the file that its origin is unknown and that it has extremely high intelligence. From the conversations it has with the researchers, it can be seen that its intelligence may not be lower than that of humans. This existence is not straightforward. Kiwo and Plumbella, who were next to him, immediately showed a frightened expression when they heard that. The files also say that it hates all life, but I don't know the specific reason. Brit nodded and said, yes, this point is also very thought-provoking. Such an intelligent creature with extremely strong power, fast speed, and super regenerative and adaptable abilities hates other life forms. What exactly does this mean? Why does it hate? After Brit finished speaking, the others shook their heads blankly. They are confused about this question. And the viewers in the stream room also became very curious. Whoa! Is SCP-682 from outer space? Damn! This thing is the strongest SCP I've seen so far. I want to see its true appearance. Its name sounds so overbearing. Super strength, super speed, super regenerative ability and adaptability, my god. Hate all life, does that mean it will kill all life if given the chance? In the game, the group discussed for a while, but there was no result from the discussion. Finally, Brit said, "Let's go and have a look first." The others naturally had no objection and followed Brit into the hall. After entering the interior of the hall, they had a deeper understanding of the huge area of the hall. Looking up, you can see the high dome. There are even floors in the high places, and they don't know where and what exists inside. The hall was empty, only a few pillars stood. After they looked around, they came straight to the deepest steel gate. During this process, the sirens never stopped. It felt a little jarring at first, but soon, they got used to it. When they came to the front and back of the gate, they looked back and forth carefully, and then saw that there was a card reader on the wall next to it. "Are we going to open it?" Plumbella bit her lip and asked in a low voice. The others did not speak immediately. They looked at the gate, imagining the scene behind the gate involuntarily in their minds. About 4 or 5 seconds later, Brit took a deep breath and was about to speak. But he just opened his mouth. Suddenly, behind the gate in front of them, there was a roar that could almost shatter people's eardrums. And after the roar sounded, the super steel gate, with a height of 6 or 7 meters, suddenly shook violently, and there was a terrifying protrusion on it. It looks like something hit the gate on the other side. The group had squatted on the ground with their heads in their arms, and everyone looked pained. They stared at the steel gate in horror. A fear that could not be suppressed quickly grew from the depths of their heart and was unearthed. Chapter 162, Chapter 161, The Strongest SCP at the Site? Thank you, Night Tier, Makoa, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. The lobby was vast and eerily empty. The upright concrete pillars loomed like the colossal legs of some ancient titan, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Though the steel gate at the far end wasn't as tall as the pillars, standing before it made them feel utterly insignificant. They had already studied the files of the immortal lizard, and every instinct told them that this was where the creature was kept. The reinforced gate itself seemed less like a door and more like a warning, as if declaring that something monstrous slumbered beyond. But before they could debate whether to take a closer look, everything changed. A deafening roar erupted from behind the gate, a sound that didn't resemble any creature known to man. The entire gate shuddered violently, struck by an unimaginable force, and its frame twisted as the once tight gap between its panels split open. From that breach, they caught a fleeting glimpse of something. The group clutched their ears and dropped to their knees, grimacing in pain as the roar reverberated through the hall, shaking the very floor beneath them. The sound alone was terrifying, but it wasn't the noise that truly froze them in fear. It was what they saw through that narrow opening, a sliver of a creature so immense, so alien, that even a mere fragment of its body radiated primal dread. The glimpse was enough to break them. Terror surged through their veins like electricity, and instinct screamed at them to flee. Brit was the first to move, bolting for the way they came, and the rest followed without hesitation. Another earth-shattering roar thundered behind them as they sprinted toward the smaller exit. Gunfire and frantic shouting echoed faintly from deep within the facility, underscoring the chaos. The creature was no longer just roaring, it was moving, thrashing, destroying, shaking the entire chamber with its monstrous presence. "Run!" Brit's voice cracked as he yelled, his tone laced with raw terror. The thought of turning back to see what was happening was laughable. Whatever was behind that gate could crush them like insects. Not even Vale, with his enhanced abilities, would stand a chance against such a beast. They didn't need to exchange words to know they all understood the same thing. staying meant death. They staggered through the smaller metal door, lungs burning, the ground quivering beneath them. Yet as they cleared the threshold, the sounds behind them began to soften, not because the creature had stopped, but because it was moving deeper into the facility. Panting heavily, they turned to glance back at the sealed hallway in stunned silence. It left. Kiwo's voice was trembling, her face drained of color. Plumbella clung tightly to Kiwo's arm, neither daring to move forward nor backward. Even Vale, who usually met danger head-on, was shaken. The fear they had felt wasn't something easily shaken off, it eclipsed any terror they'd felt from other anomalies. Not even the dreaded many-winged angel, known for its overwhelming power, could inspire such paralyzing dread. For several long seconds, no one spoke. Only the distant wail of alarms filled the silence. Finally, they exhaled collectively, relief flooding over them. "Oh my God, that was the immortal lizard," someone muttered, voice quivering. "It's worse than I imagined." "No kidding. I barely saw a sliver of it, and I'm certain it could tear me in half without even noticing," another said breathlessly. "What now? It's too dangerous. What if it comes back? What else could be lurking here?" They exchanged wary glances, their fear palpable. "Why don't we take another look?" Vale suggested, his curiosity already overtaking his fear. His gaze was fixed on the gate as though it held answers he couldn't resist. The others hesitated, but slowly, caution gave way to intrigue. They retraced their steps into the cavernous hall, approaching the ruined steel gate. The lights beyond were dead, leaving the space in utter darkness. Yet even in the gloom, faint beams from the hallway revealed glimpses of devastation beyond the breach. Rubble littered the floor, and deep gouges marred the walls, signs of something impossibly strong. Their fear returned, creeping up their spines like icy fingers. Meanwhile, viewers on the stream were still reeling from what they had witnessed. The chat exploded with a mix of terror and excitement. "Holy crap, that roar shook my phone. I need a full look at this thing now. That has to be the strongest Foundation creature in the entire facility, no contest. Unbelievable, and it just left. Damn it. Wait, was that the same roar we heard at the start of the game?" Back in the game, Brit swiped a keycard, but as expected, the warped gate groaned and jammed, completely unresponsive. After a careful search yielded no new clues, they exited through the smaller door once again, continuing onward. There was no point in retracing their steps. "The immortal lizard's origin, it's terrifying," Brit murmured, recalling the glimpse of that monstrous body. "The files say nothing about where it came from. Completely unknown." "This thing is too powerful," Vale said grimly. "I'm betting it's the most dangerous anomaly here. Even those photos in the report don't capture its scale." "Yet," Kiwo added, shivering slightly but unable to suppress her fascination. "A talking lizard that can't die? That's insane." Plumbella stayed silent, nodding solemnly, the horror still fresh in her mind. Brit managed a faint smile, though his expression remained tense. Maybe the immortal lizard really is the strongest thing the Foundation has ever contained. Chapter 163, Chapter 162, Enter the office area. After leaving the vast hall where the immortal lizard's chamber was located, the group set off once again, continuing their methodical exploration of the sprawling, dimly lit complex. Armed with a coveted level 5 keycard, they had also managed to repair the malfunctioning security systems in SCP-008's containment cell, restoring order to one of the most hazardous sectors of the facility. Now their focus shifted to locating the nearest checkpoint, a gateway that would grant them passage into the elusive office area. Reaching it would mean they were finally approaching the endgame of this grueling mission. "The door's about to open again, everyone stay sharp," Brit cautioned, his voice low but steady. The group advanced through a newly discovered circular corridor, their footsteps muffled by the thick, sterile flooring. Kiwo gave a nod of acknowledgement, her experience showing in her calm demeanor, while the others moved with the quiet precision of seasoned explorers. Brit consulted his super navigator, eyes scanning for hazard alerts. None appeared. He reached for the access panel, pressed the control button, and a heavy metal door slid open with a mechanical hiss. Beyond lay another corridor, this one branching sharply to the right. "Take the right," Brit instructed, moving forward without hesitation, his companions close behind. Their journey had already been long and unforgiving, the labyrinthine facility testing them at every step. Many of the dangers they encountered mirrored those from earlier explorations, yet this time their hard-earned experience had allowed them to avoid catastrophe. Even so, no one dared to relax. This was, after all, a high-security sector, and this section was rumored to conceal threats they had yet to face. The unresolved clash between the grotesque, ancient humanoid known as the Old Man and the infamous SCP-096 still weighed heavily on their minds. And somewhere in the darkness, the fearsome immortal lizard roamed freely, its whereabouts a chilling mystery. The stakes remained high. One wrong move, and their progress could unravel in an instant. Reaching the end of the right corridor, they found another reinforced door. Brit paused, double-checked the navigator for anomalies, and still nothing. He let out a slow breath, steeled himself, and pressed the panel again. The door slid open, revealing a vast checkpoint chamber within the heavy Foundation area. For a split second, silence hung in the air before the team erupted in cheers. "Finally! We found it! Haha! I can't believe it's here! Look at this, we actually made it!" Relief and triumph lit their faces. Before them stood the checkpoint they had been hunting for, and on the far wall were two massive doors leading straight into the office area. The indicator lights above the doors confirmed the blockade had been lifted, no doubt thanks to their earlier repair of the SCP-008 containment breach. "It wasn't easy, but we've made it this far," Brit said, his voice carrying both exhaustion and pride. Vale and the others shared the sentiment. The trials they had endured, the constant tension, the close calls, all led to this moment. The keycard in Brit's hand now felt like a badge of hard-won victory. "All right, let's move. If the office area is anything like its name, it should be far less hostile than these containment wings." Brit's tone was cautious yet hopeful. The group nodded in agreement, anticipation visible in their expressions. Together, they approached the towering metal door. Brit swiped the level 5 card, and with a resonant click, the barrier unlocked. The corridor beyond mirrored the previous checkpoint they had crossed when entering the heavy sector. Another broad, sterile hall stretched ahead, leading toward a single imposing door that marked their destination. Brit advanced without pause, his companions flanking him closely, their shared determination reflected in their steady gait. Reaching the final door, Brit exhaled deeply, steadying himself before pressing the button. The reinforced gate groaned open, revealing their first glimpse of the long-sought office sector. From its sterile name alone, the office area promised safety. After all, this was where personnel had once worked, a space meant for organization and oversight rather than chaos and danger. Surely, it couldn't be as treacherous as the nightmare corridors they had just survived. The room before them was a stark contrast to the oppressive security wings. A large office stretched out, with neat rows of desks and chairs lining both sides. Black-screened monitors sat abandoned atop tables, and the overhead lights were dim, casting everything in eerie half-shadows illuminated only by the faint red glow of emergency lights. A straight walkway divided the office into two, guiding them deeper inside. "It really is the office sector," Plumbella murmured, stepping cautiously onto the polished floor. "I wonder just how big this place is." The four hesitated briefly at the threshold before pressing onward, scanning their surroundings. Filing shelves lined the walls, stacked with forgotten binders and scattered documents. The air was still, stale, and thick with the faint smell of dust. "Doesn't seem dangerous, but we should stay alert," Brit warned, his sharp gaze sweeping across the empty workstations. Vale and the others nodded silently, readying themselves for any unexpected encounter. They moved deeper into the abandoned office, their footsteps echoing softly. Coffee cups with dried remnants of liquid still sat on desks, eerie reminders of the facility's sudden evacuation. Then, something caught Brit's eye, a single, weathered document lying atop a nearby desk. He approached cautiously, picked it up, and skimmed its contents. His expression hardened as recognition dawned. "This is a file on SCP-096, he muttered, drawing the other's attention instantly. Vale, Kiwo, and Plumbella hurried over. "No way, seriously. I can't believe we missed it before. Read it. I need to know more about this thing." The four huddled together, Brit holding the paper steady. Item number, SCP-096, codename, The Shy Guy. Object Class, Euclid. Kiwo's eyes widened. Euclid? I thought for sure it would be Keter. Plumbella nodded rapidly, voice low but tense. It's terrifying. How is it not Keter class? Brit shook his head slowly. Classifications in the Foundation aren't solely based on raw danger. There's more to it. He paused, deep in thought. In a calm state, 096 poses less of a threat than the old man. It's the conditions required to trigger it that make it lethal. There's a system here, a logic to these classifications, but we're still guessing at the exact criteria. The group fell silent, their curiosity and unease mingling as they absorbed the document's details. This wasn't just another checkpoint or objective, this was a rare insight into the minds behind the facility's operations. Without official records, all they could do was theorize, piecing together fragments from exploration and experience. And so, with tension still coiled tightly in their chests, they pressed on, every step deeper into the office sector promising both revelation and risk. Chapter 164, Chapter 163, The Bloody Massacre Caused by 4 Pixels. Discussions about Foundation classification levels did not last long. Soon, Brit and the others turned their full attention back to the file spread open before them. The dim light reflected off its aged pages, and as their eyes traced each line, expressions of unease crept onto their faces. That unease quickly transformed into shock, and then, inevitably, into fear. Item number, SCP-096, codename, The Shy Guy. Object Class, Euclid. Description, SCP-096 is a humanoid creature measuring approximately 2.38 meters in height. The subject shows very little muscle mass, with preliminary analysis of body mass suggesting mild malnutrition. Arms are grossly out of proportion with the rest of the subject's body, with an approximate length of 1.5 meters each. Skin is mostly devoid of pigmentation, with no sign of any body hair. SCP-096's jaw can open to 4 times the norm of an average human. Other facial features remain similar to an average human, with the exception of the eyes, which are also devoid of pigmentation. It is not yet known whether SCP-096 is blind or not. It shows no signs of any higher brain functions and is not considered to be sapient. SCP-096 is normally extremely docile, with pressure sensors inside its cell indicating it spends most of the day pacing by the eastern wall. However, when someone views SCP-096's face, whether it be directly, via video recording, or even a photograph, it will enter a stage of considerable emotional distress. SCP-096 will cover its face with its hands and begin screaming, crying, and babbling incoherently. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes after the first viewing, SCP-096 will begin running to the person who viewed its face, who will from this point on be referred to as SCP-096-1. Documented speeds have varied from 35 km/h to km/h, and seem to depend on distance from SCP-096-1. At this point, no known material or method can impede SCP-096's progress. The actual position of SCP-096-1 does not seem to affect SCP-096's response. It seems to have an innate sense of SCP-096-1's location. Note, this reaction does not occur when viewing artistic depictions. See Document 096-1. Upon arriving at SCP-096-1's location, SCP-096 will proceed to kill and data expunged SCP-096-1. 100% of cases have left no traces of SCP-096-1. SCP-096 will then sit down for several minutes before regaining its composure and becoming docile once again. It will then attempt to make its way back to its natural habitat, data redacted. Due to the possibility of a mass chain reaction, including breach of Foundation secrecy and large civilian loss of life, retrieval of the subject should be considered alpha priority. Drive has also petitioned for the immediate termination of SCP-096, see Interview 096-1. The order is awaiting approval. Termination order has been approved, and is to be carried out by Drive on data redacted. See Incident 096-1A. As Brit's eyes reached the end of this section, a shiver crawled from the solace of his feet to the crown of his head. The others felt it too, a cold, suffocating dread that seemed to bleed off the very pages of the file. And yet, the worst was still to come. The supplemental records, written in smaller, hurried handwriting, detailed experiments and accident logs. It was here that true horror took shape. The first record chronicled an experiment intended to determine the extent of SCP-096's abilities and gather reliable data on its physical appearance. The subject selected for the test was a convicted felon on death row, chosen for his artistic skill and reclassified as D-class personnel. The test was carried out at sea, in the depths of the Shimei Trench, where the D-class subject was placed alone inside a reinforced submersible. At the same time, SCP-096 remained securely contained in a facility on the mainland, separated by thousands of kilometers. The subject was instructed to sketch SCP-096 based on a series of photographs provided aboard the submersible. Trembling and pale, he complied, pushing past his mounting terror. But the act of observation proved enough. SCP-096 transitioned instantly from a passive state to one of profound distress, then erupted into a frenzy. Alarm screamed throughout its containment site as the creature tore through reinforced barriers, annihilating security measures that had once been deemed impenetrable. The entity bolted across land and sea, moving at escalating speeds that no pursuit team could match. Though evacuation protocols had been enacted, minimizing exposure to civilians, its advance was unstoppable. As predicted, SCP-096 located the submersible in the trench, tore through the reinforced hull, and slaughtered the D-class subject. When its rampage subsided, recovery teams managed to recontain the entity with minimal additional casualties. This experiment confirmed both its capabilities and the terrifying accuracy with which it can locate anyone who has viewed its visage. The second record was even more harrowing. On an otherwise ordinary day, without warning or provocation, Foundation 096 entered a state of uncontrollable distress. Its shrieks reverberated through its containment chamber moments before it obliterated its enclosure and launched into the wilderness, targeting an unknown individual. The Foundation had no time to enact evacuation procedures. Civilians, drivers, and bystanders who caught even a glimpse of its face became immediate casualties. The massacre was indiscriminate and absolute. The entity ultimately reached the remote home of a civilian, a man living in isolation. It slaughtered him, then his entire family. When its fury finally abated, recovery forces moved in, re-establishing containment. But the nightmare did not end there. A member of the retrieval team, equipped with specialized image detection lenses, discovered a seemingly innocuous landscape photograph within the home. Embedded in the scenery, reduced to a mere 4 pixels, was the face of SCP-096. Even this trace image proved sufficient to trigger the entity's wrath once more. Within hours, the soldier who had examined the photo was dead, torn apart by SCP-096, which returned to its cycle of killing and mourning before containment was restored. The room fell silent as Brit closed the file, his knuckles white around its edges. A suffocating stillness clung to the air. The creature was no longer just a story, nor a line of text in a classified report. SCP-096 was a living, unstoppable nightmare, and even a single image was enough to seal one's fate. Chapter 165, Chapter 164, SCP-294, The Coffee Machine. Thank you, Night Tier, Luis Marufo, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. The soldier who was the first to glimpse the photo was doomed from that very moment, his fate sealed before he could even cry out. Yet, knowing full well the inevitability of his own death, the soldier showed remarkable presence of mind. Before succumbing to his fate, he used every tool within reach to damage the portion of the photograph that revealed SCP-096's face, ensuring that no one else would fall victim to the same unseen terror. If he had not acted, the deadly image would have become an endless trap, luring more unsuspecting personnel to their doom. Once the soldier was killed, SCP-096 returned to its grim, unnatural stillness. The creature's fury always burned hot but briefly, because once it had eliminated every witness, peace followed, a silence as chilling as death itself. This brutal chain of events allowed the Foundation's response teams to recontain SCP-096 without resistance, a grim reminder of its lethality. The subsequent investigation uncovered the true cause of the catastrophic breach, a single landscape photo, seemingly innocent. Researchers pieced together that the civilian who took it most likely had no idea what they had captured. They had never seen SCP-096 in person, only through the camera's lens, yet even that indirect glance sealed their fate. The act of looking, however distant or accidental, was enough to drive the entity into an unstoppable frenzy. Distance proved meaningless, SCP-096 would pursue its target to the ends of the earth. Civilians, soldiers, and even highly trained personnel, none had all survived its wrath. This incident further cemented the creature's notoriety within Site-683. Every detail logged in the report was a reminder of its terrifying precision. Its behavior was so unyielding that even the smallest image fragment, a few pixels, could trigger its relentless hunt. And this was only what was confirmed. No one knew the true threshold. Some researchers speculated that even a single surviving pixel of its face could spell death for whoever saw it. Oh my God! No way! I don't even want to imagine it. Isn't this too terrifying? Kiwo's voice trembled as she lowered the file, her wide eyes full of disbelief. Vale, Brit, and Plumbella sat frozen as well, their reactions betraying their unease. Even the viewers flooding the stream's chat were stunned by the report. This is absolutely horrifying. It seriously goes berserk just because someone saw its face. Exactly. It doesn't matter if you see it in person or in a picture, you're done. Imagine this thing showing up IRL, no thanks. And the distance thing, bro, it doesn't even matter how far away you are. You're dead the second you see it. Who comes up with a creature like this? It's genius and terrifying at the same time. I'm shook. Respect to whoever designed this. The team scanned the file repeatedly, and though their fear lingered, the initial jolt of panic dulled slightly. Brit finally exhaled deeply, shaking his head as he spoke with forced calm. Yeah, 096 is terrifying when you think about it, but honestly, it's only scary because people keep looking at its face. As long as we're careful not to, we should be fine. We survived this far, so I doubt we'll ever meet it. Vale scoffed and clicked his tongue, right, but the file also says it's unstoppable. Like, completely unstoppable. So what's the Foundation supposed to do if this thing ever gets loose? The words hit the others like a hammer. Vale was right. According to the records, once SCP-096's rage was triggered, there was nothing, no wall, no weapon, no structure, that could stop its charge. Not even the most advanced containment procedures guaranteed safety. The thought alone was suffocating. A predator that could bypass any obstacle, break through any barrier, and slaughter its target no matter where they hid, that kind of unstoppable force weighed heavily on their minds, making it feel as if the very air had thickened around them. At least, Brit said finally, breaking the tense silence, we don't have to deal with it right now. But Kiwo wasn't reassured. She leaned forward, her voice low and thoughtful. What if, just hypothetically, someone posted a picture of SCP-096 online? On the biggest forum there is. What do you think would happen? Everyone stiffened. The implications of that idea clawed at their nerves, and goosebumps rippled across their arms. Vale's voice cracked as he blurted, if that ever happened, humanity would be extinct. Even the viewers reacted in horror, their chat lighting up with panic. Brew, this is genocide-level stuff. Imagine that face plastered all over the net, popping up in ads and memes, thousands of people gone in hours. No thanks. Thank God it's just a game. SCP-096 is basically an unkillable assassin. And you know the Foundation wouldn't be able to terminate it. If they could, they wouldn't still be keeping it locked up. The stream's discussion spiraled into chaos, yet Brit and his team pressed on, unwilling to dwell on Kiwo's horrifying what-if. Time was slipping away, and the game wasn't over yet. The group swept through the office carefully but found nothing useful, save for a few strange coins that had no apparent purpose. Let's move, Brit said firmly, signaling the others. Kiwo glanced around the cluttered desks and darkened monitors one last time, then followed Brit and Vale down the narrow corridor. Soon, they reached a metal door at the end of the aisle. Brit pushed it open cautiously, revealing a cavernous hall beyond. A covered bridge stretched across its width, and through the railings, they could see what lay below, a deserted staff cafeteria. The faded word canteen painted on a nearby wall confirmed its identity. Rows of dining tables sat eerily untouched, and a lone coffee machine stood in the corner like a forgotten relic. The group descended the staircase at the far end of the bridge, their footsteps echoing in the space. The cafeteria was vast but lifeless, its display screens black and unpowered. A single folder resting on a table caught Brit's eye. A new entry, he muttered, curiosity overcoming caution. He strode forward, picked up the file, and opened it. SCP-294, The Coffee Machine. Chapter 166, Chapter 165, The Magical and Weird Coffee Machine. After leaving the office, the group entered the staff cafeteria. The cafeteria was massive, its sheer size emphasized by the emptiness inside. Only the faint glow of emergency lights pierced the dim space, casting long shadows that made the room feel even more desolate. They descended the covered bridge stairs cautiously, their footsteps echoing through the quiet hall. At the base of the stairs, a glint of white caught their attention, a single file sat neatly on a nearby dining table. They exchanged uneasy glances. Files like this were always important. A new SCP. One of them muttered under their breath. Brit, ever the one to take initiative, strode forward and carefully picked it up. One glance at the title surprised him. Coffee machine, he murmured, his voice tight with disbelief. The others, crowded around him, their heads bent close as they scanned the document together. Their expressions shifted from curiosity to intrigue, and then to something sharper, a mix of amazement and unease. Item number, SCP-294, codenamed the Coffee Machine. Object Class, Euclid. Description, Item SCP-294 appears to be a standard coffee vending machine, the only noticeable difference being an entry touchpad with buttons corresponding to an English QWERTY keyboard. Upon depositing 50 cents US currency into the coin slot, the user is prompted to enter the name of any liquid using the touchpad. Upon doing so, a standard 12-ounce paper drinking cup is placed, and the liquid indicated is poured. 97 initial test runs were performed, including requests for water, coffee, beer, and soda, non-consumable liquids such as sulfuric acid, wiper fluid, and motor oil, as well as substances that do not usually exist in a liquid state, such as nitrogen, iron, and glass, and each one returned a success. Test runs with solid materials, such as diamond, have failed. However, it appears that SCP-294 can only deliver substances that exist in a liquid state. It is of note that after approximately 50 uses, the machine would not respond to further requests. After a period of approximately 90 minutes, the machine seemed to have restocked itself. It is also interesting to note that many caustic liquids that would have eaten through a normal paper cup seemed to have no effect on the cups dispensed by the machine. Testing is ongoing. As suggested, SCP-294 was moved to the second-floor personnel break room as a money-saving venture. Following Incident 294-01, guards were stationed at the item, and a security clearance became necessary to interact with it. Reading the entire report took several minutes, and by the end, all of them stared at the document in awe. "This thing can make any liquid!" Kiwo exclaimed, her voice echoing off the walls. "That's insane!" Her gaze darted toward the far end of the cafeteria, where a single vending machine glowed softly in the shadows. Its screen flickered, displaying colorful drink icons as if inviting them closer. "That has to be it," Britt said. The group approached cautiously. The machine was larger than most standard units, and its sleek design made it stand out in the otherwise barren cafeteria. The illuminated screen rotated through vibrant images of beverages, confirming the file's claims. Vale reached out, running his hand along the metal exterior. "Feels completely ordinary," he muttered. Britt frowned thoughtfully, holding up a coin he had kept since earlier. "I think I've figured it out. Remember the coin we found in the SCP-096 office? This has to be what it's for." Back when they first discovered it, the coin's purpose was unclear, so Britt pocketed it. But the pieces were falling into place now. He also remembered coming across similar coins during his early exploration of the Light Foundation sector, clues he hadn't fully understood at the time. "Shall we try it?" Plumbella whispered, her eyes wide with anticipation. The others exchanged brief glances, then nodded. "Of course," Britt said, a determined grin tugging at his lips. "Let's see what this thing can do." Vale was the first to step forward. He inserted the coin and carefully followed the instructions on the touchpad, typing in the word coffee. With a mechanical hum, the machine lowered a paper cup. A moment later, steaming liquid cascaded into it, filling the air with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Vale lifted the cup, staring at it in wonder. "Smells exactly like the real thing." Without hesitation, he took a sip, then downed the rest. The temperature was perfect, not scalding, not lukewarm. Thanks to his enhanced physiology, even extreme heat wouldn't have bothered him much, but this was remarkably precise. "It's better than any coffee I've had before," he declared, eyes glinting. That was all Kiwo needed to hear. She eagerly inserted her own coin, quickly selecting orange juice. Moments later, she was drinking a glass of juice so fresh it tasted like biting into an actual orange. Plumbella followed suit, requesting milk. The creamy texture and perfectly balanced sweetness left her speechless, a look of pure delight crossing her face. Britt, however, stayed back, his mind focused on the report he had just read. The appendices described numerous tests and, disturbingly, one particularly grim incident. A researcher, out of morbid curiosity, had typed the name of a colleague into SCP-294. The machine obediently produced a cup of blood, tissue, and various fluids, all DNA matched to the person named. The casual experiment nearly killed the colleague, who collapsed shortly after, his vitals crashing. The connection between the machine and its targets remained poorly understood, but one thing was clear: SCP-294 was far more dangerous than its appearance suggested. Britt's eyes darkened as he regarded the humming machine. "This thing is more than a novelty," he murmured. "It's a loaded weapon disguised as a coffee maker." Chapter 167, Chapter 166, Making Poison That Can Kill the Old Man? Following the accident, the Foundation personnel involved were severely criticized. Fortunately, no tragedy resulted. The subject of the experiment recovered to normal after a period of treatment. After the incident, the Foundation tightened rules around coffee machine usage. The episode also made staff realize this machine was far more than a mere beverage dispenser. It was strange, even uncanny. Besides that accident, the Foundation had run many other odd experiments with coffee machines. Those experiment logs were filed in the archives as appendices. Below are excerpts from some of those records. Addendum SCP-294-F, after reviewing documentation on SCP-294, suggested testing SCP-294's ability to retrieve specific liquids from a distance. Addendum SCP-294-H, with the overseeing of O5 data expunged, a cup of SCP-075's secretion was used as input. The product was proven to be the requested liquid and the cup was able to successfully contain the material. However, the report for Incident 075-07 was acknowledged 2 hours after the test. See Addendum SCP-075-M. A containment procedure breach had occurred exactly the same time this test was taking place, waking SCP-075 to its active stage. It was able to secrete an amount of basic solution equal to the capacity of a coffee cup before emergency containment procedure was applied and it was rendered passive. The liquid was not found in the post-incident investigation. Addendum SCP-294-I, researcher punched in request for cup of gold. The machine dispensed a cup of molten gold. Researcher requested similar precious materials with the same result. Addendum SCP-294-J, researcher punched in, from a safe range, request for cup of anti-water. The machine hummed briefly, then displayed out of range on entry pad. It is theorized that SCP-294 has a limited range of collection, and cannot reach into alternate universes/dimensions. Addendum SCP-294-K, researcher punched in request for diamond. SCP-294 briefly hummed, then displayed out of range on entry pad. SCP-294 gives this result for all solid substances. As diamond is a solid crystalline form of carbon, it appears the machine will not dispense liquid carbon, as this does not result in a diamond. When cup of carbon was subsequently punched in, the machine dispensed a cup of liquid carbon. SCP-294 was immune to the damaging effects of the dispensed liquid. Addendum SCP-294-M, testing for range of SCP-294's capacity for retrieval has been initiated. A unique compound has been formulated, composed of undisclosed ratios of brand bleach, brand cola, met-RX powder, and garam masala. The fluid was created and placed in a sealed container 25 meters away from SCP-294. When requested, the fluid was dispensed. An equal amount of the mixture was no longer present in its original container. Addendum SCP-294-001, researcher, under observation of Level 4 personnel, keyed in a request of the best drink I've ever had. SCP-294 dispensed a fluid similar in appearance to cola. The researcher identified it as a mixed drink he recalls having at a bar during his bachelor party, and was convinced it was the best drink. Did not know what ingredients were in the drink besides rum and cola. Further tests are scheduled to ascertain how SCP-294 gathers information. Addendum SCP-294-001-A, under the same conditions, Agent, the best drink I've ever had. SCP-294 delivered a dark fluid topped with white foam which was later identified as Vienna lager. The cup was printed with a color picture of 5 men and 2 women drinking beer on the beach, was one of them. In his briefing, Agent confirmed that his favorite drink ever was a Vienna lager he consumed at the beach with his friends. It has now been confirmed that SCP-294 has the ability to directly gather information from someone's mind in order to comply with the given conditions. Addendum SCP-294-Q01, Subject keyed the perfect drink. The machine dispensed a cup containing an odorless lavender liquid. After drinking the liquid, subject appeared to go into shock. Subject later committed suicide, leaving a note which read, "I'm sorry, but at this point everything's just one big letdown." Requesting such a drink again is highly discouraged. None of the components of the drink have yet been identified. Addendum SCP-294-T01, Subject keyed in something Cassie will like. The device was heard to hum for about 3 seconds, before dispensing an empty cup. Printed on the side of the cup was an image of a traditional soda fountain glass, filled with something brown, and topped with whipped cream. Upon introduction to SCP-085, it was identified by her as a chocolate banana milkshake and judged delicious. Addendum SCP-294-W, Researcher keyed in request for a cup of music. SCP-294 produced a clear, sparkling fluid that tasted vaguely alcoholic. Following ingestion, subject reported feeling and not hearing a continuous rhythm, and demonstrated the ability to move and even dance with a certain fluidity that he had not previously shown. Testing on other abstract concepts is continuing. Addendum SCP-294-AB, during a mass security breach, agent requested a cup of pertinent medical knowledge while taking shelter inside the second-floor break room. Of the 4 agents in the room, agent was the only one who was not injured. SCP-294 poured a cup of clear green liquid. Following the ingestion of this substance, agent began mending the other agent's wounds in a manner consistent with Foundation medical training. Agent no longer has the medical training that the liquid provided, and other attempts to recreate the effect have failed. The agent has speculated that this event was an emergency measure taken by the object to ensure self-preservation. Addendum SCP-294-AC, Drive requested my life story from SCP-294. SCP-294 made humming noises and shook violently for approximately 3 minutes before providing a highly viscous, opaque black liquid. Upon consumption, Drive reported that he remembered everything that had ever happened to him. Following this test, Drive entered his office and returned 48 hours later with a 538-page autobiography. Addendum SCP-294 Add, Researcher produced request consisting solely of the phrase "surprise me." Device produced an opaque cup containing normal water, later determined to have been heated to approximately 200 degrees Celsius. Upon receiving vibration from transport, the contents of the cup turned into steam, violently spraying boiling water in a 2-meter radius. Addendum SCP-294-AF, Researcher produced request for blood of Christ. SCP-294 vibrated and produced the message Hic est enim calyx sanguinis me, then produced a paper drinking cup containing approximately 0.12 liters of red grape wine. Addendum SCP-294-AG, Researcher produced requests for cup of Smilodon blood, cup of passenger pigeon blood, and cup of Thomas Jefferson's blood, and received 3 out-of-range errors. Addendum SCP-294-A, a D-Class personnel with IQ of 99 and low curiosity scores was given written instructions about what to request. The D-Class personnel produced a request for blood of Canis lupus and received a cup of liquid subsequently identified as wolf blood. The D-Class personnel next produced a request for saliva of Equus ferus caballus and received a cup of liquid subsequently identified as horse saliva. The D-Class personnel next produced a request for urine of Physcalarctos cinereus and received a cup of liquid subsequently identified as koala urine. The D-Class personnel next produced a request for cerebrospinal fluid of Phobromys pattersoni and received a cup of liquid currently undergoing analysis. It is to be noted that Phobromys pattersoni went extinct during the late Miocene epoch, approximately 8 million years ago. Addendum SCP-294-AI, Dr. King produced request for a cup of room temperature superconductor, and received a cup of apple juice with seeds floating in it. Addendum SCP-294-AJ, Dr. Menchu produced request for a cup of D151839S leukemia, and received a cup of fluid. The fluid was microscopically examined and found to contain leukemic blast cells, which were a genetic match to D151839. A second request for a cup of D151839S leukemia resulted in an out-of-range error. D151839 was subsequently found to be free of leukemia, however, within 15 days, the leukemia had recurred. Taken together, these appendices read like something magical, or outright bizarre. When Brit and the others view them, a chill runs down their spines. SCP-294 gave the impression of a device that could produce any conceivable liquid, even liquids described by abstract or conceptual instructions. The scale of its capability was staggering. It wasn't only the group that was stunned, countless viewers in the stream were equally impressed. I have no words. I want one right now. Imagine the experiments I could run. If I had access, I'd type, a glass of magical water that turns you into a Superman when you drink it, hahaha. The overseer is basically a god. This opens so many mind holes. This coffee machine is unreal. Conceptual drinks? Incredible. I want one in real life. Brit blinked and pushed his wandering thoughts away. Beside him, the group had each finished the drinks they'd created. All of them tasted fine, each person looked satisfied. Brit inclined his head and asked, "Does everyone still remember the file just now?" Vale was the first to nod. Yes. This machine is amazing, it even made a glass of music. I'm really curious. Kiwo and Plumbella lingered over the tastes and agreed. Yes, it made my life so powerful. What else could it do? I'm curious too, Brit said, pausing as he considered. I thought maybe we could do something with this machine, he offered. After Brit spoke, Vale and the others fell silent, thinking. A few seconds later Vale said slowly, "Mad idea, but what if it produced a drink that could poison the old man? Or, the shy one? A poisoned drink might work." Vale's face lit up with excitement. The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. If it can manufacture concepts, why not a poison? Brit, Kiwo, and Plumbella were momentarily taken aback by the suggestion. Brit had proposed exploring the machine because he sensed its potential value. How far that potential extended, he hadn't fully mapped. Listening to Vale, Brit felt a flash of insight. The logic was sound. If the machine could manifest concepts, why couldn't it create a toxin? The thought, however, was fleeting. Brit immediately considered bureaucracy and precedent. If SCP-294 were truly capable of such things, the Foundation would likely already have tested it. Perhaps the reason the old man and other entities remained alive was precisely that the coffee machine could not produce a poison capable of harming them. Brit shared this with Vale. Vale waved the objection away. Try it. What's the use of hoarding coins if we don't test it? Brit glanced at the coins in his hand, weighed the risk, and nodded. Fine. Try it. If it fails, no harm done, and if it works. He trailed off. Then Brit set to work, attempting to produce a poison with the coffee machine. If successful, they would have a contingency should they face the old man or other SCP again. If it failed, at least they would have tried, and nothing much would change. Chapter 168, Off-Topic Talk. I just want to say that after finishing HSRM Forius's story was, in my opinion, great, even though it was bittersweet. And man, I actually shed a tear. I never thought that the day I would shed a tear because of a game would come, but I was wrong. I was also so heartbroken when Cyrene returned to the past. After finishing the story, I was so sad that I was still awake at 4 a.m., when I usually sleep at 11. Now, when I am at work doing some work while listening to the song Ripples of Past Reverie, I can't get any work done. This is not good for my heart. Anyway, I just want to share and get this off my chest. Chapter 169, Chapter 167, A glass of liquid that can help beat the game. No one knew whether a poison strong enough to harm the old man, or the shy guy who goes mad at the sight of his reflection, could truly be created. That question, however, was about to receive a clear answer as they still had a few coins left in their hands. He walked up to the strange coffee machine and slid one coin inside. Yet before entering the command, he froze. His brows furrowed as he hesitated, thinking deeply. If it really is possible to make it, Brit murmured, then how are we supposed to get the old man actually to drink it? The group exchanged uneasy glances. That was indeed the problem. The old man wasn't some obedient creature that would accept a cup of poison and drink it down. Even if the coffee machine could create a deadly liquid, it would have to work on contact rather than ingestion. At best, it needed to be something that killed the moment it was poured over him. After a tense silence, Brit's eyes lit up. There is a way, he declared. He turned to the machine and typed in the command, a glass of liquid that can poison SCP-106 just by touching it. As the order was given, Brit stared nervously at the machine. Vale and the others leaned in behind him, their faces taut with expectation. The viewers in the stream were equally on edge, holding their breath. The coffee machine, after all, was nothing short of miraculous. It could even create conceptual liquids. But whether it could conjure a substance powerful enough to kill the scary old man was another matter entirely. Seconds passed before the machine hummed to life. Then words appeared on the panel, out of range. The answer hit them all like a weight. The coffee machine could not create anything capable of killing the scary old man. Disappointment flickered across their faces, but none were surprised. If it had been that easy, the Foundation would have already done it long ago. I suppose the shy one would yield the same result, Brit sighed. The machine can't kill him either. He fed in another coin and changed the target from the scary old man to the shy man. Predictably, the result was the same, failure. It seems we can't use this thing to kill him after all. Brit let out a long breath and glanced at the two remaining coins in his palm. Oh well, no shortcuts, then. We'll just have to deal with it the hard way. Beside him, Kiwo sighed regretfully as her eyes lingered on the coffee machine. Amazing as it was, it couldn't handle the terrifying anomalies. If they encountered the old man again in the next round, their only option would be to run. Brit and the others shared the same heavy thought. For a moment, silence hung in the room. Then Brit suddenly spoke again, his voice firm, maybe we've been thinking about this the wrong way. Vale and the others turned toward him. Brit's gaze sharpened. What if, instead of poison, we tried something else? For example, a liquid that makes me superhuman. What do you think? His eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. In fact, the idea had already flashed across the chat, though Brit hadn't noticed earlier. Now, his thought matched perfectly with what the viewers had been saying. Vale's eyes lit up for an instant before he suddenly coughed and spat out blood. Vale! Brit and the others rushed to him in alarm, but Vale waved them off, grimacing. No, not like that. There's always a price, he rasped. The side effects, they're getting worse. Damn, it hurts. Vale was nearing his limit. Though he had gained tremendous strength, the cost to his body was brutal. It was clear he wouldn't last until the end of the game. Even if the machine could make such a liquid, he muttered, wiping the blood from his mouth, the side effects would be monstrous. Maybe fatal. Brit and the others exchanged grim nods. Vale was right. Every great power demanded a price. Superfinishing was the perfect example, an extraordinary strength that devoured the body. Perhaps the machine could brew an elixir, but the side effect would likely be instant death. That's the truth of it. Brit exhaled. Or, maybe we should still try, Kiwo suggested hesitantly. The coins won't do us any good otherwise. You can't exactly throw them at the scary old man and expect him to die, can you? After some thought, the group nodded. She was right. Brit placed another coin into the slot and entered a new command, a glass of liquid that, once drunk, grants great strength and transforms the drinker into a superhuman. The machine rattled, buzzed, and displayed the same frustrating words as before, out of range. Their disappointment was palpable, though fleeting. After all, if creating superhumans were that easy, the Foundation would already have mass-produced them. Brit studied the final coin in his hand, deep in thought. A new idea slowly formed. He looked up at Vale and the others. Our real goal is to clear the game. Since the coffee machine can't give us poison or superpowers, why not think bigger, change the concept itself? A small smile touched his lips. Under the expectant eyes of Vale, the others, and the countless viewers watching the stream, Brit fed the last coin into the coffee machine. This time, he entered a bold command, a glass of liquid that can help us beat the game. Yes, this was it. A conceptual directive. He had no idea whether the coffee machine could fulfill such an impossible request, but there was no harm in trying. All eyes were fixed on the machine as it whirred to life. For once, it didn't display the dreaded words out of range. Instead, with a mechanical click, the machine lowered a cup onto the tray. Chapter 170, Chapter 168, They're Fighting. So far? Thank you. Night Tier, Jacob, Ralph Sabile, Lucas Varnas, and Joel Vincent. For becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. Damn it! Is this really possible? Wow! It worked, it actually worked. Hahaha. That's crazy. If I wasn't scared out of my wits, I'd jump right into the game and try it myself. Amazing! Can something like this even be created? Conceptual liquids can actually be produced. This coffee machine is seriously too powerful. The chat in the stream flared, lines of messages flashing rapidly across the screen as viewers were left utterly stunned by the coffee machine's impossible reaction. Inside the game, the group felt the same. Everyone's eyes widened, their gazes glued to the coffee machine in disbelief. Yes, it had really happened. Shortly after Brit entered the instructions, the coffee machine actually responded. With a quiet click, a glass appeared, set gently down by the machine. What did this mean? It meant Brit's command had been successfully executed. The coffee machine could really produce a cup of liquid that can help you beat the game. This wasn't just impressive, it was a bug-level ability. After all, their ultimate goal was to clear the game. But now, this machine could conjure a magical liquid that aided directly in that task. How could they not be shocked? Of course, Brit's command was only designed to help with clearing the game. It wasn't a miraculous potion that instantly completed the level after a single sip. It wasn't as if Brit hadn't considered that possibility, but he had dismissed it as unrealistic. A drink that could end the game outright? That was practically impossible to create, otherwise, the balance of the game would collapse completely. Since many had already cleared games before, he chose a more reasonable option, a liquid that would merely assist in progressing further. Even then, he had braced himself for failure. But against all expectations, he succeeded. The coffee machine had produced the liquid exactly as requested. This was beyond surprise, it was a revelation. Brit stared at the coffee machine with sharp, focused eyes, almost unwilling to blink. The machine vibrated softly as it finished pouring. The glass was filled with a transparent, crystal-clear liquid, the surface gleaming as it settled into a perfect stillness. A full glass, nothing less. At first glance, it looked indistinguishable from ordinary water. Brit lifted the glass carefully, brought it under his nose, and inhaled. No strange scent. No hidden essence. No matter how he examined it, this was just water. The others leaned in close, their eyes filled with curiosity, scanning the glass as if they might spot some hidden clue. Drinking this, it really makes you beat the game faster. Vale muttered, fingers stroking his chin, suspicion plain in his tone. The other exchanged skeptical looks. It was absurd. A glass of plain-looking water that somehow held the power to help them pass the game? By what principle? Through what mechanism? What would happen the moment it touched their lips? Do we even have anything to store it in? Brit frowned, glancing through his gear, but found nothing usable. Vale and the others checked too, with the same result. A dilemma immediately formed. They couldn't just drink it yet, not without knowing how it worked. But carrying it was also a problem. There were no proper containers, and leaving them behind was unthinkable. Were they really going to walk around with an open glass of water? One misstep, one stumble, and it would spill everywhere. The four of them hesitated, their thoughts tangled in frustration. Eventually, with no other option, they chose to move forward. There was no container, no extra coins, and no more reason to linger. Thus, the four, led by Brit, set off once more, venturing deeper into the map. Their pace was slowed. Brit cradled the glass with both hands, cautious with every step. The clear liquid shimmered faintly, as though secrets were hidden in its depths, reflecting the anxious faces of the group as they pressed on through the game world. They crossed the stairs and returned to the covered bridge. Onward they went, reaching a heavy metal door they had never dared to approach before. Since Brit's hands were occupied, Vale took over the task of opening the door. But just as his fingers touched the cold metal, disaster struck. Behind them, on the concrete wall of the bridge, a dark, viscous substance began to seep out, oozing as if from deep inside the structure itself. It spread unnaturally fast. And then, a figure emerged. Brit and the others froze, their eyes widening in horror. It was RT. But not the RT they once knew. This was RT transformed into a zombie. His body was rotten, flesh sloughing away, his eyes sunken deep into his skull. Dried blood stained his face and skin, grotesque and pitiful. A gaping wound split open his chest, exposing organs that pulsed faintly within. Even his heart bulged outward in grotesque rhythm, ready to burst at any moment. The sight of him was nothing short of terrifying. "Oh, my God!" Kiwo was the first to talk out loud, while the other stifled her scream by clamping her hands over her mouth. Brit and Vale felt their blood run cold. None of them could have imagined they would see RT again here. He had been infected with SCP-008 in the past, an incurable zombie virus. And he had long since quit the game. Now, there was no doubt. The virus had finished its work. He was no longer himself, his consciousness was lost forever. RT. Despite knowing the truth, Vale couldn't help calling his name, as if hoping for a response. But there was none. The zombified RT answered only with a guttural roar before hurling himself toward them. F***CK. Vale cursed, panic seizing him. The group instinctively turned to flee. Yet almost instantly, from another patch of black slime on the wall, a second figure pulled itself free. Its ghastly silhouette was unmistakable. The old man. "Damn it! He's here too!" Vale shouted, his voice cracking in fury and fear. He swung his arm wildly, signaling Brit and the others to run, but before they could move, two grotesque arms shot out from the wall, hairless and impossibly long, their massive hands reaching straight for the scary old man. The group recognized the limbs immediately. It was him, SCP-096. The shy guy. The nightmare you couldn't look at directly. "It's over." The words passed silently through all their minds. No one had predicted this. The old man and the shy guy, thought to have been left behind in chaos, had somehow both appeared here. Weren't they supposed to be fighting each other? Had their battle already ended? Now, with both monsters looming before them, Brit and the others could only stare, a mix of disbelief and dread weighing down their hearts, alongside an overwhelming urge to curse the cruel absurdity of it all. Chapter 171, Chapter 169, Chaos. Orange Monster. Thank you, Noble Tier, Iamugo, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. When the four were just about to step off the covered bridge, a dark, sticky substance suddenly oozed out of the concrete wall beside them. It looked like a passage torn open from another world. From that grotesque fissure, a zombified RT lumbered out, its eyes lifeless yet filled with rage. The moment it emerged, the monster lunged straight toward Brit and the others. Their faces drained of color in an instant, hearts pounding with terror. But this was only the beginning. Hot on its heels came the old man, that eerie figure who could drift through walls as if they were air. And even he wasn't the last. Behind him slithered the shy guy, the cursed entity that wept and shrieked whenever its face was seen, driving all who looked into madness. From the depths of the tunnel, the group could already hear its deranged, guttural cries echoing closer. *T. The thought crashed through their minds in unison, despair rising like a wave. Yet the nightmare only deepened. Everyone had thought this was already the worst it could get. But fate was crueler. From the black mire on the wall, two pale hands stretched outward, SCP-096. And at that very moment, on the opposite side of the bridge, the heavy metal door leading back to where they came suddenly swung open on its own. Instinctively, they snapped their gaze toward the doorway. There, beyond the threshold, stood a man in a thick black robe, his hood pulled low, a beaked mask covering his face like some ghastly plague revenant. The sight made their expressions shank even further. Kiwo broke down instantly, crying out in despair, "Oh no, why us? Why are we so unlucky?" Yes, behind that door was no ordinary foe. It was SCP-049, the dreaded Plague Doctor. A touch was all it took for him to bring death. Dr. Death, some called him. A being whose ability was so terrifying that resistance seemed hopeless. Run! At that crucial instant, Brit roared. They spun on their heels and bolted, every step a fight against panic. Even in that frantic dash, Brit clutched his glass of water tightly, careful not to spill it. Kiwo snapped out of her daze and followed. Vale, too, wasted no time. He knew this battle was beyond him. To stay was pointless, a death without meaning. Better to flee and hope for survival. But the opening of the metal door had been too sudden, its heavy frame still grinding slowly. The group clustered at the gate, and though Kiwo slammed the button desperately, they would still have to endure 2 agonizing seconds before it fully opened. 2 seconds was all it took for Doom to catch up. The zombie RT barreled forward, while the old man and the shy guy surged with it, an unholy trio racing toward the trapped survivors. Somewhere behind them, the old man and the shy guy clashed, their distorted forms colliding, yet the details were lost to Brit and the others, they dared not look back. They could only hear the monstrous roars, the hideous sobbing wails, and, beneath it all, the chilling voice of the Plague Doctor. Yes. He was speaking, even amid the chaos, the Plague Doctor muttered, calm and resolute. The turmoil before him mattered little. His goal was singular, to cure the plague. And to him, Brit and the others were already infected, desperate souls crying out for salvation. He would not relent. Step by step, he advanced toward them, ignoring the chaos of the other creatures. The covered bridge became a battlefield of nightmares. Then, without warning, Plumbella let out a piercing scream. A powerful hand clamped around her and yanked her backward. Her body stumbled and toppled helplessly. As she hit the ground, her eyes darted upward, straight into the grotesque face of the zombie horse monkey. It had seized her, flinging her down like prey. Its massive jaws gaped wide, ready to tear into her. In that instant, she glimpsed the old man grappling the shy guy figure, and worse still, she caught sight of the shy one's face. Her heart froze. She knew death was inevitable. I saw it. Her voice quavered as she collapsed, the world spinning. The zombie beast surged over her fallen form, ripping and devouring in a frenzy. But with one final burst of will, she shouted, her voice cracking through the terror, "Leave me! I saw its face. I am quitting the game." Her avatar vanished from the nightmare, disconnected. Yet her body remained where it had fallen, left for the beast to savage. Blood-curdling sounds of tearing filled the bridge. Meanwhile, Brit, Kiwo, and Vale finally heard the groan of the metal door as it opened. When she fell, all three of them had instinctively reached out, but her cry had sealed her fate. She was already doomed. Their grief was sharp, but survival was the only choice. Clenching their teeth, they dove through the threshold. But just as they did, the old man and the shy guy came surging up behind them, locked in combat yet driving closer. The shy guy maddening cries clawed at their ears, so close it felt like the sound rattled inside their skulls. They swore they had never endured such sheer, bone-shaking horror. Zombies. The old man. The shy guy. The plague doctor himself. All converging upon them, one after another. Right on their heels. It was unthinkable. It made them shake, blood run cold. But the nightmare wasn't finished. No, this was not yet the worst. Because next, a new horror emerged. From just beyond the now opened metal door, another monster revealed itself. Massive, looming, its slimy bulk glistening orange like a monstrous slug. It stood, silent and immovable, its grotesque body filling the doorway, eyes fixed coldly on them. The sight rooted Brit and the others in place. Despair surged through their chests. They didn't know this creature, but they didn't need to. Any monster that appeared here was certain to be deadly. At that dire moment, Vale's face twisted with grim resolve. He bared his teeth and roared, "Go, go! I'll hold it!" Brit and Kiwa wanted to protest, but there was no time. Escape was the only option. Even if only one survived, it would be worth it. And then, suddenly, Brit's eyes fell on the water glass in his hand. This glass of water. For a heartbeat, he froze, as though lightning had struck his mind. A realization sparked. Chapter 172, Chapter 170, First Contact. Thank you, Night Tier, Ryazaki, and Tyranter, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. What had just happened was so urgent, so overwhelming, that Brit had completely ignored the water glass clutched in his trembling hand. But now, at this exact moment, his gaze fell on it again. A spark, sharp and blinding like lightning, flashed through his mind and jolted him to attention. This glass of water. He whispered the words unconsciously, his voice low, almost drowned by the chaos around them. The lightning in his mind reappeared, only this time it wasn't faint, it cracked and blazed brighter, louder, as if urging him to act. This isn't just ordinary water. This liquid. It's meant to help us beat the game. And now we're standing at the hardest point of all. If there is ever a time to drink this water, it is now. His heart hammered as he repeated these thoughts again and again, as though trying to convince himself. His eyes glimmered with a sharp determination that hadn't been there before. Without hesitation, Brit's gaze shifted upward, locking on Vale and Kiwo. At the very same instant, both of them noticed the glass as well. Their eyes widened. What looked like plain, ordinary water shimmered strangely, almost as if some hidden power slumbered within its depths. "Quit stalling! Drink it!" Vale yelled. His voice cracked the tension like a whip, and as he shouted, he cast a nervous glance toward the massive orange creature looming behind the heavy metal door. The three of them stood shoulder to shoulder, backs pressed tight together. Ahead, the door rattled, and beyond it stretched a narrow corridor where shadows twisted in the faint, flickering light. Within those shadows writhed the shape of a massive orange-yellow monster, its grotesque slug-like form heaving as if breathing, its eyes gleaming with an unsettling intelligence. It was watching them. Waiting. But what unnerved them even more was not only what lay ahead, behind them lurked horrors far worse. Ancient entities, shriveled old men, faceless shy people, and countless other abominations from the Foundation's vault stalked the darkness, their presence so oppressive it felt like the walls themselves would collapse. The only reason Brit, Vale, and Kiwo were still alive was sheer luck. The fight between the old man and the shy guy had drawn much of the chaos behind them, while the death of the pale little girl had lured the zombie horse monkey away. For the moment, that fragile balance had spared them. But everyone knew it wouldn't last, the chaos would catch up to them sooner or later. The wall of terror was closing in, and not far behind it lingered another nightmare, the neurologist, whose very name was enough to make hardened hearts falter. Seconds. That was all they had. Brit could feel the weight of every second slipping away, dragging doom closer. The air grew colder. Their skin prickled. It felt as though invisible hands were already brushing against their shoulders, as if at any moment the faceless shy one might seize them. Their hair stood on end, goosebumps erupting across their skin. Their hearts squeezed tight, caught in a vice of fear. And then Brit's eyes fell on the water glass again. This was no ordinary glass, this was the conceptual water. The moment recognition struck, he felt something deep inside, like a thread connecting him to the glass, whispering to him, urging him. It was a premonition, sharp and undeniable. Yes. This was it. This was the key. Now was the time. He had to drink. Even if he didn't know how it worked. Even if it didn't work at all. Somewhere inside, Brit knew that if anything could alter their doomed fate, it was this water. But before he could act, Vale and Kiwo noticed too. Their eyes locked on the glass in his hand, and without a word, they came to the same conclusion. Vale didn't hesitate. He bellowed at Brit, his voice cutting through the chaos, "Drink it now. Don't waste another second." Brit froze, torn, the glass trembling in his grip. His instinct was to pass it on, to let them drink instead. His lips parted as if to protest, to argue. But Vale gave him no time. After his shout, he snapped his head back toward the orange monster, muscles tensed and ready for the inevitable clash. Kiwo's voice joined in, sharp and urgent. "Brit! Drink it! Hurry, it could be our only chance." Brit's mouth tightened into a hard line. His thoughts blazed like lightning, racing, colliding, sparking. In less than 2 heartbeats, his decision was made. He lifted the glass high, tipped it back, and swallowed the strange liquid in a single desperate gulp. There was no time to doubt. No time to hesitate. He had to act. They all had to act. Because beating the game, that was the only thing that mattered. Even if one of them had to be sacrificed, as long as the mission was completed, it would be worth it. As the liquid burned down his throat, Brit suddenly remembered the gas mask from another world strapped to his face. With trembling hands, he tore it off and thrust it toward Vale and Kiwo. "Quick! One more can survive with this." Vale snatched it but immediately shoved it into Kiwo's hands. He had already taken the brunt of the side effects. His role was clear, to protect, to make sure the others reached the finish line, no matter the cost. So when there was only one item that could save another, Vale did not hesitate, he gave it up. Kiwo bit her lip so hard it nearly bled, but she did not argue. She grabbed the mask with shaking fingers and slipped it on. The moment she did, both she and Vale froze. Brit's body was fading. His outline blurred, becoming hazy, his skin losing substance until he was translucent, like mist. In seconds, he was nothing more than a faint silhouette. Then, gone. Completely invisible. Both Vale and Kiwo gasped in shock. "It's the water!" Vale muttered, eyes wide. "That glass of water, damn, it really worked." "Amazing!" Kiwo whispered, though there was no time for awe. Because behind them, the nightmare was roaring closer. The shy one's howls rattled the corridor, each scream gnawing at their sanity. The plague doctor's whispers slithered through the air like poisoned daggers. Every sound was a weapon, sharp and merciless, dangling above them, ready to strike. "Put the mask on tight," Vale shouted, his voice raw. Kiwo nodded sharply, her final words to him a cry from the heart, "Be careful, Vale." Then, with a burst of light, she vanished, gone without a trace. And now, Vale stood alone. The cacophony of the battlefield pressed in on him from all sides. The clash of ancient horrors rattled his bones, yet his senses, sharpened beyond those of normal men, caught something else. A figure. Drawing closer. Step by step. "You need to be healed." The voice slithered into his ears, cold and merciless. Vale's lips twisted into a grimace. He didn't even bother to glance back. Instead, he pushed forward, shoulders squared. "Like hell, I'm waiting around to die," he roared. With a bellow that echoed through the corridor, Vale surged forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, charging directly at the orange monstrosity. And the beast responded in kind. It stirred, its massive body shuddering, and lunged toward him with surprising speed. "Come!" Vale thundered, his voice booming with defiance. He lifted his fist high, every muscle coiling with explosive power, ready to deliver one final, fatal strike. The monster's tentacle whipped forward, reaching for him. The distance closed in an instant. And then, impact. But what followed was not what anyone expected. Just as Vale's fist was about to slam into the monster, its slick, alien tentacle brushed against his skin. His body froze. His expression, fierce and resolute only a second before, faltered. And then he laughed. At first, a chuckle, then louder, higher, until it became a grotesque, booming howl of laughter. Mad, unnatural, and echoing with something not his own. The monster's vast body coiled around him, enfolding him as his laughter grew louder, stranger, until the sound alone was more terrifying than silence. Chapter 173, Chapter 171, The Damned. Thank you, Knight Tier, Oscar Sandoval, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. It's a long description, but the time it takes for the whole thing to happen is really short. The whole event can be broadly summarized as follows. First of all, they got a cup of conceptual water in the coffee machine. Its specific concept is, a glass of liquid that can help you pass the game. Shortly after obtaining the liquid, they were preparing to leave from the other end of the covered bridge. However, just as they were about to leave, a substance suddenly appeared on the concrete wall next to them. It is the pocket dimension of the old man. After the passage appeared, the zombified player ran out of it. Then, the old man and the shy guy followed suit. Among them, the old man and the shy guy are in the middle of a battle. They are both extremely powerful entities, so after a fierce fight, there was no clear winner, and on the surface, their battle continues. After they appeared, the metal door at the other end of the corridor opened, and the plague doctor appeared. The plague doctor itself is also an extremely terrifying entity. Its appearance made the already bad situation even worse. In this situation, all the group can do is run away. However, during the escape, a person was dragged down by a zombie. Because of this, Plumbella left the game. Since then, only 3 team members remain. But that's not the worst case scenario. The worst case is that, just as the 3 of them were about to leave, an unknown orange monster appeared in front of them, blocking the road. No doubt, this orange monster is an SCP. But what exactly it is, they have no way of knowing. From the surface, the orange monster appears very dangerous. Therefore, they found themselves in a perilous situation, wolves in front and tigers in back. In such an urgent situation, Brit drank that glass of conceptual water. As a result, he gradually became invisible and disappeared, while Kiwo put on the gas mask. After wearing it, Kiwo also disappeared. In the end, only Vale was left. He had no other choice but to move forward. As he started to sprint, the orange monster also charged toward him. The two finally rushed at each other. Just when Vale and the viewers thought a big battle was about to begin, an unexpected scene unfolded. Vale suddenly started laughing wildly. That's right, after the orange monster's tentacles touched Vale, he began to laugh uncontrollably. At that moment, it was as if Vale's switch had been flipped, and he couldn't stop himself. He was in a state of wild laughter. Until he finally twitched and stopped laughing, he didn't intend to cease. Seeing this scene, viewers on Twitch were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? What's wrong with Vale? He suddenly started laughing wildly. Damn, that's scary. What's happening? It might be because of that monster, perhaps it has some strange, abnormal effects. The discussion among viewers was extremely heated. But Vale, in the game, didn't have the slightest energy to pay attention to the chat. He laughed crazily, tears flowing from his eyes, his body twitching, yet he couldn't stop. Why was he laughing like that? The reason is actually very simple. When the orange monster's tentacles touched him, he felt a very strange, peculiar sensation. It was a joyful, extremely positive feeling. At that moment, Vale felt that endless beauty filled his heart. It seemed as if all his dreams had come true. It felt as though all his regrets no longer existed. In that instant, Vale even had an illusion that this world was the happiest and most beautiful place. But the real world, by contrast, was not beautiful and not worth returning to. Damn, ha, I'm so happy. Damn. Vale laughed wildly and cursed silently. Because he could clearly understand his situation, he knew that his state was abnormal. On one hand, he recognized that his condition was affected and strange, but on the other hand, he couldn't control his emotions at all, keeping himself in a state of happiness and excitement. This state was very strange. Vale realized he needed to escape this feeling as soon as possible, but he also knew he couldn't. He was laughing so hard that he lost all strength. This uncontrollable laughter made him feel both pain and happiness, extremely complicated. Vale was now certain that the figure in front of him, the one surrounding him, was definitely an SCP. He just didn't know its number or its abilities. However, although he lacked this information, Vale was sure of one thing: when this entity comes into contact with humans, they will be uncontrollably happy. Even if enhanced, humans cannot resist the influence of this abnormal entity. From this, one can imagine what kind of pleasure this monster might produce upon contact. Thinking of this, Vale felt a faint fear deep in his mind: he might leave the game. After all, not only was the orange monster in front of him a threat, but behind him, the old man and the shy guy were still fighting. They are both extremely terrifying entities. Plus, there's also the plague doctor, who is equally dangerous. If he doesn't leave soon, he's in serious trouble. Vale smiled and thought to himself. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the doctor behind him. What is this? Ah, no matter what it is, it can't stop me from curing the plague. Hearing this, Vale felt numb. The plague doctor's voice was very close, and he felt he might be touched by the doctor at any moment. Death seemed imminent. Under such enormous pressure, Vale's laughter subsided considerably. But then, something unexpected happened that Vale and many viewers didn't anticipate: the orange monster ran away with him. Chapter 174, Chapter 172, The Magical Effect of the Concept Liquid. Just moments ago, after Brit and Kiwo disappeared, Vale was the only one left standing at the chaotic scene. Realizing there was no one else to rely on, Vale threw all caution aside and prepared to confront the orange monster head-on. Yet during the clash, some bizarre and unseen force from the creature struck him, an effect that twisted his senses and sent him spiraling into uncontrollable laughter. He roared and laughed like a madman, unable to stop, his body trembling with manic energy. Meanwhile, the plague doctor, ignoring the old man locked in combat and the other entities rampaging nearby, rushed straight toward Vale, who was now trapped with the orange creatures. But just as the doctor was about to reach him, the orange monster suddenly performed an act that shocked everyone. It ran. Yes, it ran away, and it carried Vale with it. The creature's colossal body looked like a grotesque slug, yet instead of moving sluggishly, it darted forward with surprising agility. It wrapped around Vale, turned in a flash, and fled from the other beings. Even while burdened by its captive, its speed never faltered, still far faster than the plague doctor could ever hope to chase. This sudden turn of events left countless viewers completely stunned. No one had expected this outcome. Everyone had assumed the orange monster was dangerous, that the surrounding Vale would surely lead to his doom. But aside from driving him into wild, hysterical laughter, it displayed no aggression at all. Throughout the entire encounter, it didn't even emit a hint of hostility. To those watching, the scene was utterly surreal, something that seemed to break the logic of reality itself. As the orange monster fled with Vale, a long, hollow howl echoed behind them, the unmistakable cry of the shy gut. The plague doctor, realizing his target was gone, flew into a rage. His calm, low voice thundered through the air as he shouted at the retreating figures, "The plague must be cured. You fools have no idea how terrible it is." But his fury meant nothing. No matter how loudly he yelled, there was no turning back. The orange monster carried Vale farther and farther away. Through the whirlwind rushing around him, Vale caught glimpses of the battlefield receding, the plague doctor still screaming in madness, the old man and the shy guy locked in a violent, endless struggle. And beyond them, something far worse. A zombie was devouring flesh. It was a zombie version of RT, and what it consumed was the remains of Plumbella. Though the zombie RT was frail compared to the other entities, its method of feeding was horrifying beyond description. Even catching the briefest glimpse made Vale's stomach churn, he nearly vomited from the sight alone. Thankfully, the orange monster's speed pulled them away quickly, and that dreadful image vanished as it turned a corner. By sheer luck, Vale only saw the shy guy's back, he hadn't glimpsed its face, which meant he hadn't triggered its deadly hostility mechanism. For now, at least, he was safe from pursuit. But even with the danger behind him, Vale's situation remained dire. He was completely engulfed by the orange monster, utterly uncertain of where it was taking him. And the strange effect that had gripped him still persisted, his mind remained clouded in uncontrollable laughter. He kept howling until his lungs burned, his vision spinning until he could no longer tell north from south, east from west. "Stop, ha, it's really, ha." Chapter 175, Chapter 173, What exactly is the orange monster? To some extent, a coffee machine capable of producing various liquids is nothing short of an artifact. The conceptual water it produced threw Brit into a bizarre and surreal state. In this strange condition, Brit could no longer see anything, only endless darkness surrounded him. Yet, even in this absolute void, he could still faintly hear the sounds of his surroundings. The voices were thin and fragile, as if filtered through layers of fog. Other than those faint sounds, Brit couldn't feel anything. The ground beneath his feet was the only real sensation anchoring him, everything else felt hollow, silent, and infinite. Darkness engulfed every inch of space. Of course, this was merely Brit's perception. Whether the surrounding space was truly empty, what kind of state he was in, or whether danger still lurked nearby, none of it could be known. Time crawled forward at an agonizing pace. Seconds stretched into eternities, giving him the illusion that a single minute could last an entire day. Anxious tension and quiet fear pressed on Brit's chest. Though he could see nothing, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, betraying his unease. Meanwhile, the viewers in the stream could clearly see his condition. They stared at the pitch-black screen and heard faint, eerie howls echoing from the darkness. Even though they weren't physically there, the creeping dread made their hearts pound. God damn! This is getting way too intense. Note to self, drinking that water equals instant blindness. I swear, if a monster jumps out right now. It's pitch black, man. This is killing me. The flood of chatter from the viewers didn't reach Brit. He stood motionless, waiting nervously for something, anything, to happen. Seconds bled into minutes. The surrounding noises grew weaker and weaker, fading until it felt like the old, terrifying man and his horrors had vanished. The easing of sound lightened the crushing tension on Brit's heart. Moments later, even the faintest sounds disappeared entirely, and the world fell into an abyss of silence. Is it over? He murmured. What do I do next? He widened his eyes instinctively, as if sheer will could pierce through the darkness, but his efforts were futile. The darkness was thick and sticky, like black ink soaking into his eyes, making it impossible to see anything at all. Then, without warning, something shifted. A small glimmer, a single droplet of light, appeared in his blackened field of vision. It shone like a bead of milk-white liquid falling into the deepest ink, spreading ripples of radiance through the void. Brit froze, startled by the sudden change. His heartbeat quickened. Everyone, there's a transfer, he whispered excitedly. The droplet of light expanded at once, flooding his entire vision until all he could see was brilliant white. And then, he was back. Brit blinked rapidly, finding himself standing exactly where he had been before. They're gone. He breathed. He glanced around cautiously. Aside from a bloodied corpse sprawled on the ground, the other entities were nowhere in sight. A wave of relief washed over him. This is fine. At least it wasn't a failure, he said to the viewers watching the stream. They no longer joked or teased, most simply exhaled in relief, grateful that Brit had survived. With safety somewhat confirmed, Brit finally had time to study his surroundings. The destruction was extensive. Whatever battle had taken place here had clearly been brutal. Broken equipment and twisted metal littered the area, and the corpse on the ground was a gruesome reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. When Brit stepped closer to examine it, he nearly threw up. That was a mistake. The corpse belonged to Plumbella. Her body had been gnawed apart by zombified RT, yet her human form remained grotesquely intact. If it had been a random NPC, Brit could have brushed it off. But seeing his teammate, the same cheerful girl who'd been talking to him moments ago, reduced to this mangled husk struck him hard. Not just Brit, the viewers watching from the stream were equally horrified. Even separated by screens, the sight twisted their stomachs. She's gone already. That's too cruel. Damn, poor girl. Thankfully, players can exit early, or this would be unbearable. I think I'm gonna puke, everyone. Brit fought down the nausea rising in his throat. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to focus. His eyes swept across the area again until they landed on a metal door nearby, its frame bent, its surface scarred. The door was ajar, revealing a dimly lit passageway beyond. The faint light made the corridor look deep, secretive, and dangerous. Everyone, we're moving out, Brit said softly. Just as he was about to proceed, something crossed his mind. Kiwo should still be hiding in another world, right? What about Vale? He had no way of knowing his teammates' current situations, but the viewers in the stream could observe all perspectives. Soon, messages began flooding the chat. Both Kiwo and Vale were still alive. Kiwo was safely hidden in another dimension. Vale, however, had been taken by the strange orange monster and was now trapped somewhere else. That guy! Brit muttered, eyes narrowing. His gaze drifted toward the depth of the passage ahead, though the shadows swallowed everything beyond a few meters. Damn! I really don't know if this game can even be beaten. He thought bitterly. Just then, a faint distortion shimmered in the air nearby. A figure materialized, wearing a gas mask. It was Kiwo. Ah, Brit! You're alive? Hahaha, she exclaimed with relief. She'd learned of his survival through the chat and immediately rejoined him from her alternate dimension. Vale's situation is unclear, Kiwo continued, but the chat says that orange monster is weird, it makes people laugh uncontrollably. Brit's expression softened as he saw his teammate again. He nodded. We'll need to be careful. That monster's true nature is still unknown, but it's definitely part of the Foundation's containment here. His words trailed off abruptly. Brit's eyes widened. He turned toward the dark corridor. From the depths of the passage, the orange monster appeared once more, its eerie grin glowing faintly in the dim light. What the hell is that? He whispered.